Hello, why don't you say hi? How are you doing? Right, so I'm going to, what I normally do at the start of the stream is play, and apologies for this, 3 minutes of ads on Twitch, so we reset the pre-roll timer. Maybe I do it 2 minutes, and then we just kind of reset it over time. I don't like 3 minutes of ads even at the start. And we'll do 2. And we should be live on YouTube, yes, and that means it's time for me to make some posts on Discord. And copy this link to the YouTube stream. Eating a post-work snack. How's the cold in NJ? I walked about 2 miles in the cold this morning. It was a nice bit of cardio. Discord. Posting a link. Boom. We've announced that we're live. Afternoon. Hopefully some good games. I am really hoping that Gabi plays well today. And if we have a Gabi victory, that would be absolutely amazing. Post-work, you just clocked in, you're barely awake? Well, if you were barely awake, like I am, then I recommend the wonder that is coffee. I don't know, will the camera focus on the coffee? This is, I think, good enough. I like coffee. Helps keep me awake when casting. It's a necessity for casting. So, wait, I figured we'll just cast some ranked games until we get going. So, let's see who's playing. I saw MBL and Lewis both playing earlier. I gotta tilt it. I'm not spilling this coffee. There's one thing I'm not doing. It's spilling the coffee. So we have MBL Stone, please. Is Lewis playing now? He's Arabia versus Monos. 19 minutes in, MBL's 10 minutes in. Let's maybe do MBL. I think that'll be a bit closer to where we are. MBL, yes. So we're 10 minutes in, so hopefully we don't have to skip too much to catch up to him. I think the ads are done. Hello, Kai World. Audio only, lots of work today. Well, good luck on your work. Hopefully the audio helps you through and to survive the work that you're doing. And now, did I change my scene in OBS? I did change the scene. Good. Alright. So, what are we having here? This is DE Arabia, so not KOTD Arabia. I will tilt the coffee so that I drink the coffee. That's my plan. And I think this is just goes to show how much closer the berries and the gold are to the TC. You put an extra 2 or 3 tiles, and it actually makes a huge difference in how safe your base is. So Stone, please, as the Teutons. Teutons versus Celts, so if it goes late game, usually you'd think the Teutons have a good advantage. A good gunpowder sieve that still has options of dealing with whatever the Celts really can throw at them. Whether it's bombard cannon to deal with the heavy siege, and cannoneers to deal with the Celt infantry, extra armor on the halbs to deal with the Celt paladins, and Maesty, hello Maesty, Dino Dance. I'm getting warmed up. I need to drink my coffee, get warmed up for casting before we get to Gabi and TaToH, because I'm really looking forward to that set. And who knows, I mean, TaToH, yeah, he's been a top player for a long time. Maybe on a bit of a downswing, though. I feel like recently he's maybe lost a step compared to what his level used to be. Either that or comparatively the rest of the top players have stepped up. ETA of Gabi versus TaToH, 45 minutes. Playing Space Marine 2. Never heard of that. Space Marine feels like Doom. From the name. TaToH, hello Don Gopher. Also, Chicken Arabia. Players not bothering with the chickens. I'm glad KOTD did away with the chickens. Scouts coming in from Stone, please, but MBL defending with spears. MBL does like making his spears for defense. And okay, 3 dead scouts. That shows you why the spears are an effective defense. Stone, please, saying, give me my scouts back, please. Chickens will be seen more with the buff to 75 food each. That'll be an interesting case for funneling them on Arena. I still wish they didn't replace deer with chickens on Arena. I'd rather have deer every game. I'm still saying, I think I need to go through and make my own version of map scripts. I'm waiting for maybe another patch or two in case they add more features to the map scripts, to the map scripting language itself. But I'm gonna make my own T-West versions of the maps that hopefully are good. And we'll use them for community games. Did I get my London ticket? I got my tickets for the playoffs and for the arena section of the RAH. What is it? The Royal Albert Hall? I've read that name so many times I don't even remember what it is. Space Marine 2 is from Warhammer 40k. I've never played Warhammer. For Maesty, are you gonna go? I've met Maesty before. He came to our Medieval Times meetup. I'd love to do another Medieval Times meetup, but planned a bit better. I think we had a really good time last time. I'd love to maybe plan out, at the very least, maybe a bigger Airbnb for watching the game. I don't really know if there's an equivalent. I'm sure there is if we look for it. An equivalent to how we had done a watch party for Hidden Cup in northern New Jersey. Actually, in my hometown, there's a pizzeria I could probably rent out the back room for a day. But that's also kind of far away from the Medieval Times. You will not be attending, sadly. Aw. Well, if I fly out of JFK, or even Newark, you can come and say hi in the airport, maybe. I'll be attending happily, angrily. Stone, please, taking a decent fight here. MBL forward with the archers. At least he's holding up the army. But he's gonna lose everything he had there. Pizza is over 1,000 years old. And yet it still originates in New York City. You dropped smoking and drinking. That sounds like a better Red Bull, though. That sounds like a good experience. I definitely encourage not smoking. You dropped drink. I don't actually drink Red Bull. Maybe that's why they didn't ask me to cast, because they know I don't drink it. So double ranges for MBL, that has to hurt, losing all of your army in the feudal to castle transition. Stone Please will be adding in skirms, and no elite skirm yet, has Bodkin. But the knight has 1 armor, and without elite skirm, even with Bodkin, the feudal skirms will have to run away. And without elite skirm, the crossbows still could be deadly here. MBL behind this will add in 2 TCs, so both players have 3 TCs. You love skirms, they're cool and good. I love skirms too. That's what I learned from Smarthy back in the day. The skirmisher is the best unit in the game. Skirmishers and monks. That must be why Byzantines. I always thought Byzantines must have been my favorite civ as a child, because they had the amazing Constantinople city in the Barbarossa campaign. But maybe just childhood West realized that skirmishers and monks made for a strong combination. And I just had the intuition to tell me Byzantines were OP. Oh, and Timber Hogfondi. Hello, Timber. They were so cool in AOK, Cataphract's still the coolest unit. I agree. I learned from Ellie? No, I learned that well before I ever met Ellie.
Kid?
And Redanon, hello. Hello, good sir. And hello, Rilatan. Imagine not having Longbow as your favorite unit. Longbows might be the most hated unit for many people from the Age of Kings. If you have to play the Joan of Arc campaign, and each Longbow micros individually, and you're trying to run after them with knights. When in doubt, skirm it out. I'm pretty sure that existed since the early 2000s. I remember there was the old video on Zero Empire's channel where he casted a game of Doubt. It was 2v2, but his side was Byzantines against Goths. And he just made skirms. He typed in the chat, I'm gonna make 100,000 skirmishers, and then he made skirmishers. Then he won. Huskarl doesn't win if you have too many skirms. Hello, Miss Luna Rain. How was your most watched Twitch stream? Well, thank you. You're always in the YouTube chat, too. I know some people said that. Sometimes they watch on YouTube versus Twitch, so the stats might not necessarily reflect their watch habit. We'll need to somehow sum the stats together and give people their accurate watch time. Yeah, over the next maybe week or two, I know I have a lot of map scripting for TTL to do, but after that, hopefully I'm going to get back to YouTube editing. I have a couple of... I'm not sure what I want to do exactly for the YouTube, as I know in the past I'd done a lot of those really short analysis videos, and there's probably more of those I could do, but I feel like I've done most of the things I wanted to do there. And I might do more long-form video essays. They, by necessity, wouldn't be as tightly edited. But I think that could be a cool change of pace and have more in-depth discussion of various topics. As MBL takes the hill, wins the Mangonel Micro, and wins the game. I didn't even talk about the game, I was reading the chat. Clearly we need more pacifist campaigns. I want to do a couple pacifist campaigns, but I don't want to push it. I feel like I did what I wanted to do with the pacifist campaigns. I did AOK and AOC. There are a couple more things I want to try. There's an AOE1 campaign I really want to show off pacifist. I need to figure out how to beat it fully, though. It's because it is I think one of my favorite speedrun tricks in AOE1. So MBL wins there. He had a huge army advantage. It's really interesting to see that transition, where MBL lost his army but kept producing behind it, and ended up pulling ahead, even when he lost his army. You can see that big... we went from 16 to 14. Probably even lost more like 10 units there, but it produced a couple in the meanwhile. Then pulled ahead again. I had that economy gap to keep the production and make up for the losses. New campaigns are kind of a headache to pacify. I haven't actually... Now that they folded some of the older DLCs into the base game, I don't actually have any DLC. I have a content creator code for one of them, but for the Three Kingdoms. But I'm also hesitant to enter that code because I really don't want to play with the hero units or any of the Three Kingdom stuff if I random them in ranked. Alright, so there's MBL. MBL Stone, please, are playing again. We also have Mono Z40. Don't see Lewis on anymore. And cast another MBL game. Georgians, Burmese. He'll play with the Georgians with the buffed fortified churches. Yeah, I feel like I'm questioning what's happening. Because I think that I've heard we need more pacifism. I know everyone loves the pacifism. I don't want to overdo the pacifism. It's like you know how SpongeBob ripped his pants too many times? I don't want to do that with pacifism. Yeah, you gotta make sure we keep everything in balance. Uninstall the DLC if needed. I've heard that even if you uninstall it, you still random it. So I don't want to risk that. I think I also have some Age of Mythology DLC codes. Or I might just have access to it because I was in the content creator program. RPG type campaign things. Oh, this would be. Do y'all remember when T90 did the Four Swords campaign? It was him, Dave, and Will work for ice cream. That was freaking hilarious. I wish they'd finished that. That was amazing. I was so hyped for the story. Yeah, Maesty, I am actually, Maesty, I am waiting. I know you might be referring to the Gwendelgard series I did on my YouTube channel. Some of the old classic custom campaigns. There's supposed to be a sequel to that was due out in 2021, but is still being developed. That's going to be for the original AoE 2. I'll be playing that on the user patch. That's not even DE. It'll be nice to go back and have decent pathfinding. But that's made by Lord Bassa, who is the author of the Yadviga campaign, and also the Rajendra campaign. Don't know if he did anything else in DE, but he is a legend, and rightfully so. Yes. So, whenever the Shadows of Calparea actually is finished, oh my gosh, I'm gonna play that. One of my favorite YouTube videos is Lord Bassa put a bunch of hidden books, and you had to go around the map and scout around the map and find the books, and to walk over them and collect them, and then in your objectives panel, you'd have a whole bunch of text that was a story. Just this little Easter egg story. And I did one video where I spent 2 hours. There was 2 hours of text he wrote, and I read through all of them. That's one of my favorites. I said I was gonna do that, and then it took me maybe a year or 2 years, I don't know, since I finished the campaign, to get around finally to doing that. That's how many books there were. I did it every so often. There'd be a YouTube comment being like, "Hey, remember those books?" And I'd be like, "I'll remember those books. I'll get to it eventually." And I did. Same thing with that logarithms video. And hello, Brizzlin, how are you doing? How's the deathmatch going? That Michi PowerPoint you had a while ago, that was amazing. Gave me some good old memories of the HD days. But I'm very hyped for if there will be a continuation of Lord Bassa scenarios. I could probably go back onto AOK Heaven. Got a lot of death while matching. Gotta get you in one of those games. Yes. Well, once I finish all the TTL maps over the next couple weeks, hopefully I'll have more time for doing some gaming. If there were some tarnished death matches that you plan on casting, I'd be down to co-cast. If you want. Daisy taught me how to play deathmatch years ago, but I haven't played it in a long time. I need to get back into the groove of things. I did beat Mihai in a practice deathmatch game a couple of years ago. Yeah, Daisy did. Daisy's an expert. Daisy taught me, we played 8 games in a row, 1v1ing until I finally won a game against her. That was one of the most difficult sets of Age of Empires I've ever played. It was a lot of fun, though. So we'll have Feudal Age from both players, barracks at the front for stone, please. His gold is forward, but not nearly as forward as those KOTD golds would be. Will I make a pacifist Smurf account? I've been thinking of doing a pacifist account. Maybe one day. I think I want to do more pacifist campaigns first. I wasn't sure what the rule set should be. Should the pacifist account be me minimizing kills, and if I accidentally kill something, I keep going? Or should it be as soon as I kill something, I have to resign?
Okay.
I feel like I would need to do the former rather than the latter. How'd I win pacifist? Monks. Not even necessarily monks. You just make enough men-at-arms, make enough knights, destroy TCs. Kadoosh and go for TCs. I think there's actually a lot of ways you could win pacifist at a low enough elo. I have beaten the AI pacifist, even the barbarian AI back in the day. Barbarian AI was tough to do pacifist. Alright, see you later, Masty. Rams, only Rams. Garrisoned Rams. So, Burmese for Stone, please. Georgians for MBL. Georgians, they buffed the fortified churches, so they now cover an extra tile of area where they boost the economy. That was a change that made no sense to me at all. Even from a perspective of they felt that the early game Georgian win rate wasn't proper for low elos, they boosted their late game, not their early game. So MBL will take a fight on his wood line. A couple of spears there poking with a hill advantage. And there's a dead villager. There we go. Nice opening from Stone, please. They're getting a raid on the wood line. MBL forward with a few scouts, but not yet hitting anything. Daisy is awesome, yes. Yes. KOTD is not on the latest patch. Correct. But this year, this is our warm-up game. We're gonna have Gabi TaToH in about 30 minutes. I gotta warm up casting. I'll cast this, maybe make some more coffee, and then get into Gabi TaToH. I'm really looking forward to that. Church change was unnecessary. I mean, there were a couple changes that I think were unnecessary. Stuff like the Conquistador change, that I think was unnecessary. The church change, I think, is straight up bad. That one, I think there's a tendency to buff things that are already strong among the current development team, which I think is a poor way to go about balancing the game, because in some ways, but by making the unique stuff more unique, you make it less unique. That's maybe a weird thing to say, but if you make it so good that you want to go for it every single game, you lose the variety that you would otherwise get from a Civ that has lots of different options. And you run into the situation where, if you remember back in the Voobly days, everyone played Huns Wars. Even though Huns weren't the best Civ, Aztecs and Maya were the best Civs, but they were kind of straightforward to play, and you had the same gameplay almost every game if you were to play them over and over. Whereas Huns had more options. And you played Huns Wars because of the variety of openings and transitions that you could go with them. And the way some of the balances have gone, Turks get even stronger gold mining, Spanish now have better elite conquistadors, Armenians and Georgians have better warrior priests and churches, and you're buffing the things that are already strong. You're not just encouraging players to go for the things that are strong, you're more forcing them because they're so good. Yeah, I remember watching the old, if y'all remember the old Resonance 22 Break the Meta series, that was a showcase of things that are kind of niche in the game, but you find the right situation, and those things are still strong. And I think that's what gives AoE2 its charm, that there are options that are really strong, but you gotta be creative and you gotta find the right situation for them. And if you just take the strong stuff and make it stronger, you lose some of that creativity. and uniqueness of it. Same with them buffing donjons and sergeants constantly instead of addressing other Sicilian issues or boosting back the full Varks or their Jurchens bonus. Yeah, Exercept, hello Exercept, how you doing? That's a nice Dave emote you have. Oh, Michi PowerPoint you're asking about in the YouTube chat? Yeah, so, I don't know when it was. Brizzlin played a deathmatch on Michi with, what did you use, like 400 pop, 500 pop? That slowed down to a crawl. It was a slideshow, a PowerPoint presentation. You need Pikeman or Elite Skirm. Well, that's a weird thing though, right? Because that kind of eliminates some of the identity of the Civ. 1600 pop Michi games. I don't know why they're paused. Oh, we got a sorry go from MBL. Alright, we're good.
Yes.
It was 400 pop, starting with 50 vills, yeah, and massive stone and gold piles. Absolute bananas. And sometimes I think Microsoft just wants to use Age of Empires as an office advertisement by showing off PowerPoint. Sometimes I get that feeling. So we'll have... Ooh, I love the little flowers on the map. Those are cute. I like the flowers. Double ranges from Stone, please. Kind of awkward to play double ranges as the Burmese because you lack the second armor. Weirdly enough, the Civ with the good wood eco with the free upgrades also has a drawback to playing archers. That also comes back to the Elite Conquistador change. Here the Burmese have a weakness of going archers, even though in the Feudal Age they have a good eco bonus for it. They have all the upgrades in Feudal. But still going heavily for archers has a downside because they lack the thing that comes after the Feudal archers. They lack that armor upgrade. And even though Conquistadors weren't themselves directly touched, by buffing Elite Conquistador, you are indirectly buffing the Conquistador. It's in some ways like giving Spanish crossbows as even more extreme. Imagine if the Spanish had crossbow, then all of a sudden their archers get better. They were a great game where you won with Spanish archers in Castle Age versus Italians. That was fun. Nice. Italians are good archer civ. It's hard to win Spanish archers against them. Italians also a civ where you might even be tempted to go archers as the Spanish. The archery line itself from the Italians good enough that it gives them a counter to Conquistadors if they themselves can go archer skirm into a Genoese crossbow. If you try to be aggressive with archers, maybe that's a way of hitting them before the game gets to that stage. Bad micro doesn't make up for Genbo being a better unit. Genbo is one of the craziest units in the game. There are so many units that it counters. Genbo is absolutely insane. Also insane is Stone Please's micro in this fight. What a great fight that was for him. All of those archers pick off MBL's archers, take out the scouts, and now there are two little skirms just chasing them around. Armor's upgrade for archers. Armor's a great upgrade for the archers. If you're fighting... Or even better upgrade, though, for the skirms, if you're fighting archers. Skirms versus archers, I think armor is where armor is its most crucial. And Crimst, thank you for the follow. Also, we're getting very close to 15,000 followers. We're at 14,200. So all of the follows on Twitch. And also we're 100 away from 30k subs on YouTube. So any subs on YouTube or follows on Twitch, y'all are amazing. Like Crimst. Crimst, you're currently amazing. Well, Underearly, you'd love to see Aram buy this game. Honestly, Aram I feel like they would be pretty good against Georgians. Georgians maybe then go Cav archers. But if Georgians open knights or focus on their healing Cav line, Arambai usually are a good counter to melee Cav. They can shoot and run away and have enough damage that they'll overwhelm the Cav armor. Someone who pronounces your username correctly. Yes. It's a wild guess. And now the question is, do I actually remember how I said it? And will I be consistent? Don't get too far ahead of yourself. But it always warms my heart when I guess how to pronounce a name correctly. As I always say, if names look English, German, or Elvish, I have a chance at pronouncing them. Hello, Snack Fan. How you doing? And Castle Age on the way for MBL. T is for Travis. Yes, yes indeed. Not for Tristan, that's T90. Even though the T in T90 doesn't stand for Tristan. He's just named after some soccer cleats. Some good old Nike soccer cleats. Part Elvish confirmed. If only I were immortal, but alas, I'm not. Oh, we met in Miami. Nice, nice, nice. The Hidden Cup meetup. Nice. We need more USA meetups. Everyone playing Archer opening nowadays? So far on DE Arabia, I think the walledness of the map and how easy it is to wall most of the time lends itself towards archers. It was very refreshing to see the variety of strategies we saw in King of the Desert Arabia. I hope that continues throughout the event. Maybe it'll settle on a meta at some point. But that Hera Miguel set of double, triple stable scouts every game, oh, that was amazing. We've seen heavy scouts openings. We saw you pudding drushing every game. We saw Viper go for the Phosphoro Bengali's Naked FC. We've seen such a variety of strategies on one map. It's only the opening round, so it has honestly been refreshing casting the past couple of days. In the back of the back, here come the scouts, distracting the army at the front, and now the scouts get into the rear. For stone, please, but fortified church. And that'll shut down the aggression for MBL. So now, I saw a win rate graph of the Georgians that had the low point at 20 minutes. Now MBL is past that, and the longer it goes, the better his eco. And the eco will be extra better now at the fortified church, covering a much larger area. I don't do this full-time, I do it part-time, and I still do some freelance programming. We would need significantly more subs to, or YouTube memberships or Patreon or whatnot to do this full-time. But I've had a situation in life recently where I've been able to spend some time on it, which has been lovely. Recommendation for any particular one game or set? I really, as much as you would... the outcome of Hera Miguel was as one-sided as the outcome of this fight. I'd honestly recommend Hera versus Miguel if you enjoy scout play. That was, I think, a very entertaining set, despite maybe not being that close. If you want a close set, then you putting antagonist was pretty good. I need to go back. The hard thing about YouTube is that I need to go back and write timestamps in all the VODs for when the sets are. And going through a several-hour VOD and doing that is kind of exhausting at the end of a stream. So I'm going to try to get better at that as I go along. So lots of archers and skirms coming forward. And it will indeed be Georgian Cav archers for MBL. Might need to do a workshop, and he's doing that right now. Triple range Cav archers along with a workshop and some fortified churches. Crossbows and skirms shouldn't be able to do much eco damage with fortified churches going up. If anything, maybe making the churches slows down TCs a tiny bit. I don't think that'll be too big of an issue. Hera versus Lyri in Hidden Cup 5? Hera versus Lyri in Hidden Cup 5 was Hera won so fast that the pizza didn't even arrive. It was 4-0 when we were waiting around for the pizza to show up to the watch party. I make pacifist campaigns. I talked about this earlier. Maybe. I don't want to overdo it. I'm mostly a fan of the AOK and AOC campaigns. There are a couple of new campaigns I'll look at, but I don't want to force out videos. If I ever have a lot of time to edit, and I feel there's especially an AoE1 campaign I want to do. But I don't want to force them. Any sign of a university? Yes, right here. Thought there was a market for a second. University there for stone, please. Not for MBL, though. Unless, oh, there we go. It's under construction. University up there for MBL. So 3 TCs being added in first for stone, please, as he's taking a bit of a score lead. And archers into crossbows and elite skirm. Tricky to play as the Burmese, as we said. He lacks that armor upgrade. If he had armor, skirms become much more effective against cav archers. Right now, cav archers have 8 attack, and skirms only have 5 armor, so the cav archers still do 3 damage. Cutting that down from 3 to 2 is an absolutely huge change to the DPS. Oh, and Manganello for MBL, out of position. Ran down nicely by Stone Please. And the tricky thing for Stone Please is how does he do damage now that MBL, as the Georgians, has fortified churches? MBL still has 200 stone, and it feels like the difference between Georgians and other civs would be other civs are forced to do TCs. And as much as MBL started with the churches, he is going to fall behind now in villagers, down by 10 vills, because he was spending the wood not on TCs. Benevolent Ruler, where I don't let any of my units die. Ornlu did that for the Genghis Khan campaign. My worry about that is it's going to be too much time standing around healing. And my other worry is that the way to do that for many scenarios likely involves the same speedrun strategies that were done for the pacifist campaigns, and it might be a bit repetitive. I never have sat down and mapped out exactly what that would look like, but my initial thoughts are that it might look fairly similar to the pacifist campaigns, and if not, then it would look very boomy and defensive. I don't know how entertaining that would be. Of course, most of that does get edited out throughout the course of the videos, but I'm not sure if that's the best direction to take it. The Stone Please really needs to do damage. He is 3 TCs and 15 more vills. I think he's still on the timer where... Oh, there's a hole. Well, he might not have 15 more vills that much longer. But let's pretend there wasn't a hole there. And answer the question as posed. I think he still is on a timer even with a 20 villager lead against the Georgians, because the Georgians are an extremely strong late game civ. And with fortified churches, a 10% boost to everything, they have, and I think this is by far the best economy in the game in the long run. Yeah, Folvark farms probably outproduce them as far as food is concerned, but in general, between gold mining, farms, keeping villagers safe, collecting wood, fortified churches are crazy. 10% faster is insane as a boost for everything. MBL now taking a hill. And the lack of armor is still making this not the worst fight. You can see corpses now fertilizing the farms. As MBL, with the hill against the skirms, takes a great fight even with cav archers. Doesn't want to run the knights into the town center. But with cav archers atop the hill, will be able to win against the skirms. And that shows how much that lack of armor affects the Burmese in that fight. The cav archers, if there were an extra armor on that crossbow skirm army, I don't think MBL could camp this hill. He has his upgrades, of course. Now the cav archer's coming over, but every fight is with a hill bonus. And Stone Please is losing vills. Losing some vills. He's getting a bit of a counterattack. MBL not realizing this yet. Won't be too much damage though as soon as he does, and as soon as he garrisons, those scouts will be cleaned up. And still camping the hill. Hasn't even had to send reinforcements to the hill. Is able to hit the other side of Stone Please's eco. And now is down only 3 vills. And looking at the economy difference, Stone Please had 10 plus extra vills, but MBL an extra 1,000 res collected. All thanks to the boosts of those fortified churches. And now he found a spot in the middle of nowhere for that TC in this gorge. You're a fan of Armenians eco. Are you Armenians do have a good eco with their extra mule cart tech bonus? I don't think it's anywhere nearly as good as the Georgian eco in the long run, though. Yeah, Leary's the perennial number 2. Yeah, Viper's reign lasted a long time of number 2 players. He's had Leary, before that there was Yo, Riot, Jordan. Viper had to overcome doubt in his younger days. And there were quite a few players that Viper had to fend off throughout his dynasty. I don't think Hera's had quite that same level of competition outside of Leary that Viper had to deal with. No, you are Gorge? Where's Atomic? Atomic's lived in Ithaca before. Atomic is Gorge's. Oh, hello, Mountain Goat. How are you doing? Has Leary ever beaten Hera? Definitely there was a period where Leary was a much better player than Hera. But that period coincided with Viper still being better than Leary. Oh, maybe on one of the early Red Bulls. Didn't Leary win one of those? Or 2 of those? Before losing to Doubt. Let's push everything here. Everything goes down. RBW 2 and 4 beat Hera in finals, right. Beat Hera in quarterfinals of RBW 3, yep. And then lost to Doubt in the finals of RBW 3. Never forget about Doubt. I mean, think about this. There was a day when Viper was young. Now Viper is old. And you know who's been there the entire time? Doubt. Hera might be young now. Leary might be young now. But at some point, they will be old. And Doubt, like time, is eternal. That will always be there. So Imp on the way for both players. MBL will be up a bit faster. That Georgian's eco is still kicking in for him. Viper's time was full of PKE players, and they were all playing... I don't know if they were all playing full-time. But Viper's definitely lost a step. I don't think there's a question there. Yo, I guess, plays full-time. But he has a very different playstyle to everyone else. And he did beat Hera in Medieval Masters over the summer. So it's not like Hera's been untouched. Back during Viper's reign, we didn't have this system of segmenting tournaments to A tier, S tier, or whatnot. So you can't really compare the so-called S tier streak to anything Viper had done. I think the era comparison there is a weird one. Where if you then attach more prestige to some random events that we had in 2015, maybe Viper has different outcomes. Like there was an Arabia tournament, I think he had lost to Riot at some point. I know he had lost, I think, what, in 10 to 11 at best of 21 against Jordan. But you don't really attach the same significance to events like that as you would to S-tier events these days. Does time fly? I never really thought about that. I think, you know, did anyone else watch Star Trek The Next Generation? Remember that time where Data was boiling water to test the expression, does a watched pot, that a watched pot never boils, and he's like, oh, I came up with the same time every time. Maybe we should test that with time flying somehow. Maybe like a watched castle always goes down. Briefly when you throw your alarm clock out of the window. So anyway, oh, wait, the MBL goes up 2-0 on the ladder against Stone Please. There we go. TNG. We'll have to have a Star Trek discussion someday and nerd out. So, looking at the game, early lead in the military for Stone Please. And then he had a hole in the wall. The Cav Archers got back atop this hill. And then won a fight against Skirms, in large part, I think, because of the lack of that armor for the Burmese. But unfortunate hole between the house and the woodline, hard to see. But a hole nevertheless. You gotta check for those things. Leaving the PC for 5 minutes with MBL losing. Was he ever really losing, though? Was he ever really losing? Look at the economy. He is the Georgians. And the fortified churches are such a good early Castle Age addition to your economy, by boosting everything, providing defense, that I think you can get away with adding churches if your opponent adds TCs, and yeah, they'll get a Vil lead, but they're also spending food to get that Vil lead. And if you're spending 200 wood per church, think about that. 200 food worth of villagers is 4 Vils. And it takes a while for them to get that back. And since food at this point in the game is a wood investment into farms, into collecting food, food is a lot more expensive relatively than wood is usually. And the same thing for why you see those wood and gold unique units, such as the Rathas, be so effective compared to the food and gold ones like Mamluks, even compared to conquistadors in some situations, because of how much cheaper they are. And here MBL managed to take advantage of that hole in the wall, but also had a better economy, despite fewer Vils. But anyway, before I swap scenes, let me get my King of the Desert overlay set up. Do this in Capture Age. So this will KOTD. Oh, this KOTD ladder. Yeah. Capture Age didn't update my thing there. Okay, round to 64. There we go. Alright, so I am going... Yeah, exactly. He was behind in Vils, but still had a better eco because of the churches. That's what I tried to say. So I'm going... Oh, thank you, Mountain Goat AoE, for the sub. Thank you, Spinum, for the sub and making me think of data. Any chance to cast Sebastian? I am casting TaToH versus Gabi. I'm casting TaToH versus Gabi. I've been looking forward to this, and I'm going to enjoy casting it. So, I think I'm going to be back in just a minute. They should be drafting momentarily. I'm going to get myself another cup of coffee for this. And stay tuned, we're going to get started with TaToH and Gabi. Alright, coffee is a brewing right now. And I see a draft, so I'm going to open up the draft for us. They're just getting started. And we'll watch the draft while I get my coffee ready. One moment to set the draft up on my overlay. And show the draft. Boom. Alright, so some random bands followed by player bands. Let's go Gabi. I'm sure we have a lot of Gabi fans. I'm hoping for a good result from her. Yeah, I hope you all like the map draft. That's very crucial. So civs that are banned. Turks, Goths, Spanish, Lithuanians, Italians, Saracens, Celts, Khmer, Romans, Wei. And Chinese double banned, Mongols double banned, Shu double banned, Khitans double banned, and Persians and Huns banned separately. Well, look at how mirrored those bans are. Chinese, Mongols, Shu, and Khitans. Very close to having the same 5 civs banned. That's crazy. And first pick Inca for TaToH, Georgians for Gabi, and now I am glad that TaToH picked the Inca because that reminds me I need to change my patch to the previous patch, where they do not have their Eagle Warrior cost reverted to 20 food. We talked about changes in the patch I didn't like. That is one that I do like, reverting the Eagle Warrior cost. I was never a fan of that being changed in the first place. So back to previous live. Oh, but I need to close Capture Age. It won't update while Capture Age is open. Inca and Jurchens. And Jurchens will not have their Fire Lancer buff. That's another thing that surprised me, a Lancer buff. Byzantines for Gabi, let's go. Best civ in the game. Then Armenians, Vikings for TaToH. Which patch are they playing? The previous patch. Previous patch. Shu have not already been nerfed. The Shu is not yet on the other foot. Ooh, Portuguese kind of late in the draft. Britons and Vikings for TaToH. Vikings no thumb ring, so they've I think that Vikings have definitely fallen off from where they were. The entire tournament, just this round. I've never switched patches before. The only thing difficult about it is that you need a code to access the old one. And they don't like sharing the code publicly for some reason. Feel like I should change the backgrounds to reflect the tournament? I would love to do that if I had infinite time. Unfortunately, time is finite. Perhaps answering Spinham's question that yes, indeed it does fly. And Gabi wins, so they have to change the tournament's name? Maybe. There are apparently female kings throughout history. Like Jadwiga apparently was a Polish king and not a queen. Thought Mim said they switch in round of yes, this is the round of 64. Next round they swap patches to the one that was released yesterday. And Pavlolodon, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Malians and Koreans at the end of the draft, Teutons at the end of the draft. Those Teutons Koreans picks reminded me of African kingdoms. If you discover immortality, more so if you discover a way that I don't need to sleep, then I would do it. Alright, TaToH's got a lobby set up. Alright, I have my coffee brewing. Let me go grab my coffee real quick, and then we'll start this set. Looks like they're about to get started. Alright, coffee obtained. And just in time as they are launching. And here we go. KOTD6, round of 64. Gabi will be the red Hindustanis to the northwest, and TaToH will be the blue Armenians to the southwest. Pretty clear passage between the two of them, and as I've been saying, the difference between this map and DE's Arabia, I think the biggest difference is the distance between your starting resources and your town center. If you look at the range indicator, I think this is a good way of comparing. The berries would be maybe half the distance between where they are in the range indicator usually. Usually there's maybe 1 to 3 tiles between your berries and this range indicator. Now there's 6 or 7 tiles. And that makes the map far more open and aggressive and can make it more difficult to wall your resources. Hindustanis, Armenians, and we might indeed see a church rush. And reminder that this is played before the Warrior Priest change. There was a patch released yesterday where Warrior Priests were made cheaper. A patch that really confused me because, if anything, I thought Warrior Priests were extremely strong and should have been made more expensive. But the devs... I don't know. I don't really have anything to say there. There's no transition. It's just a change I don't understand. Gazelle being pushed in for TaToH. This map does have gazelles, and there are no chickens. Everything is a deer or gazelle. A bit of a change in their spawn, though, since they can spawn in single groups. Single groups and not together makes it a bit more difficult for you to scout and push all of them. They can also scout together, spawn together, but the single groups is one of the possibilities. I don't know if they ever behave like that IRL, gazelles or deers. This is one of the groups of the far non-player specific gazelles. I know nearby, whenever I have a neighbor who puts out reindeer decorations, there are a bunch of deer that huddle around and congregate near the reindeer, the fake reindeer. So I'd imagine herding is a natural part of their behavior. Bring her the chaos, Gabi. I'm very intrigued by Gabi's pick of the Koreans, because she has had a lot of success with towers. Not necessarily straight tower rushes, but mid to late game towers. Oh, look at that gazelle behind the wood line. And it's been a great reaction against arbalests, where if a player goes fast imp, you can use towers to defend against the arbalest play. And here's Gabi walling up towards her TC, bringing in her sheep, luring her next boar. And the struggle for her on this map will be gold. Again, the theme that resources are far from the TC. 1, 2, 3 golds all forward. At the very least, she has a stone in the back. Maybe she could pretend to be Saracens and use the market for a bit. Want a power creep reset with 30 civs nerfed? I think it would be a fun project to go back to AOC, go back to the AOC balance, and with the knowledge we've gained of all the balance changes, do a reset. Slowly add the civs back, but make them balanced to AOC levels instead of the power creep levels we have now. Gabi will be milling the berries, won't be skipping the mill. And Ronald Raccoon, thank you very much for the follow. Tower is being used for their intended defensive purposes. This is unbelievable. I know it is unbelievable. And I think this is a great map for that purpose, with how open it is. And we'll just look at the relic positions really quick. I'll put the mini-map on resource mode, and you see the bright white dots. Those are the relics. So it feels like one relic is safe in the back behind each player's base. One for Gabi, one for TaToH, and then 1, 2, 3 across the middle. And is there a chance of a church rush from TaToH? Well, he's opening with a barracks, and we'll be adding in militia now. So some type of men-at-arms opening from him. Maybe we'll see longswords from him. Late game Hindustanis at least will have Shatagni hand cannoneers as an option. +2 range for hand cannoneers should make them quite a counter to potential Farader's infantry from the Armenians with the extra HP. Oh, it also makes warrior priests heal faster. The HP for champions is the notable effect though, but I guess better warrior priests is nice too. Feudal swords, hello Jimmy. They're very close in forest, not very dense, but there are lots of forest far away from both. Yeah, that's true. Expanding to the forests will become critical. One thing to note about Arabia from AOC is there were cliffs everywhere. And I think there's probably more total, I haven't compared, but I think there will be more total wood on this map. Thanks to the absence of cliffs and the presence of forests to fill some of the vacuum created by the removal of cliffs. TaToH with 3 militia forward, doing a spear before clicking the man-at-arms upgrade. Wonders of being the Armenians, you can add that spear in the Dark Age. Gabi, ooh. Was thinking TaToH might try to dive that. That's always a big risk. If you do get through the TC and dive that fast enough, you do incredible amounts of damage to the woodline. But if you try to dive, you run the risk of being quick-walled. And there are vills underneath the TC, so it would be a very quick garrison-ungarrison house. And I think Gabi can pull that off. I trust in her micro. And she'll have to repair that palisade. And she will keep scouting. And this is a very defensive game for Gabi so far. Will build a tower on her gold. Not typically her playstyle, but maybe forced into it by the map spawn. Hello, zoom out. How are you doing? Yeah, the straggler tree there definitely would help the quick wall. One house. Or even here. However she wanted to do it. Good pressure from the men-at-arms, though. Forcing the house, and I think the Vil still could gather that bush diagonally. But we'll force some awkward walling from her, for sure, and restrict her ability to collect from the berries. And she also went for a very early tower on the gold, and with how far forward it is, that feels like a great idea. Won't be able to sell stone, but with how open the map is, you gotta do what you can to defend. Why don't we see Mongolia ever? So many cliffs on the map make it very awkward to play. It can be a fun map, but from a scripting perspective, the map scripter has very little control over the cliff locations, and people have done a lot of changes to tournament maps with forest spawns and object spawns to try to make them more balanced and more fair while still maintaining a good bit of randomness, and you don't really have that same level of control over cliffs. And I think it would be tricky to get a version for tournaments that was acceptable for players compared to map standards of most maps today. Our cliffs, as far as attack bonuses go, are one-directional hills. So if you're above the cliff and attack down, you get a bonus. If you're below and attack up, there is no penalty. Gabi adding in farms, doing fletching herself, archer skirm mixture to defend, and TaToH did force a couple of panic houses. Other than that, wasn't able to get too much damage with the men-at-arms, but they will survive for late feudal, still to be effective against skirms. And he is adding, so far, only skirms. Yeah, as Seven Polar says, they give the attack bonus, but they don't give any penalty. Longsword hype? Ooh. Feels like things have stalemated to the point we might not see the longswords. Line goes down. And Gabi has a nice wall in front of the tower, so you wouldn't even be trying to do longswords to dive that. And the tower also mostly defends the range. Unfortunate ungarrison for the skirmisher there. TaToH doesn't have a great area to attack the range from. He can destroy the barracks and then go for the range from the side. And now Gabi has a double layer of house walls. Has to be careful in case there's a hole between those two houses, but she's probably checked that. I'll twist on my only skirms. Hey, you can follow my Instagram. Anyway, padded archer armor for Gabi. going to invest into the armor for the skirmishers. And she's trying to loop around the back of the back. We'll have to run into a lion. But then maybe he can get into TaToH's wood line. She does have fletching, and does have 3 archers added in, as long as the lion doesn't go for the archer. Socials, they're all linked beneath the stream. We can use like exclamation mark Instagram or exclamation mark YouTube individually. Maybe I should make a socials command. Oh, thank you for the dance emotes, Epic Sea Dragon. So TaToH doing armor, and TaToH so far has not seen this. Gabi is completely walled at home, and out of the shadows, she will strike and kill a farm. Let's go, 60 wood down the drain. TaToH hasn't noticed, and she'll be causing some chaos in the back of TaToH's base. TaToH does at least have a skirm or 2, and ooh, that Vil doesn't go down right away. Oh, this is if that were AOC, the Vil would have died. And gets walled out. That is unfortunate. But at least she killed the farm. That's some wood down the drain. And TaToH gets skirms over in time to deal with it. Nice idle time, though, at least on the attack. TaToH will try to wall that out, not in time. This is where you're not even really looking to kill Vils, you're more looking to idle them. That in itself is dangerous. And oh, longsword upgrade for TaToH. Where are his longs? He doesn't have any right now. He lost them at the front, looks like. Probably to Gabi's skirms. Gabi with a KD lead right now. At least he'll have 1 Vil kill. Not sure where that came from, but she will lure some of TaToH's skirms away. Longsword in feudal armor for TaToH as he adds in a second barracks. I have seen feudal skirms be numerous enough that they can deal with longswords. And Gabi will be up to the castle age, also adding in a market and adding in more archers. And Moletta Dezu, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Thank you for the support. Gabi was robbed. If I need to make that video about how projectiles are less accurate in DE than they are in AOC, because that is a prime example of a Vil that would have died in AOC, but lives in DE. And where is TaToH going? He is going to do fortified churches. He's gonna maybe a tower at first, but there are definitely gonna be fortified churches here. And so many skirms that the archers won't be able to defend this. Gabi will prioritize killing the scout, and she'll be adding in a tower of her own. And being up fast enough, maybe we'll be in a position that she could deny potential fortified churches. Longswords will go for the tower. Okay, this is gonna be a very difficult to micro fight for Gabi. And she wants to be forward attacking this tower. It is great that she has 2 towers up. She needs 2 towers to be able to deal with the longsword. She's going to try to wall the Vils in, has 3 of them walled in, to try to attack the tower. Vils will lose some HP to the skirms, but they are only skirms. Tower here going down. That tower needs some repairs, and the Vils, can they run? Longswords attacking the tower. They are underneath more tower fire. TaToH going full feudal age longswords now. Could he lose this tower? This is a tricky one. Gabi's probably going to lose her next tower, and TaToH taking this moment of aggression to try to control the golds. And he will be stonewalling the other gold at the same time. Gabi, realizing she's losing some map control, will move out towards it. Has the mining camp there, but might need to destroy some stone walls. TaToH's has some stone walls as TaToH's doing some laming. And as I said early on, see, Gabi's going to lose that tower, but she does have stone in the back. And she does have a market, so if she wants to play Saracens and sell, maybe she can. TaToH forward, continuing to pressure with the longswords, but his tower goes down. Letting that tower go down, he was out of stone, so we can't repair, but Gabi's gonna lose some Vils to the longswords here. She's gonna get crossbow and bodkin, but the Vils go down. That's now a 9-3 KD. I guess TaToH must have lost the Vil to a lion somewhere. There's no possibility of 2 early knights to kill the longswords. Well, there are. Oh, that gold, the lamed gold. There will be crossbows though, and crossbows should be able to deal with this, but Gabi will have to use the market to keep making them. Nothing that TaToH has here can really kill crossbows, and he is a long way away from clicking up. I feel like Gabi can simply go crossbow now, and there won't be much TaToH can do other than going full skirm. A full feudal skirm should lose to crossbows. They don't have the range, and they have so low pierce armor the crossbows will kill them anyway. This is the type of game where Gabi can thrive in the chaos, but also a big risk for her. The overall KD is equal, but TaToH has a much larger economy, both by virtue of staying feudal and by virtue of killing all those vills in the tower fight. Gabi will have to wall up to keep the palisade wall secure, and she will move forward and force TaToH off of that wood line, forging on the way for TaToH. Gabi, you can see maybe the Vill's running back to the gold. She's going to hoover around the back of the base and do what she can to idle another low HP Vill. That doesn't go down, thanks DE. I'll need to feature this game in that video if I ever can get around to making it. And repairs for Gabi as she gets crossbows out, and the more crossbows she has, the better she'll be able to deal with the longswords. And she still is an age up. TaToH does not have horse collar for his farms. And TaToH still trying to fight feudal skirm against crossbow. That is difficult. That is really difficult. There's now if you're Gabi, your question is how do you? Oh, the longswords are broken in, but enough crossbows I think they can deal with the longswords. Gabi has to micro in 2 places at once. And the longsword's going down. TaToH has to micro in 2 places at once. TaToH's gonna run into the TC. TaToH running into the TC. At the same time, he's trying to get us around on the crossbows, but the skirms can't get too much damage done. Feudal skirms, longsword's going down. This is how you use the feudal skirms. You have to jump the crossbows and prevent them from using their range advantage. But this entire time, both players microing like crazy. Gabi's able to reclaim that gold in the front. Has a few idle vills after the raid. They need to get back to work. And overall, TaToH with a better res collected score, thanks to having more vills. 15 vill lead, around 5 or 6 of that will disappear in the castle age timing. But in that fight, he's managed to force Gabi to fight the skirms, and that's allowed him to keep the vills alive. At the same time though, Gabi, still with a military advantage, can come forward with another round of crossbows and take another good fight. She's sending vills forward and is getting ready to tower. Gabi could get a workshop and then potentially a nasty tower on the gold. If she can get some scorpions added into this army, ooh, that's going to be crazy. Going to be absolutely crazy. Oh, what is this Discord notification I'm getting? Alright, so crossbows coming over, workshop on the way for Gabi. And it will be a defensive tower for TaToH, but we talked about how far forward Gabi's golds are. TaToH will be in luck with a back gold, and as the Armenians can run a mule cart towards it, and he has indeed scouted it, Now TaToH with more forward pressure with that tower, we'll lose a few more longswords. Gabi overall 61 to 43 KD. TaToH forced off the gold, but a mangonel on the way, that'll help deal with the tower. It's only a feudal age watchtower. I'm tempted to say Gabi should wait for 2 mangonels here, but she also wants to force TaToH off the gold as fast as possible and send the vills to repair the mangonel. So that mangonel should be able to take out the tower, especially if a second can come on the way. TaToH actually ahead in military right now. Gabi needs to defend the gold. She has 5 crossbows there, so that should be okay. She's going to try to do another defensive tower. Doesn't have the economy get a TC up. A TC on that gold would be crazy. And right now, they are both forward in each other's base. This is an amazing game. Tower desperately going up. That Vill difference is closing. Gabi finally getting a few kills. Has to be careful with her crossbows, though. The skirms are going to take out a lot of crossbows there. They need to run back to the safety of the TC. But as long as they're around to deal with the longswords, it's okay. She's going to turn and try to fight the crossbows again. TaToH's going to lose a lot of vills if he has to commit to repairing that tower. This is where if Gabi had a second mangonel, the tower would be guaranteed to go down. It can be tricky to hit the repair vills at the same time. She's going to think about diving. And don't mangonel your own crossbows. Okay, she's going to get away. Losing a few crossbows in the process, though. And that's a lot of skirms. If there's a way she could ever get a mangonel back to her base to defend, that would certainly help. She still has a score lead. And I feel like the res collected difference hasn't been too much. TaToH is simply going to go for that back gold. He's worried about losing the front one. I think Gabi just needs to defend at this point. I think she's caused enough damage that now, by the time TaToH clicks up, he's not going to have a Vill advantage. And she needs to make sure that the skirms don't wreak havoc in her economy. That's enough feudal skirms that they can be dangerous. And this is, as much as she has a KD lead, it's really tricky to micro the crossbows against the skirms. Crossbows are better, but harder to micro. And if you just walk into like this is the opposite of what you want to be doing, because she's also microing at the front and trying to use the mangonel. And there's so much going on at the same time. Oh, this is amazing. And TaToH forced back enough crossbows at home to defend. TaToH, if he ever gets up to the next stage and does Elite Skirm, that'd be one thing. He's floating a ton of wood, but still doesn't even have Horse Collar on his farms, and now has to defend the TC. If he has to spend wood defending the TC, that would be rough. Longsword's coming around, nice quick wall from Gabi, needs to make sure she doesn't lose a mangonel for free, coming from the workshop. Remember, Hindustanis don't have knights, so not a great immediate way to clean up skirms. And definitely does not have the eco to make a light cap transition. I wonder if mangonels are too expensive and she'd be better off going for scorpions. Longsword's gonna get on top of one mangonel now, and that's a mangonel down. Another mangonel losing to longswords. Can this one get a shot off? Those longswords are speedy, but it'll be a lot of dead army for TaToH. Risked it to kill the mangonel. Did destroy the mangonel, but TaToH with Vils in that tower. If Gabi could rush those towers down with Vils, needs to pull back from the gold now, and it's only a 3 Vil difference, so that is less than the Castle Age difference in villagers now. TaToH reclaiming that front gold, crossbows still fighting the skirms. They have their second armor, which makes a huge difference. If there's ever a way Gabi could get ballistics, that'd be crazy. Oh, she has a castle! That's what having stone in the back of your base does. She needs to repair that wall maybe, but now she has a castle. That'll be right on TaToH's face. This is not a chicken castle. Don't mangonel your own castle. But they removed all chickens from this map, and we see that right here with the castle positioning. Yeah, TaToH adding towers. She will add a castle. That'll be right on TaToH's TC. Remember, he is still feudal. He can't add additional TCs. He will delete the TC and run away back to a wood line. Imagine she deletes the castle and chases now. But now it'll be Ghulams that can hoover around, and Ghulams, she might need to do her infantry armors and might need to do squires. But they should be able to deal with skirms if she can get out even just a couple Ghulams. They don't want to fight the longswords, but they're fast enough they don't have to. TaToH could lose some Vils on that wood line. The mangonel again going for the tower. Gabi with a villager lead now. Crossbows will massacre the Vils as they try to construct the tower. They'll have to dodge the arrows and get away, but the tower on that gold will go down. Gabi will build a TC on TaToH's starting TC location. TaToH deletes the farm so they don't get stolen. He deletes his second TC location to rebuild it even farther away. And I think Gabi's gonna win this game. She's now up by 8 Vils. And Bekuzego Dai, thank you very much for the follow. TaToH's still with a lot of skirms. But there is the Ghulam. And I think, actually, Gabi only needs 1 armor. And then the skirms with 5 attack and feudal. Actually, does she even need any armor? She doesn't even need any armor on the Ghulam. She just needs squires. The skirms will do 1 damage. She just needs squires, and the Ghulams hoover around and kill the skirms. So she did manage to rewall. Has to repair a house against skirms. You don't see that all the time. But there's the GG from TaToH, and Gabi does it. She goes up 1-0. What a crazy game that was. But that is also Gabi's playstyle. You watch any game from her, and she is everywhere on the map with small groups of archers, towers. This is right in her wheelhouse. It's like, what did chat say last week? It's like Galadriel if she took the ring. And look at that, 124 to 70 KD. 69 kills, not nice enough for TaToH. He even had more res collected by the end, but not enough, and Gabi goes up 1-0 over TaToH. Let's go. Let's check off the draft, check off the maps. So win for Gabi. And that was Hindustanis over Armenians. And again, apologies for the ads on Twitch, just trying to keep them between the games so we don't have them during the games. they're hosting the next lobby. Let's do this. Now, TaToH's not one to go down without a fight, but that is a great start to the set. Feels like he should have lost 10 minutes ago. That was crazy, and he did a ton of damage with those Feudal Age longswords too, but not quite enough. The lame on that gold from TaToH as part of the strat to control all 3-4 golds was great. Gabi just managed to get enough crossbows out. If he controls the gold a bit more and stops her getting crossbows, he wins the game. Having that stone in the back of her base to keep doing towers was clutch for her too. I mean, game number 1, you don't really know what civ your opponent's gonna pick. You just kind of happen into that matchup. And you have to play what you have. When you get later on into the set, especially if it goes 5 games and you don't have as many civs left, you can try to pick which matchup you have. All the people I talk to about AoE say the game gets too many updates. I agree with that. Lumias. Fortunately, I don't speak the language and can't understand your message, but there's a Gabi in there, so I'm going to assume it says, let's go Gabi. TaToH likes to stay 1 age down and fight more than any other pro that I've seen. Seems like it works like 1 in 10 times, too. He has his Feudal Voy account that he's used to, right? I think we have the right balance of updates between 2000 and 2013. I'm okay with updates, but I feel like I enjoy DE the most when we have a period without updates. Mostly because I'm afraid of updates breaking things. But, yeah. I could do with fewer updates myself. I've over 10,000 hours playing this game, and I cast it almost every day, and I still have no idea what the tech tree is now. So, game number 2. Guess what map they picked? Oh, it's Arabia. And it will be Vietnamese for Gabi and Slavs for TaToH. Interesting. I mean, I think the user patch days were great because it was focused on feature development and not on gameplay changes. Which Arabia version? This KOTD version. I have to say, I am liking this KOTD version. There are definitely a few things I would do differently myself. But in general, the keeping everything farther from the TC setup has really paid off nicely. And I like that. I like the type of map we saw in the previous game, where it's open enough for both players that it feels like you're playing Arabia. And I don't know if you heard the answer during the ad. deaKer? Not sure how to play it, how to say it. But I don't think Gabi picked that Civ matchup specifically as a counter because it was the first game of the set. But later on in the set, I'd expect to see Civ picking for matchups as we run out of Civs. I liked Hera's recent suggestion for Arabia. What was his recent suggestion? I still think the map, if we take a close look at the map, you will have Gabi as the red Vietnamese to the west and TaToH as the blue Slavs to the east. The map is set up in order to get the per player forests. Per player forests are really jank, but it generates hills separately on the area by the forests. If you zoom out, you can roughly see how there's a circle of terrain around each player that contains their starting forests. And you see here, this is a good example. This forest is sandwiched between the cliff and the circle where the player base is. Same here, this one against the edge of the map, pushed away from where the player base is located. And then you get to the hills in the middle, where the player bases encompass so much of the map that the elevation that avoids the player bases ends up forced into the middle. And this is the one thing that... there are a few small things on Arabia, but the one thing that I think needs to be changed is that the elevation shouldn't be split into per player elevation and global elevation, but actually needs to allow a hill like this to flow, so it extends into the player base. And you don't have this separation where there's a clear valley. No matter how high the hills are, there's going to be a clear circular valley around every single map. You can see it here between a player hill and a global hill that spawns on the side. And there are ways to do it, but it's really tricky to do it consistently and never have a bugged map. But it requires using terrain generation to place forests instead of land generation. You think KOTD Arabia is a relief? But other than the hills, which I think are still problematic, I've really liked the placement of resources farther from the TC. Especially, the stone is super far from the TC. Maybe that's a bit extreme. The stone is basically at the second gold level. But it's worked out, and I've liked it. Stone being that far, in some ways, discourages the Phosphoro FC play or a Tower Rush play. But that game we just saw, Feudal Longswords versus Defense and Adapt from Gabi into the crossbows, was brilliant. I feel like every single game I've watched here has been a different playstyle, from double, triple stable scouts to the naked Phosphoros to very early drushes. I don't know if we're gonna see a meta develop, but I've enjoyed it so far. And Vietnamese Slavs, a matchup where naively I feel like I want to favor the Vietnamese, and Gabi will have a nice wall off to the edge of the map. Question is, how does she protect the rest of her base? She could ignore the gold, go to the TC, wall from the TC to the edge, and then have, honestly, a ridiculously safe map with a gold and a stone and a wood line all in the back. This is... If I saw this map in AOC, I'd say this is a Drush FC map. And she's doing a mill on the berries. TaToH's map, I think, will be harder to wall, but same thing, he does have a gold and a stone in the back, and his main gold isn't even that exposed if he can use this wood line to wall. Walling between those two wood lines is big, but still possible. Tiny bit to wall on the edge of the map, too. The berries, okay, good luck with the berries. Those are super exposed. Vietnamese over Slavs. My thoughts about Slavs, and this is mostly influenced from having watched Hera versus Miguel, where they went double stable scouts or triple stable scouts every game, is that they have a really good farming eco for pumping out scouts in Feudal. But I don't know if that's the same type of eco you'd get from, say, the Khitans, or even the Khmer going for a similar strategy. If it gets late game, I do really like the Vietnamese late game over the Slavs. I don't think there's a question there. I'd prefer Vietnamese. Having bombard cannon to deal with the Slavic siege. Yeah, what is it? Siege workshop units cost minus 15%, but you're probably not going to go too heavy into siege against the bombard cannon civ in a 1v1 on Arabia. And it's expensive and tricky to use. And then you get to the fact that Vietnamese now have fire lancers, which are crazy. Why do their fire lancers have 20% HP? They're not from the archery range. I don't know. But they have that bonus. Harris spoke about how getting to CA for knights isn't that good now since there's no feudal armies. Love how much feudal we get to see. What do you mean getting to CA for knights isn't that good now? Gabi doing a gate in front and looks like she's gonna try to be fully walled. TaToH will scout that, doing a barracks now. And this feels like the opposite of Gabi's normal playstyle. Very defensive. Very defensive. And adding in a stable. So standard scouts opening. Pretty good eco for it. Vietnamese already getting their eco upgrades. Horse collar for clean farming eco will be great. TaToH doing that as well. Hello, Martin. And scouts opening for both of them. TaToH will be farming using the Slavs bonus, and also getting a bit of population space from the barracks and the stable, so he saved a bit of wood. But Gabi also saving wood by virtue of being the Vietnamese, and economic upgrades cost no wood. And TaToH hasn't been able to scout her base, but he can see the stone and gold and main gold that are all forward. And based on the fact he can't see other resources, he'll know that the gold and stone are in the back. Also, speaking of relics, let's just take a quick look at the relics. This map can have between 5 and 7 relics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 has all 7 this game. So Gabi giving up the map control with all those relics could let TaToH get a nice eco boost. He has one relic very safe in the back. And if you give TaToH 7 relics, yeah, there are Civ matchups where you could still win. That becomes really difficult. What do you mean by plus 0.5 Civ bonuses? The Fire Lancer addition and buff for the Vietnamese was weird. When they gave Fire Lancers to the Chinese at least lost camels as a compensation. The Vietnamese, I don't think they lost anything. I think they just got an OP unit with an amazing bonus for it for free. A unit that counters some of their weaknesses pretty well. One of them being Eagle Warriors. The Maya Vietnamese matchup is now much stronger for the Vietnamese. They lost backed? That's true. Okay, spear coming forward for Gabi, poking the lion. Slavs will have slightly more res collected. Yeah, they do farm faster. There's a nice eco bonus. Lion goes down, and TaToH looks to wall fully. Alright, so maybe TaToH gives up some map control. Gabi, don't think you can really fight Vils here. I think you need to keep as much HP on your scouts as possible. You're just forward to Hoover. And maybe you'll find an opportunity to hit a walling Vil. But you need Vils to be isolated. And as long as TaToH chases... Yo, right there. That'd be the opportunity, but nice job from TaToH using the spear to defend. In the right position, and Gabi's just gonna have to run away. So not much damage for either of them. And they both will be fully walled. TaToH, a bit more of the map walled. Now he's going to have his main gold and his main stone and a second gold inside all of his walls. But still a Civ matchup where I feel if they're playing evenly and they're both walling, that the Vietnamese should be favored. Just do like 5 versions at once and see what's broken. You see, that is where you need to realize that the game industry has a problem in that they view their users as their QA team. And I can't imagine the horrors of that type of release when I worked on healthcare software. And it's not just an Age of Empires problem so much as Age of Empires does exhibit the problem. Gabi took game 1. Is that expected? Well, I think TaToH's still the heavy favorite, but Gabi has been training. I know she has been training like crazy. I'm expecting a 3-2. Hello there. And maybe we should be expecting a 3-0 Gabi win. Based solely on the fact I like Vietnamese in the Civ matchup. I think she's at a good chance to go up 2-0. We did see a reverse sweep so far. Vanilla Donut calling it 3-0 for Gabi. We did see Lewis reverse sweeping against Lix yesterday, so I think there are good potentials for reverse sweep. No, reverse sweeps. And nice job from Gabi luring the spears into the lion. And oh, she went for an archer follow-up. We'll have to micro here. Doesn't have fletching on the archers and didn't send a spear with them. So I think the first mistake of the game here from Gabi, not having the archers escorted. Both players clicking up to the castle age. Oh, she only loses one archer there. Now we'll come forward with some scouts. And has a nice castle age timing to get archers forward and pressure the walls, while also being forward with scouts. Is the music a bit loud? It's the same as I usually have it. Turn it down. If I turn it down, it's gonna reset the timing or the music playlist though. Does he have a hole between his barracks and his woodline? No, he does not. Something behind the barracks. You look through that little hole in the wall, and you'll see a tree. Same thing, Gabi trying to use the archers, but TaToH going heavy for the scouts, and Gabi a bit out of position, I think. Picks off a low HP scout, but we'll lose her archers there. But TaToH staying heavy on the stable, adding in a few more spears, not going for an archer transition. Gabi did go for the archers, but lost all of them, doesn't have fletching yet. Bloodlines for TaToH. Vietnamese can match that with bloodlines of their own, and Gabi will do so. And that's the trade-off of trying to be aggressive, where she could have 7 archers to turn into crossbows now, and then have a way to deal with the spears, but instead she will have to keep running away from the spears. Gabi did take game 1, yes. Now TC going up for TaToH, and some repairs on the wall here from Gabi. Scouts trying to break through. TC going up. Gabi does Bowsaw. Vietnamese, remember, cheaper eco upgrades. Bodkin arrow on the way, and Vietnamese cav archers. The cav archer, something I think the Slavs can struggle against. We'll have husbandry for TaToH, as he goes for light cav and adds in 2 TCs of his own. Doesn't have a way to break in. Archers over the wall, and this is what Gabi wants. Archers on the spears. There we go, archers on the spears, and that means her scouts maintain their effectiveness if the spears are weakened. Monastery for TaToH, and I think he recognizes the number of relics on the map. He definitely sees all 7 relics, and he'll start most likely by grabbing that relic in the back of his base. Gabi, 1 range, 2 range CA, husbandry on the way, not going full CA, and we'll see if she decides to do a 3rd TC. Possible locations are back between the stone and the wood line, maybe over here on another wood line, or forward in front of the gold as defense. And I think she's going to go forward in front of the gold. What she sees here as she sees a knight from TaToH is that TaToH is worried about cleaning up her forward army. And, oh, okay, forward on a stone. That is very far forward. But she wants to break out of her walls, doesn't want to get trapped. But she sees that TaToH is dealing with her army at the front, and that gives her some time to put TCs up and some safety where TaToH won't have his army forward. I feel like Castle Age makes architecture look worse. Don't think, maybe. Depends on the civ. I always felt that for the Middle Eastern architecture. Middle Eastern feudal architecture was my favorite in the game growing up. Another reason I like the Byzantines. Do we expect Rattans or Imp Skirm anytime? In a 1v1, yes, you almost always expect that from the Vietnamese. Especially the Imp Skirms. Imp Skirm will be great against Slavs if they want to go Halb. You're in a situation as Vietnamese, you end up going Halb Imp Skirm against Halb Hussar from the Slavs. And I feel like the Imp Skirms give you a great advantage in that matchup. Akbar mission? You weren't feudal though. You started in the Imperial Age there, right? Yeah, you did. That was the Wonder mission. I do like their feudal age regardless. Scorpion for TaToH, and yes, that's what you have to do as Slavs against cav archers. How effective will the Scorpion defense be? Both players on 3 TCs, TaToH got us up a bit sooner, so he has a slight villager advantage. Res collected still similar for both players. Gabi could just fight this, maybe. Yeah, that's tricky. With a monk and 2 scorpions. If she had a hill, I think she fights that. If she had ballistics, maybe she fights that, but it has to get back now. Yeah, now you started in Imp. And okay, forward workshop, let's go. Wheelbarrow Town Watch on the way. She has heavy plow, doing all those upgrades. Now has to be careful and make sure that TaToH doesn't spot the workshop. If he spots it, he can maybe stop it from going up. This cav archer now has to run. I wouldn't run back, I'd run forward with it, yeah. Yeah, the workshop's up, the villas can go back now. It has what she needed. TaToH fully walled, no weak spot here, I think. And now also the cheap handcart for the Vietnamese will be a great eco upgrade. So TaToH has wheelbarrow, but no heavy plow. And res collected, slight lead for TaToH. He will still have that farming bonus. That is a wonderful square around the farm that's on the hill. He's going heavy for the scorpions. Now, Castle Age, I think the Vietnamese, yeah, they kind of forced into mangonels against scorpions. And remember, Slavs will have good monks. They can do redemption and convert mangonels. So I think TaToH's good to defend so far. And he does have 3 relics. He does have 3 relics. That'll be a monk going down. Scorpions, remember, have an attack bonus against elephants. If Rizlin's still in the chat, I'm sure she's seen lots of elephants in deathmatch. Elephant scorpions. Okay, Cav Archers pick off the mangonel, and they will pick off another scorpion. Mangonel got a good shot earlier. And the Cav Archers are just going to bypass the scorpions and run in. Okay, this is aggressive from Gabi. But if she had ballistic, she'd kill 7 villagers. She doesn't have it. Can she still kill villagers? 1, 2. Okay, are the Vills going down? TaToH trying to get us around. She is sacrificing army to kill Vills. And, okay, the Scorpion's coming from the rear. She'll have to run away. I feel like those Cav Archers weren't targeting everything perfectly, but she still has room to hoover, and she's keeping the Knights on this side of the map. Other Knights coming forward, and now she has to micro in multiple spots. But I think she'll win this fight. Did a Knight and Cav Archer on both sides get converted? Maybe. Forward University. That's a dangerous spot to go to school. Oh, Gabi could snipe farms if she gets over there. Now she's finally going to lose those Cav Archers. Did do a good bit of damage with them. I think she needs to delete that university and rebuild it at home. There, no ballistics. If she had ballistics, I think that's a much better raid, but didn't have it at the time. Does it show relics collected? Right here. TaToH has 3 relics down here in the bottom right. It's the blurred icon below the minimap. I don't even know. Resources left. That's just a silly subscription service thing. And Gabi's floating a bit of wood. TaToH with that farm bonus, though. Ahead in res collected so far, and he's pushing forward. And she did lose a lot of army in that push forward. Is there a hole here? I don't think so. Is there a hole here? The Cav Archers get in there? That I don't know. She's going to lose that forward workshop and get up a castle. I still feel long-term Vietnamese are the better civ. And she's going to start collecting relics. Has 1 herself. We'll get a second. TaToH with 4. So it looks like it'll be 4-2 with the final relic on TaToH's side. So maybe 5-2 relics for TaToH. And now handcart on the way. But she is falling behind by about 2,000 resources. And TaToH getting to a good Cav Archer Scorpion mass. As he is sending Vills forward. And maybe we'll think about getting a castle in the middle of the map. There's Thumbring for Gabi. Thumbring, and she doesn't have armor on the CA. That hurts too with how she dove. If she's gonna keep fighting, I'd want that. TaToH sending Vills forward. He wants a castle. Does he have the numbers? Oh, he wants a castle right on that gold. Gabi lined up for the Scorpions. Sending the Vills forward. Who wins this fight? This is a do-or-die fight. What is that castle for TaToH? He's gonna go on the hill. I think the hill is the safe spot. He's losing some knights to the CA. He's losing scorpions to the castle. He's losing scorpions to the castle. If Gabi notices that, she can destroy those scorpions right away. He's gonna get the castle. Oh, he's losing scorpions to the castle. TaToH lost all the scorpions. Gabi's not gonna fight that, but losing the scorpions is huge. Oh, that was a good fight for TaToH until he ran the scorpions into the castle. Who's closer to Imp? TaToH clicks up right now. And maybe the eco for an early Treb fight will be enough for him. Looks like he manages to get in through an overchop or through destroying houses on the left, but he will get in only to be faced with Cav Archers. Ballistics now on the way for Gabi. And feels like she didn't get enough damage done with that forward workshop. She does have 100 vills and can use the market to click up whenever she wants. Might need... Oh, no, she had the workshop earlier. Okay, doesn't need a second feudal castle building. There she goes, up to Imp. But TaToH will be about a minute faster. But now you're in the situation where Gabi can do Bombard Cannon. And TaToH will have the cheaper castles as the Slavs. He'll have detonates. So this is all about the early Imp castle fight now. And if I'm TaToH, this might sound weird, but I think the first Treb needs to destroy the university instead of the castle just to delay chemistry. Gabi will add in a range. Can you build a second castle to deny gold? Maybe not with all the cav archers there now. And the problem is TaToH now can hit both sides of the map. He has so much map presence with that castle. Gabi needs to keep her army here to defend the gold, and TaToH can swing around the other side. Gabi housed a bit. Well, a nice kill there, and it's only a 7 difference, and still a Civ matchup where I feel like in the long run I still favor the Vietnamese. But Gabi has to be careful with her vills, and as I said, her army not in position to defend both sides of her base right now. Oh, if she could get those vills, that would be crazy. TaToH has to run them already. She's gonna stay and look to raid with this army and hope that it doesn't get out of position. TaToH garrisoning the castle. He's just about to be up. Range for more cav archer. Oh, and he's going for another castle. Gabi's army is forward and potentially out of position now. As TaToH goes for a castle, he won't win the castle race against Gabi, though. Gabi will get a second castle, but double castles for Treb production in 30 seconds. TaToH is not queued to Treb yet. TaToH is not queued to Treb yet, and that could cost him. He's getting a castle up. Gabi will need chemistry as soon as she's up. That university losing HP is a risk. But she's going to have double castle Treb production sooner than TaToH is. TaToH will have the hill advantage, though. TaToH going for another castle on the other side. Detonates for the Slavs is amazing. I think Gabi needs to maybe abandon one of those golds. She already mined the gold in her base, though, and that makes this tough. It has to go for a Treb fight over here. There is the castle for TaToH. Chemistry on the way. And same thing. If TaToH Trebs that university, I think he easily wins the game with the timing advantage. I think Gabi needs a couple of workshops, and her advantage would be cannon now. TaToH desperately trying to wall up at home. If the cav archers get in, there's nothing at home to defend for TaToH. He needs to make sure the cav archers don't get in. Is there a hole between those houses? Gabi extra walled to defend. Her cav archers have to run away. Treb goes for the castle first. Gabi getting Trebs out. She has to repair. I'm still looking for Bombard Cannon from her. And I think she needs a workshop. Hard to manage the eco to do all of this. Cav archers are in. Chemistry almost there. At any point, TaToH needs to take a fight and hope Gabi doesn't notice, but she does. She notices. Cav archers. Chemistry comes in, so with chemistry, potentially they can fight the Cavaliers. Remember, Slavs do not get paladins. TaToH does have the armor. Gabi has to take a fight, but she has numbers here. Fighting on both sides. She is diving the repair vills, sending her cav archers between the castles. The castles are adjacent for TaToH, but that's going to let the cav archers kill the repair vills with murder holes on the way for TaToH. He needs murder holes. And that's going to be a ton of dead vills. That'll slow down the repairs. And Gabi with the clutch gates to keep the Trebs alive, but the Cavaliers now can run over to the villagers. She now has 3 Trebs, and she's going to destroy a castle. 1 Treb in range of the castle, but if the castle goes down, that won't matter as much. And down it goes with another volley. Down it goes. TaToH continuing to get a huge eco lead with the Slavs farm bonus, though, and devastating raids with the Cavaliers, killing even more vills and more TCs. Everything focused on this Treb war, but still downhill castles go down extremely fast. And now she played so defensively early on that she doesn't have any wood in the back. And still hoping that the Civ bonus kicks in, but probably not with that economy difference. And, well, both forward castles will be taken out, but behind this, Gabi has been breached in her economy and doesn't really have much left. Down to 85 vills. There's masonry on the way for TaToH. It'll go until paper money. That was probably Gabi's hope, to play a super long game until paper money. Lots of repairs on that trib, but I don't think it'll be enough. And there's the GG, and TaToH ties it up 1-1. Well, that was a crazy game. Pretty even with the scouts transition, but even game there maybe favored the Slavs a bit with the farming bonus. And in Castle, Gabi didn't really get too much damage done with that forward workshop. Tried to go Cav Archers. Maybe what she needed was Siege Tower Fire Lancer. I know she lost the game to that against Fire in her TTL set. And honestly, Vietnamese against Slavs, what do Slavs do against that? They can't go Cav. They can't go Monks because of the Siege Tower. They can't go Scorpions because of the Siege Tower. Maybe that would have been the play rather than CA. Lancer's easy win. That's honestly what I'm thinking. And hello, Panda Drama. But that would be a completely different game than what we got, right? And it's just, I think the key was she decided to dive with the Cav Archers. If she had Ballistics when she did that, I think she probably kills maybe an additional 10 Vils. But Ballistics and killing Vils in DE is an absolutely huge change. And behind that also, TaToH had the map presence for the relics, got them 5-2. Let's look at those stats. And 173 KD. And yeah, this is the moment she had an army lead in Castle, but then very quickly the Slavs eco kicked in, and TaToH had a huge numbers advantage, letting him get that forward castle while also getting to imp faster. And looking at the eco, yeah, small eco lead for her for a while that quickly blossomed into the Slavic farms. So ties it 1-1. Is Boyar good against Fire Lancers? Probably not. Fire Lancers have a good enough attack bonus. I'd think they'd still win, but I've never actually seen that matchup, so don't quote me on that. And that was Slavs against the Vietnamese. Vietnamese is a pretty high pick for Gabi, too. And thank you, I'm going to say Robin for the follow. Appreciate the support. Let's get the ad out of the way. What about Cataphract? Cataphract should be good against Fire Lancers. They'll have such a huge attack bonus, and they should negate the bonus damage. So I'd say Cataphract's good. But much better than Boyars, at least. Alright, there we go. Game number 3, Portuguese for Gabi, Teutons for TaToH. Does anyone not want an ad? I'm sure everyone would not want an ad. Oh, what the heck? They started really quickly. I have a minute left of the ad, but we'll miss start. I'll wait for the ad to end before I earnestly begin casting. We can look at the carpets for a moment. We have 3 of the same rug here for Gabi. TaToH, 2 pairs. What is, okay, for everyone who plays poker, which is not me, what's better? 2 pairs or 1 triple? I don't know. Someone tell me what's better. What's the proper vocabulary for describing this? The Slavs go long swords and siege towers? Oh, thank you for the gifty. Triple is better than 2 pairs? Okay, Gabi is the better rugs. 3 of a kind, okay. 3 of a kind, better than 2 pair. That's I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy that knowledge from chat. 3 is better than a 2 pair. Both chats confirming. Alright, so here we are. Game number 3. We'll have Gabi to the west as the red Portuguese, TaToH to the east as the blue Teutons, and it is all tied up 1-1. Another Civ matchup where I feel that the Portuguese should be a pretty heavy favorite on Arabia. Should have a much smoother economy. The Teutons were TaToH's last pick. I wonder if he wants to go for a tower rush or will go for a more standard playstyle with them. They do have a good farming eco if they want to go heavy into scouts, but then they won't have the light cav upgrade. Yeah, coffee is good. Coffee is good for casting. Gazelle here being pushed in from Gabi. And she has a great lumber camp on that wood line. And this is an awkward map but also one where she doesn't actually have to wall all that much because of this wood line here. Walls here, walls here. That's the edge of the map. Then the berries and wood lines here, her TC is almost walled already, and then can go to the edge right here. That is a huge wall, though, and maybe she doesn't want to do that right at the start of the game, but if this goes into the Castle Age, I'd expect her to expand out there. Teutonic Knight with Siege Tower? Ooh. Honestly, I tried that once, where I was Mongols with a bunch of Mangudai, and we were at a LAN, and this was the user patch, so it was like peak Age of Empires performance back in the day. And it was Fëanor, if you remember the Irish brothers. He was the Teutons. We were just messing around, testing the land setup. He put Teutonic Knights in siege towers, and oh boy, I could not shoot them with Mangudai. He microed them so much. That was the best game I ever played in terms of not having lag. But it was painful having Mangudai that could not shoot Teutonic Knights in siege towers. What's the music I have playing in between? It is from the AoE 1DE, AoE 2, and Age of Mythology soundtracks. I just ripped the files from the game files and put them there. Boomer lore. Fëanor and Melkor, yes. The old days of the Irish coaching. So, TaToH scouting forward, and notably, he is not moving out to stone as the Teutons, so he's not going to go for a Teuton tower rush. He is walling from this wood line towards his TC. He should have a fairly safe wall to the edge of the map as long as he doesn't die to the lion. And won't be too bad for him to wall too from the top right to the wood line. His golds will be forward, but if he does wall, he will have 1 gold safe in the back. And their special tech, you mean Ironclad? Yes, +4 melee armor to siege weapons. I think that does indeed apply to their siege tower. And they will have crenellations in the late game that can help them deal with the Portuguese bombard cannon. Barracks at the front for TaToH as Gabi comes forward to scout. No laming so far. She will have a barracks and will add in a few militia. Has to be careful of her sheep. They don't get hit by a TaToH scout. And she will be going forward. Okay. Okay. Now, if there is a top... let's say TaToH is the top 10 or so players. If there's one player who would go for forward themselves, it would be TaToH. But Gabi going forward has to be wary of the lion. Hopefully he doesn't attack her militia. And she's going to come over and try to go for the scout. It's going to be TaToH's turn to run out of wood. That's true. He doesn't have a wood line in the back where he'd wall everything. Also didn't scout his sheep. Look at that, right in the fog of war. Did not scout his sheep. And TaToH going for a spear and straight for an archery range. Men-at-Arms being researched for Gabi. And she's going to go for an old-school Men-at-Arms Trush. Okay, she has to hope that TaToH doesn't scout this. Ooh, takes a poke from the spear. That is horrible. And, oh no, the lion at the same time. Vills have to fight the lion. That will delay the range a bit. Get some HP off of the Vill. I will go up nevertheless. This is where that scout has to be stand ground. Taking a poke from the spear is rough on your scout. Now a stray skirmisher or a stray villager, take out the scout. That is rough. Our palisades going up for TaToH. Men-at-Arms get in on the berries. TaToH will wall that. Only 1 Vill on the berries, so this itself is some damage, and the palisade goes down. TaToH not committing enough to walling, and the Men-at-Arms will force the Vills off the berries. Gabi will decide just to stand on the mill there. Teutons with cheap farms, so they can make up a bit for not having berries, but she will stand there to keep the Vills away. And a tower rush behind the wood line. TaToH has to run, and she's going to add in an archer. So archers are tricky here when the skirms are out in force already. But TaToH goes for the other wood line. And he's going to keep adding skirms. Notably, he's scouted the tower but did not scout the range. You got here in time for Fatoria. Thank you for being the elite Cataphract member on YouTube. Thank you very much. If this game goes to Fatoria, that would be crazy. So the men-at-arms coming away, and TaToH with a skirm can defend the early archers. Maybe Gabi went too early with the archers, should have had maybe 4 or 5, then tried to sneak on a wood line. TaToH there, still with the skirms, can defend. And he sees his sheep now if he wants to go take them. A lion chasing TaToH's scouting spear. TaToH still also has his scout alive. Gabi walling up very compactly in the back of her base, and she'll need to get a palisade going towards the TC perhaps. Her barriers in the front are a bit exposed. Res collected just about the same for both players now. The spear is going to turn and attack the lion. Who wins, spear versus lion? Well, TaToH go for the Milmana rush. Vil going to help the lion. Let's go. Lion on Gabi's side. Lion wants Gabi to win. Fletching on the way for TaToH for his skirms. He has 7 skirms, and we all know skirms are the best unit in the game. Still trying to chase down the men-at-arms, so hasn't been able to go forward with them. And Gabi can get her eco set up behind this, but with the aggressive forward, does not even have double bit axe. This is one of your favorite matchups to watch. What, Portuguese Teutons? I wouldn't think we see Teutons that often on Arabia, but so far so good for TaToH. The discounted farms working for him when he was pushed off the berries. No horse collar, and this is what I wanted to see from Gabi. Archers that can get in on the wood line, no fletching for them. She'll lame the sheep. And now she can start taking out Vils, maybe shot a bit too early that one Vil can get away. And no fletching, TaToH adding in armor, he'll have both of his blacksmith upgrades. And that's what you get with no fletching. The difference between 4 archers no fletching versus 5 archers with fletching is absolutely huge when it comes to killing villagers. And now instead of dead Vils, TaToH will have weakened Vils. But, Gabi has a scout. Look out, skirms, here comes a scout. Gabi will lose all of her archers though, the scout not there in time to defend them. And she was mining stone at the front. They'll bring that stone back to the TC. You better make capey boys, you want to see the Teutonic Knights? You see it more often on, okay, yeah, on Arena you'll definitely see it, yeah. That's true. Not as much on Arabia. I love how Gabi's laming the sheep. And Town Watch on the way here for TaToH. Did you just find those sheep already, TaToH? Nope. They are getting stolen. They're getting stolen. Men-at-arms going down, but at least the men-at-arms so far for Gabi have kept TaToH back at home. And he will add in a second stable. And double stable scouts by the looks of it. Okay, the one thing I don't like about double stable scouts is the lack of horse collar. Yeah, the Teutons have cheap farms, but you are really gonna feel the lack of wood if you don't have horse collar and you go double stable scouts. Is it common for stone? On this map, yes. On King of the Desert map, all of your resources are much farther from the TC than normal. You can feel it with the berries and the gold, and you can really feel it with the stones. Your main stone is super far away. And now TaToH going forward, forging on the scouts. Gabi has her own scouts, but from only one stable. And the stable is forward. And I think this is a good decision from TaToH, where he'll be able to harass the berries, harass the outlying farms, and Gabi walled to the TC, but that is exactly what you want to see as a scouts player, because then you can run your scouts through and hit the gold and woodline in the back. Gabi doesn't have any spears out herself. She has 8 archers, though. And this is going to then come down to, can TaToH win a fight with all those skirms in the back? And I think he can. Has 2 spears mixed in here. So Scout Archer versus Skirm Spear, always a tricky matchup. TaToH ready to do towers. Oh no, he might get his sheep back. Armor on the scouts, so he'll still be missing bloodlines. He gets his sheep. Or he gets one of his sheep, oh no. Gabi hasn't turned to fight this, not reacting to it yet. She's worried about being forward. And actually, I was wrong. She does kill the skirmisher army there. And now the scouts and archers are in on TaToH's woodline. That is a low HP villager mass trying to get up a panic tower. They do get up the tower, and remember, Teutons can garrison that tower with tons and tons of vills, 10 villagers inside. But she's within the murder holes range, and TaToH has not brought his skirms back yet. At the same time, TaToH is diving Gabi's wood line, and both of them losing tons of vills. Gabi actually up by 3 vills here. She will try to wall in her vills on the golds to keep the archer production going. She has no wood now. Adding in a market, will need to buy wood for a lumber camp on the other wood line. Has lost a bunch of farms. This tower for TaToH, I don't know why he hasn't brought the skirms over. 3 murder holes next range will be nice for him, that's sure. Gabi trying to micro the archers a bit against the scouts, but TaToH not winning that fight. He got a bit of repair on that tower. TaToH, I still don't know why, maybe he's forgotten about those skirms, but he will abandon the tower, and now neither player has wood. Okay, Gabi does have a wood line, that's good for her. TaToH moving around the outside. This is the game Gabi wants to play. Those 2 previous games, super defensive, not her playstyle. This game, exactly what she wants. And she needs to pick that spear. And I don't think she can finish off the tower fully, can she? It's really close. 27 HP, 27 HP, and it doesn't go down. Now she has to run from the skirms. Running from the skirms is key. TaToH will lose a scout to the TC. At least he could hit that. Now he's going for another tower. Can Gabi YOLO a bunch of vills and fight this? She has 9 vills in the TC. She could send the vills to destroy this tower now. She's going to lose scouts. Or TaToH's going to lose scouts to the TC again. Gabi will abandon the gold. Does she need gold now? Maybe she can go to this gold. Yeah, and she's going to YOLO rush down this tower. TaToH can't do anything about that. Those scouts are pretty low. And she's now lost her forward army. But 13-7 eco KD for Gabi. She's up by 600 resources. TaToH up a bit in score. I'm pretty sure he has a lot more scouting. No, Gabi has some decent scouting too. Hard to fight with vills, but no bloodlines on the scouts, so maybe the vills still can somewhat fight. Gabi will rush up a panic tower on her wood line. Where are Gabi's 8 archers? Here they are. If she can find something to hit with these archers, then she's in a good spot. The skirms have come forward for TaToH, and that will leave him exposed to the archers. He's not training any more skirms. And will he see the archers now? He's going to run the vills on the stone. Gabi sees that. And this is so painful that she didn't get the tower finished off. If that tower were destroyed, she'd be on that wood line again. Vill goes down. Scouts still don't have bloodlines. Without more scouts of her own, she can't really force a fight on that tower again. TaToH has to bring the skirms back. That's going to give her some more breathing room. And TaToH has to force up repairs on that tower. Oh, but if he repairs it, he can't do another tower. And I think Gabi's going to lose some archers here, but the scouts still don't have bloodlines. TaToH could lose some skirms. Those are low HP scouts. Gabi doing a great job of focusing the low HP scouts there. There's still another low one at the front. And that somehow was not an awful fight for Gabi. She killed enough scouts that it was okay. Has to be careful under the tower. Will escape. And that could have gone much worse for her. Overall KD better for TaToH. Gabi now up by 5 vills. And she's going to throw up another tower. Starting to get towers everywhere. TaToH still has vills here. If Gabi sees that, she could rush it down. Okay, this could be weird for her over by the mill. 2 towers back here for TaToH. These vills run away. At some point, Gabi could wall this and rush down those towers with vills. You need a lot of vills for all that rushing, though. Maybe she just wants to do it with scouts. This game is crazy. Res collected, Gabi up by around 1,000. She's getting in on the wood line again. That tower will garrison. TaToH still doesn't have bloodlines. Did he just forget about bloodlines? He could long distance mine 30 gold and do bloodlines, and his scouts would be so much more effective. Imagine 10 scouts here with bloodlines. He's going to be under 2 towers, though. And there are a few spears added in here, so I don't know how much damage he can do. Another tower going up for TaToH on these farms. Maybe it is time for Gabi to grab a whole bunch of vills and YOLO down these 2 towers. And she will garrison the TC and kill another scout. She's trying to take a fight against the scouts. Has to be careful with her spears now. And maybe one more tower over here to defend some farms could be nice for her. And TaToH finally running scouts into the spears. Still lacking bloodlines. He doesn't have horse collar. Gabi doesn't have horse collar. I have no idea who's in the better position here. All I know is when that tower got down to 47 hit points, if Gabi had focused that down, she'd have a much easier time hitting the wood line. And now it's difficult for her to do raids with small groups of archers because we're late enough into feudal. With 30 minutes into the game and still full feudal, that TaToH has enough scouts he can react to archers. But maybe can't react to scouts, as this gold will be attacked. Gabi doing forging now. She has armor on her scouts. And we'll take a decent fight here. We'll have to run away as more scouts come over. And now she is forging. Maybe she'll remember bloodlines before TaToH does. TaToH with a lot of low HP scouts here, but Gabi's gonna have to get away. Her archers will have to run from the skirms. She'll group up with more archers. Scouts still on the outside. Gabi's gonna lose her own stone to TaToH's villagers. TaToH goes for another tower. I don't know if this tower does much. He's already lost these farms. And that is a good mass of 9 archers. As much as TaToH keeps chopping this wood line, he's going to get farther and farther from that tower. And that won't protect him as much. TaToH going forward with more vills. Maybe he wants another tower rush. He's going to go behind this wood line for Gabi, trying to take the woods away from everyone. Feudal Void Gaming, yes. Military counts equal for both, but I think TaToH's military actually is stronger with the scouts. Gabi's going to take some stone. Gabi's going to take a good fight in the back. I don't think she can camp the tower like she did earlier. There were too many skirms out, but she can hit the farms. Gabi sees the mining camp on that stone. I don't know if she can do anything about it. She doesn't see that tower yet. That tower is going to be great for TaToH because then he can take better fights with his scouts. And now we look at what that tower covers. It covers the entire wood line. Gabi will have to run to another wood line soon. Maybe she can just hold until TaToH runs out of wood, but this is going to be rough. Those vills are weak. That's going to be 4 dead vills on the tower. Now TaToH finally has remembered bloodlines. Gabi takes a score lead again. TaToH finally throws up a market. Gabi has 10 archers, but with that one tower, it's hard to do much damage with them, and TaToH's managed to get a 9 villager lead so far. It's now a 26 to 15 villager KD. Maybe Gabi missed an opportunity to rush down those towers with vills earlier. Maybe a bit too worried about them covering each other. Could have lost a couple vills but gotten space. Gabi buying stone. And then so far, neither player with horse collar, but I guess that does really benefit the Teutons. Because their farms are cheaper this late into feudal. Gabi still with significantly more resources collected. And with a larger military, but with all the towers struggling to find spots to use it. She can come over with her spears, maybe grab some vills to rush this. She can prevent that tower from going up for TaToH. And now maybe she can stop TaToH from getting wood. TaToH will throw up a panic tower on his gold. He's mined so much stone this game. That tower will go up. Towers cover so much area. Well, I don't think he needs to worry about walling the towers. I don't know if he can take this fight. Yeah, he has fully upgraded scouts, but Gabi has fully upgraded archers, and those scouts are weak. Can he take the fight? Maybe he can. This is going to lose a lot of scouts in the process. He has the skirms over. Gabi's going to try to get to the hill, pick off the low HP scouts. 3 of those scouts still are very low HP. Okay, that was a good fight for him in the end. That was a good fight for him. And he starts to take a better score lead. Still has a good villager count advantage. Okay, maybe... Let's see, nothing for Gabi really to pick off those vills. I think it's still extra difficult for Gabi that all of her production is forward. And now with the archers picked off by the scouts, TaToH will have a much better army. Scouts still the best feudal unit, I think. Overall, compared to archers, skirms, spears. You get enough scouts with bloodlines and all upgrades, I think you even can fight the spears, and TaToH even gonna go for armor on the spears. And what are we, 35 minutes into feudal? This is a good version of Arabia when we're 35 minutes into feudal. Tower goes up. Arms taken under the pressure of those towers. She only lost 35 villagers to the towers. 35 to 16k. She was ahead in Vill KD early on, but this is also TaToH tower rushing. I've been the victim of this enough on HD to know how painful it is. Gabi looks like she's maybe getting close to going castle, but TaToH catching up in the Vill, or in the res collected difference, already super far ahead in Vills. That'll be 3 stables for him. This entire time, TaToH has been able to defend by hiding in towers and using the TC, so he's had safe area for Vills. As much as Gabi was ahead in res collected and even in army for a lot of the game, because TaToH's towers ended up getting so far forward, she didn't have a safe area to run to. When the scouts came in, she was forced to fight with Vills while doing panic towers. And she's up to the castle age. TaToH towers, though, the most difficult to deal with when you're in the castle age, as they'll be able to garrison enough Vills that they'll even threaten mangonels. And will she even be able to make mangonels without control of gold? If only that tower had gone down when it had 47 hit points, and Gabi maybe was able to do more damage and deny TaToH of wood, we might have a different game. Tower takes out some spears. And yeah, 21 fully upgraded feudal scouts, TaToH 1 triple stable scout production. He's going to keep throwing them forward. And you can make lots of spears, you can make lots of towers, but against full feudal scouts, if you're open, it is rough. Towers not covering each other here either, and towers in the back still denying farming space. And she is losing wood lines, trying to get more towers up. TaToH has been completely safe on that stone mine with those Vills this whole game too. Maybe at some point she could have tried to do a tower to deny TaToH from mining that. But he just kept putting tower after tower after tower around her base. It's beautiful to try some full feudal. Well, this map also encourages it. The full feudal you'd see in DE is a bit different. I've missed this style of map where you can go full YOLO scouts. This is a refreshing tournament now. Even though we're only a couple days in after all that thalassocracy Hulk nonsense. Instead of seeing one unit every game, we see a good variety of gameplay and strategy. And combinations and transitions. And okay, now 41 to 16 KD. Gabi up. I don't think she can do a workshop anywhere. TaToH probably will take a 2-1 lead here. Now she is castle age, that's true. But what can she do? I mean, res collected is still similar, but she is down by 30 Vills. I don't. Oh, and maybe the nail in the coffin. Horse collar on the way from TaToH. There's the GG. And TaToH tower is always something to be afraid of. I feel like the moments where that went wrong are both not fully destroying the tower on that wood line. TaToH just managed to save that. Although, if TaToH were paying better attention, I think he probably brings the skirms over and clears the archers, so maybe a mistake from him not doing that earlier. So, a couple of things going wrong for both players, but overall ending up better for TaToH, maintaining wood control, and then letting all these towers go up in the back. I don't know if there was ever a moment where Gabi could have grabbed a whole bunch of Vills and rushed down the towers. But losing all of this space and being forced out where the Vills were more vulnerable to be picked off, put her pretty far behind. If there was some way she could have kept the Vills alive, despite the scouts, then that eco lead she had earlier on might have carried her. But crazy game, and look at the military numbers, kind of back and forth a while. But I think it's more the towers that snowballed that were forward. Eventually suffocated her off of resources. 40-40 castle time. What a game. Horse collar into GG. What's saltier, the sea or me about hulks? I'm not salty about hulks, I'm just disappointed in hulks. Alright, let's see, what do we have here? That is a win for the Teutons and a loss for the Portuguese. Now she still has Georgians, maybe she goes for them here. I don't know if there's a simple counter to Georgians. Georgians are pretty OP. Oop, wrong scene, sorry about that. To open up Capture Age again. And what do we have here? Here's this next game. Oh, the spectator dashboard's temporarily offline. Oh, now it's back. That's okay, we're on our own patch. We can find them easily. We can find the games easily. The hulks, and no, the problem is the hulks were too incredible, David, and that it was basically only hulk, aside from islands or water nomad, which were only galley. But I think this is... So far, so good for Arabia. I've loved these games. And this is the type of game I was hoping to see on TTL on Acropolis, but we ruined it by adding the pond. And the fish in it. So here we go. Game number 4. Georgians for Gabi, Vikings for TaToH. So early wheelbarrow and handcart will be TaToH's attempt to have a better eco than the Georgians in the early game, and then in early Castle Age. If it goes late and the fortified churches kick in, then the Georgians' eco makes them unstoppable. And Georgians being her first pick, probably anticipated by TaToH, so attempting to use Vikings to counter them. Interesting, interesting. Vikings. And, ooh, look at this. Pond in the back. No shorefish in the ponds. If you were wondering about a fish boom, no shorefish in the ponds. I'd love to see fish booms. And the pond's also pretty far away from the player. It's not going to be on any of the player forests. And, oh, look at that hill on the front of TaToH's base. If Gabi ever takes that hill, TaToH is pushed. On the other hand, if TaToH can secure that with churches, he is very safe. Alright, players pushing their ibexes, not worried about the sheep. Donjon? No donjons, that's the Sicilians. That's the Sicilians. And luring the boar before the lumber camp, as players do these days. 7 on boar. Gabi will church rush. Now remember, the churches are not buffed in this patch. That will start next round, with the Georgian churches covering even more eco. Ibex pushed in from TaToH. 3 on wood. And the next question for the build for TaToH, does he go for a barracks before the mill? Not finding his sheep again. A tile away, unfortunately for him. Did find sheep in the back and has his next boar. And boar going after the Ville here for Gabi. And gets that in nicely under the TC. Sending the Free Georgians mule cart out to the wood line. Not luring her boars immediately. Maybe that is slightly better for the eco overall to wait, but not luring them immediately. Boar chasing the villager over here for TaToH as this ibex gets pushed in. And still doesn't have those sheep at the front. Good evening. Hello, Major Blazer. And hello, Jan Chess. Good afternoon from this time zone. Mill going on the berries for Gabi, so she's not going to do any type of pre-mill rushing. TaToH, look at these walls. Oh, look at these walls from TaToH in the Dark Age. Could TaToH. FC with the Vikings and go FC crossbow. And could that be the play to get wheelbarrow and horse collar and have an eco to fight the Georgians early on? There's a front barracks from Gabi. More vills. That'll be 20 vills for TaToH. Doesn't have loom yet. Still needs to find his sheep. No mill yet. Should be doing the mill now. More vills. We're seeing an FC from TaToH. Let's go, Arabia strategies. FC from TaToH. He's got 2 more vills. He's doing loom. Then don't do 21 pop. Or don't do 22 pop and loom, TaToH. But don't do that to me. Give me a fast castle, please. He's walling up in the back, still not grabbing his sheep. Gabi could lame the sheep. Here's the loom. Please queue up. Don't run into the TC, Gabi. Don't run into the TC, Gabi. Okay, she gets away. Gets away. And she'll see all the walling. TaToH doesn't have... Oh, he's doing more vills. Doesn't have the food to go up yet. Gabi somehow missed the sheep, too. Will someone take these sheep, please? Gabi, get the sheep. Oh, so close. TaToH, he's not going to get the sheep either. No one's scouting the front of TaToH's base. They both think, oh, there's stone there. I don't need to scout that area anymore. Let's go around. All right, 22 population for TaToH. Struggled a bit to click up at the end. Don't think he can fast castle on this. I don't think he has enough food for it. Well, my hopes are dashed. So Gabi feudal. With the barracks, nothing else yet. Long distance mining some stone. Where did she spend the stone already? Oh, look at that, look at that. She has to make sure TaToH doesn't see it, and he won't. Ooh, okay, that'll be interesting. At least they'll have a second lumber camp. And she's got to be thinking in the back of her mind the FC possibility. She's a tile away from seeing the sheep. TaToH scouting doesn't know where Gabi is yet. That's a good advantage for her. And TaToH won't see that tower. That can be walled in. And he's still in the Dark Age, so no chance of a counter tower there. That'll take away 1, if not 2, wood lines. And TaToH will finish walling himself in. Okay, chat. What do you think about the Civ matchup? Are you thinking about this differently than I am? Because I'm thinking if you let the Georgians get to fortified churches, you've lost the game. And this type of defensive play from TaToH is exactly that, letting the Georgians get to fortified churches. Going for Svan Towers in advance. That's true, she also did draft Koreans. So go tower civs. Gabi's strength at the moment. Still no one taking the sheep. Maybe TaToH. Oh, TaToH, he's gonna find the sheep. He's gonna find them. He's gonna find them. He gets them. He gets his sheep. Clutch for him is he had to add in farms. Oh, but no, Gabi's... Now they both get the sheep. After 10 minutes of no one wanting the sheep, both of them take the sheep. And Gabi will steal them. I was gonna say, TaToH would love to have those sheep so he doesn't need to add in farms without horse collar. And he now is stone walling again. Forward archers and towers from Gabi. TaToH will get this tower up slightly faster, especially with the scout coming over. But he will lose some HP on the scout, especially as the spear comes. Can Gabi get a poke? No. TaToH gets away. But on this eco for TaToH, forcing towers everywhere. He'll have to spend more stone there. And now he can... Oh, but this is the downside for TaToH. Gabi? She needs to long distance mine a tiny bit of stone. No, she doesn't. She can just drop it off. Gabi can tower the stone. And since TaToH already placed his tower, Gabi can place hers outside the range of TaToH's tower. And, ooh, I'd go a tile back for fletching. I don't think you want to get into the tower fight. But she can do this tower. Or maybe she wants to get into the tower fight if she can do an earlier fletching. And keep TaToH off of stone. The way he walled, his main stone is very far forward. He already spent stone walling. He might try to get a second tower up. But this looks good for Gabi, and she can always react with another tower of her own since she still is mining the stone. Vikings raiding fortified churches is historically accurate. She has towers, so tower fight is good for her. Kind of, yes. But she has the forward vills, and the vills are idled anyway by being forward. So right now, TaToH, with the free wheelbarrow, essentially has a 3-villager advantage. I would love to see this go all 5 games. Blacksmith going up for Gabi. I mean, a Phosphoro Church Rush would be churches already being forward around 14 minutes. So it could be a Fortified Church Rush. It could just be standard Fortified Church defenses. But she is mostly walled, at least around the side where she's taking her resources. 3 mule carts working away for her. 2 on the wood line, 1 on the gold, 1 on the stone. Nice and efficient. Taking some berries in the back. No horse collar for her. TaToH did manage to add it in. But TaToH heading the eco upgrades. Being forced off the stone, that is awkward. And a house for Gabi. Did she ever get those sheep back? What happened to those sheep? I lost track of the sheep. Archer being chased by a scout. And does get the kill. More archers and skirms coming over. TaToH has to go defensive skirms now. TaToH still has stone for 1 more tower should he need it. Fletching on the way for Gabi. That's not open, right? That's not open. There's a felled tree behind there. Okay, yeah, there's a tree there. Gabi using the vills to fight is taking good fights. And she'll be adding a forward stable. Look at that. Getting very aggressive. TaToH does not have armor on the skirm, so the archers still can be effective. TaToH deleted walls to fight and now has to throw up a tower. Gabi's super aggressive, super forward. TaToH still defending the skirms, trying to advantage wheelbarrow as much as he can. Remember, it is DE. Projectiles are less accurate. TaToH will lose his scout. Ooh, no, 2 HP. He survives. Archer came over at just the right time. Armor for TaToH now. Scouts for Gabi. TaToH probably should wall this up and not let scouts run in, considering how he invested in stone walls already. And, yeah, I mean, investing into this much walling does hurt your eco, you're right. Another tower for Gabi. And we're seeing here the downside of placing your tower first. That means the Trusher can decide to place their tower outside of the tower range. Oh, and there is that a hole I see? Are those 2 holes that I see? Gabi looking to get aggressive, and she will get the tower up. TaToH going for a market, and that Vikings economy powering TaToH up to the castle age. Gabi investing scouts. Scouts are expensive, even though they do heal for the Georgians. Scouts are very expensive. But TaToH, where's he going to take wood now? He can buy himself up to the castle age and then have no wood. He has to go for a defensive tower, and all this aggression forces him to buy stone for a defensive tower. And someone said earlier, tower fight good for Gabi. If this second tower can hit, maybe. What is he? Oh, TaToH's making a play for the front stone. Gabi will see that with her stable and immediately come over with her scouts. Now, she has some archers in this tower, and she's going to bring them back over here. TaToH, oh, he's going for the wood, not the stone, but the wood. Armor on the way for Gabi. If there's ever a universe where she has enough farms for bloodlines and can go full feudal and fight this, that's going to be amazing for her. Kind of the opposite of last game. TaToH using the market. There's one player who knows how to use the market, it's TaToH. He will go for another tower. But again, being the defender making the tower gives Gabi the space to make the tower back here. Oh, there's a sheep. Hello, sheep. You are still in play. Yeah, Gabi not going to be able to fight that. Ooh. TaToH just getting a wood line. And Bubba Trash, thank you for the follow. Gabi getting more archers out. And exactly, tower behind the wood line. Tower behind the wood line. Double towers over here. Horse collar for Gabi, adding in her economy. But castle age clicked for TaToH. Gabi actually with an eco lead. But investing into the scouts means she's spending a lot of food in feudal. And she'll need to find a way to get up. And again, once she gets up, fortified churches come into play for her. And there's a second archery range, so maybe she's going to invest full feudal and try to get enough archers to dive at the tower. Ooh. Has to be careful though, towers massacre feudal archers, especially when they don't have armor. And now TaToH gonna wall up. So second range, I don't know if that's going to pay off for her. Now's the point where maybe the aggression's... actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If she gets a 4th scout and runs in on that gold, she has armor, even with 3 scouts. Wait a minute, there are holes everywhere. TaToH's base is open. TaToH's base is open. He's now forced off of yet another wood line, and scouts are going to get in. He's going to have to do another tower. Gabi going for her own tower. And at the back, hitting Vils with the scouts. Gabi buying some food. TaToH has not noticed this yet. TaToH has not noticed. Vils are going down. Those are the first Vil kills of the game. At least 3 will be down. TaToH not noticing. He's microing at the front, but at the back, losing. That's 3 Vils. Looks like a 4th will go down. He's up to the castle age. And now he notices and runs, but that's -4 Vils. Thankfully, the free handcart lets the Vils run faster. That's 4 Vil kills for Gabi. Now TaToH's up. And he's going forward with archers. Gabi not that far from clicking herself, but she now has to invest into defensive towers. And those scouts certainly got value, but it's going to take time for that to pay off. She's a 12 villager lead right now, but crossbows come in, and she has to protect her Vils. Those crossbows are going to get around the back, and maybe she needs to be walling from that blacksmith to the woodline right now with houses to keep herself safe. She has a market. She can sell some wood and buy herself up whenever she needs to. And I think that has to be as ASAP as possible. There she goes. Needs one more round of drop-offs from the Vils. Honestly, needs to garrison the Vils from the crossbows. And this is where she's going to need stone for towers to keep herself safe from the crossbows. And TaToH can do a lot of damage. At the same time, Gabi can still do damage, taking out a crossbow. Oh, look, there's another sheep. Those sheep are still there. Castle Age on the way for Gabi. She has over 1,000 extra resources collected, and she has to throw up panic towers. That tower must go up for her to protect her farms, and she could even lose a few Vils on it. You're gonna send the entire village to raise the tower. And there'll be a couple of dead Vils. Nice dodges, actually. Oh, look at this. No ballistics. Only 1 Vil goes down. And now she has 2 towers defending herself. Okay. Okay, she's got something. She has 3 Vils on stone somewhere still. Maybe forward? I don't even know where. TaToH cleared the tower. Maybe a mistake from Gabi to lose that tower fight without repairing. That's going to let TaToH take stone. And she is a good number, what's that, 14 archers to turn into crossbows. When they get up, she can take a fight against TaToH's crossbows. Just needs to keep amassing them and have the numbers advantage when she gets up. Remember, TaToH can't reinforce all the way back here. Gabi has to pay attention and garrison the Vils. Has to garrison the Vils. Who garrisons the mule cart instead of the Vils. But let's see, the tower does at least get a skirm or 2. 4-4 on the eco KD now. And Gabi, her eco is going to be idled, but she has to make sure she doesn't lose Vils. That's key for her, not losing the Vils. And I think when she gets up, the first thing she does, fortify church right here between the wood and the gold, while also trying to get the crossbow upgrades. You can question extra TCs versus universities at this point. And ooh, now she's losing forward Vils. That is not good. That is ugly. Hello, Jeep. How are you doing? I'm having a great time casting this set. Gabi is playing amazingly well against TaToH of all people. And now the other option is university for her. Yeah, immediate church on the wood line. Elite skirm bodkin, okay, rather than crossbow bodkin, skirm bodkin. So TaToH with 3 Vil lead, make that more like a 10 Vil lead, maybe with a free wheelbarrow and handcart. Viking eco OP, but that's also against Georgians with churches. 2 churches right away. And skirm, crossbow, Gabi might need to wait for all upgrades. Her Vils will be idled a bit more. And she needs to grab a bit more stone for TCs, but that's the great thing about the Georgians. Instead of TCs, they can do churches, and churches I think even affect your eco a bit sooner than TCs. Remember, TCs take time to produce Vils. And now Gabi up 1.5k resources. TaToH with a score lead. I actually have no idea who's winning this game. TaToH dealing with towers all over the place. Forward workshop for Gabi. Interesting. And I don't know who wins this matchup if it goes late. TaToH doing a TC, but scouts are there for Gabi. They have armor, and there are a couple of weak Vils there. If Gabi targets the weak Vils, that could be a disaster for TaToH. So some revenge for those other Vil kills. Now it's 5-9, and I think another Vil or 2 go down. Now she gets away. But a crossbow and a few scouts there, denying the TC from TaToH. TaToH on the outside. Gabi still at want of ballistics, I'd think. Workshop goes up. And remember what we said about this hill at the front of TaToH's base? If Gabi can take control of this hill, she's going to take control of the game. Now, again, weak Vils on the TC Foundation running into scouts. We'll see if another one goes down. Gabi not going to force the fight under the crossbows, though. And ballistics on the way for TaToH. TaToH using the market like crazy, both at 50 Vils. And we'll have a mangonel for Gabi. The problem is those two towers somewhat control the hill where Gabi would want a mangonel, but she can go for the mangonel there and hit the TC all just fine. Oh, and she can go for a church. Does she have enough Vils to do that? I don't know. Her army is on its way forward, but she does not have ballistics. There is the mangonel. And the mangonel immediately can get that sliver of hill. Oh, and TaToH could lose crossbows here. No, he notices and turns around. And no, I mean, ballistics difference there still makes it hard for Gabi to fight. I think she needs a second mangonel. And then maybe just full 1 TC play here. Defensive workshop from TaToH, but workshops, mangonels don't stop churches. Georgians repair these things so easily. And this is tricky now. Gabi's trying to take a fight. She has skirmishers, but there's no ballistics for her. And to take this fight properly, she really does need ballistics. Guard tower for TaToH to deal with mangonels. And if she could just whittle down the crossbow numbers enough, maybe this is okay for her. But ballistics is strong. Ballistics is very strong. Let's see, TaToH running into skirms. It still is mostly skirms for Gabi. And does she win this fight? It's so hard to hit crossbows, and she does end up winning the fight. She clears that army. Res collected, she's still ahead. Guard tower for TaToH, but that's not going to do anything against the church and the mangonel push. And so far her eco, I think despite the Vil difference, is actually maybe better with the churches. It's so hard to tell. But TaToH is very well defended now, and he will get a 3rd TC up. And he will get a mangonel on the side. Good thing for Gabi is she does see that. And she actually can get knights out, I mean, to deal with mangonel. She does have the stable. Vikings do not have good monks, no redemption. Now it's a mangonel fight against TaToH. That's tricky. She does have Vils to repair at least. And I think she needs to think about getting her own TCs added in soon. She doesn't want to fall too far behind in villagers. She has 8 on stone now. Where did she have 8 on stone? Over here. TC over here could even be nice on the wood. Secure that. Secure her base. She's going to swap to chain barding and bloodlines, though. I think it would be great for her to get TCs while doing that. TaToH going to get a 4th TC. So TaToH's going to play, I want to hold. I want to hold and have better eco. He has a much better KD, and ballistics here is a huge difference for him. Chain barding armor, bloodlines on the way. And I think the TCs are necessary because of all the towers that TaToH has. Even with knights, she's not going to get much damage with raids against all those towers. I think if she went for TCs now, she'd actually be in a decent spot. But somehow she needs TCs and ballistics to match TaToH. And trying to chase crossbows with skirms, but still without ballistics is tough. Both players concentrating on the mangonel fight. Gabi has more repairs on the way. TaToH still taking the fight, ballistics crossbows against skirms. Gabi idled over here. TaToH catching up in eco now that he has a villager lead. Villager lead and still the handcart lead is Vikings. Yeah, Gabi's still 1 TC. But you know what she's going to do on 1 TC? She's going to do a castle. Those Vils need to catch the mule cart to put their stone inside of it. But then she wants to castle this hill and control the hill. With the mangonels, I think she'll get it up. But TaToH's eco is so spread out, I don't think that castle will be enough. Like, mangonel's his own mangonel. That's exactly what Gabi needed right there. Okay, YOLO castle drop. Let's go. If there's one thing about Gabi, she does not make chicken castles. Here we go forward with the castle. Okay, let's mangonel shot on the crossbows. TaToH splits. TaToH splits. TaToH has to micro carefully here. He's going to try to pick off Vils, but he has ballistics. The mule cart's blocking the Vils a bit. Can Gabi get a hit on the crossbows from the hill? Almost. Almost, but that castle will go up. She has +2 armor on the knights. The problem is I don't think the knights can do much raiding still with all those towers. Maybe the castle clears one of the towers, and the knights... Yeah, I can clear 2 of them. That church's still there, maybe needs some repairs. Actually, you know, if she takes those 2 towers, this is the gold for TaToH. She actually can take TaToH off of gold. This one's still hard for him to reach. TaToH is such a better KD with ballistics. Maybe the mistake from Gabi was adding too many churches and not a university in ballistics. TaToH has taken such wonderful fights with his groups of crossbows everywhere by virtue of having ballistics. And there were a few moments where even when Gabi was winning the fight, she wasn't winning them all that hard. And Manaspa time. TaToH with more res collected now, adding in more eco upgrades. Guard tower going down to the castle. Church being mangonel, but mangonels will never take out a Georgian church as long as the Georgian player doesn't sleep. And 9 military to 30. And crossbows behind this wood line still. TaToH with small groups of crossbows everywhere. Gabi has to run. And mangonel's pushing the tower. Okay, she can push that guard tower. Maybe take another TC or 2. Adding in Manaspas, where are they now? They're going forward to raid. Okay, TaToH could lose Vils on that wood line if he's not careful. He has to be careful, and Gabi has to make sure she gets raids in the right location. It is a tough situation for her. And her goal is going to be to pick off that mangonel first, it looks like. That's going to run her into the tower, though. And it will go down. And I think she has to get out. Too many crossbows for TaToH now in defense. More Manaspas on the way. I guess one option would be to clean the forward crossbows, but that is a good group of crossbows. And to take that without taking too many losses, she's probably going to need 20 plus Manaspas. And that's going to slow down the pressure. TaToH basically doubled the Vil count now. Almost 100 to 50. TC goes down. Crossbow goes down. Hello, Chicho. They are saying it's over. Not believing. And there's no way Gabi raids this with those guard towers. No way. TaToH, maybe he even wants murder holes at this point. But with a guard tower, he's safe. And he has more stone to mine over here, too, so he can keep making more guard towers to stay safe from the raids. And just now doing her second TC. Okay, he might have a group of crossbows that are a bit caught out of position. But he's gonna rely on Nili to make the Manaspas take an inefficient fight. And he a great sidestep micro so that the Manaspas didn't get a good engagement. Keep your crossbows moving. And now they're overwhelmed. So there goes some of the military numbers down for TaToH, but he has enough guard towers, he's still not raided. 43 minutes in and no one plans to go to Imp, indeed. This has been a really good Arabia map script. That's absolutely true. One crossbow for Gabi, raiding the Vils. Vils will go to punch that down. Another TC. TaToH trying to do more TCs. He's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 TCs, including the loss already of a TC. Gabi going for a workshop. The problem is she can apply as much pressure as she wants. She's never going to catch up in Vils. And now she's going to... I think she has to go back and clean that army at some point. But still, it's the type of fight I think she wants at least equal numbers of Manaspas so that she doesn't take losses. This TC for TaToH at first denied. Gabi maybe got a bit too overzealous seeing this forward hill and the forward TC from TaToH when she wasn't able to pressure. I still think the win condition for Georgians in this matchup is churches and booming. And she certainly made it messy. But maybe let TaToH play the game he wanted to play with Vikings. Yeah, originally, Berserker gang was regeneration for Berserks, yes. Now the Vikings have extra attack on the Arbalest line, which can be a bit annoying for Georgians to deal with, especially since they lack the final armor for their skirms. Sure. The skirms do kind of get perforated by the Arbs. But overall, I think Thumbring is the better upgrade for the Vikings, considering its cost and its timing. Okay, a few Vils will go down there, but TaToH will rush up the guard tower. Despite the Vil lives that will be lost. Three mangonels there are still attacking the TC, but TaToH moving everywhere. Oh, the crossbows in the back finally are cleaned. Now Gabi has more military, but still I don't think there's much room for her. TaToH has so many towers. This is a very TaToH-esque base now with the towers. He wants Pike, well he's clicking Pike. Those are pikemen for the Vikings with extra HP. He's losing another group of crossbows. I mean, look at this. Gabi could even take the KD lead here soon. Is there a world where she can raid enough to make a comeback here? Is there a world where the Vikings simply can't make military to fight the Georgians, even with this big of an eco difference? I don't think so. Maybe there's a chance. Gabi's got to hope there's a chance. There's a TC down. With 3 mangonels, you can probably push a guard tower. Yeah, TaToH 135 Vils, but 40 idols. Subtract the idols and they have the same economy, right? And then subtract the idols and the Georgians have a better eco with the churches. Not really, though. It's 8,000 resources additional for TaToH. Camels running around in his eco, disrupting the farmers. Can you kill the camels? I think you can. Maybe you actually want to so they don't disrupt your farmers. So 37 idols for TaToH. Still needs to fix his idols. Still needs to fix the idols. Gabi still has a good mangonel push. That this castle's still in the middle of the map. What are these towers? TaToH towering everywhere. This is maybe one of those games where Gabi's lack of outposts are going to hurt. And she's not going to know TaToH now as a clandestine economy, taking 2 stones and a gold in the corner of the map. She does have a relic lead. Again, though, so many guard towers. What are these quick walls from TaToH? Naspa's not going to get in. Beautiful quick walls. Ram will hit the tower. That'll idle the Vils a bit. TaToH 50 idle Vils still. TaToH idle. Where even are these Vils? They're just in towers randomly? He's pushing out now with the pikemen. With the pikemen, Manaspas don't want to fight this. Lots of churches, but remember, they have to be garrisoned to shoot, and now Gabi's going to idle a ton of Vils to garrison here. Redemption on the way. That'll help against TaToH's siege, but only to an extent. Somehow these raids are still being effective, but the garrison time for TaToH is okay because he still has extra Vils. 60 plus, 70 idle villagers. TaToH is 70 idle Vils. There's no way, right? Gabi will see the towers. Maybe that'll encourage her to swing by here and see TaToH has a TC. She is outposting now. Both players outposting. Outposts everywhere. Yeah, Gabi is fantastic in making comebacks and causing chaos everywhere. I think TaToH just has too many guard towers that he's going to stop the chaos. Maybe she could dive the guard towers with Manaspas and pick them off? He does not yet have murder holes. Actually, attacking that tower with Manaspas could be a play. She still needs the next eco upgrade. She's at 90 Vils now, so it's not like she has a small economy. Somehow that church went down to towers, but a ram push now on this TC. Chat, is this possible? Honestly? There's a TC going down. Georgian's eco is insane with the churches. Gabi actually ahead in KD. Murder holes for TaToH now, recognizing he needs that for the towers, I think. And ooh, she's taking a rough fight over here. Getting a third TC added in. TaToH still has 50 idle Vils. Gabi needs something to fight pikemen now. She also needs some houses. She's kind of housed. Ram attacking her fortified church. Viking pikemen with extra HP is scary. Maybe she can get a good mangonel shot and clear some army? Maybe she needs murder holes herself? Remember, the Rams get speedy once they're garrisoned. TaToH might lose pikemen if Gabi can garrison. She has towers herself in her eco. Maybe she needs a guard tower. Georgians will have that. When is spawn tower? That's the castle age upgrade, right? Yeah. Oh, TaToH's gonna castle drop. TaToH will castle drop Gabi's TC here. Alright, Gabi looking for gold. And she will have to notice that. TaToH's still in the back of her base. Yeah, TaToH's pop lock, he's at 200 pop. Gabi's still at 100. And yeah, TaToH's finally fixed his idols. He only has 8 idle Vills now. Maybe that'll be the nail in the coffin. No longer having idle Vills. Ooh, the Vills are gonna run, but run straight into crossbows. They're just gonna fist fight those crossbows. Stab them with their knives. Yeah, 150 Vills and still no Imp. He is gonna click Imp, though. Another church for Gabi. These crossbows will be chased down. She has to avoid that castle. And more Monaspas for her, but now down in military numbers too. Lots of pikemen and can't fight the pikemen. These aren't step lancers. Can't fight them with the cav unit. And will probably be GG when he hits Imp. Another church. As this castle will make trebs and she won't have a way of dealing with that. A couple of mangonels trying to kill crossbows. Still don't get a good shot. Crossbows going for the monks. The mangonel get in range. The monks will go down. But then so will the crossbows. Monaspas come over to clear them up. Oh man. Mangonels are so ineffective against crossbows these days. Pikemen raiding the Vills and the gold. Gabi not noticing in time. Let's see. There, now she's garrisoned. A couple of mule carts garrisoned too. And TaToH will go for a pikeman ram push on this castle. Castle doing a great job killing pikemen. Gabi, I don't think has the military to stop this. She will try though. Some Monaspas. That's a good hit and can come over with mangonels. TaToH, someone who does like his ram pushes. Monaspa's on the way out. They'll deal with a ram. And lots of pikemen still. What type of attack grounds can we get? A decent one. Gabi's gonna clear this. TaToH going man-at-arms. It looks like he might try to swap for champions. Now the ram goes down. Gabi's going to keep the castle alive. She's on 100 Vills. I think Imp... And look at TaToH's stockpile of resources. That is insane. He's up by 22,000 resources collected. Okay, hitting the barracks. She is strangely enough not completely dead yet though, but there's Imp. I think the trebs... Actually, the only place TaToH can make trebs is the forward castle. He's going to focus first on conscription. Is TaToH actually out of gold? Actually, he still has access to this gold if he goes over there. And he will have this forward gold by the castle. Maybe Gabi could tower that. And TaToH doesn't actually have any gold income right now. Gabi still has gold access. Vikings do only have pikemen. No halb. Horrible cav line. No husbandry, no bloodlines, no final armor, no hussar. And then skirms don't have thumb rings, so Viking trash is not good. He's gonna go champions. Oh, he wants another castle drop, but castling under the church, if Gabi garrisons there, maybe she can stop that? And garrisons in or Monaspas? Okay, this is a doubt castle from TaToH. There's one way for Gabi to get back into the game. It's if TaToH swaps out for doubt. Okay, well, that castle's denied. That's not good for TaToH. Gabi climbing in pop a bit. Mangonels capped rams now. What type of shot can the mangonels get? And get a ram. One more ram. The Monaspa's going down. 47 military for TaToH. Gabi's struggling to get her military numbers up. She herself might need murder holes. A castle with murder holes actually isn't the worst thing for destroying rams. Shoots enough arrows, it destroys them over time. She's forward, trying to take TaToH's resources. There's a messy fight over here on another gold. TaToH trying to get more gold control. Siege Engineers on the way with bracers. Siege Engineers will help the rams. More Monaspas coming forward to destroy that ram. This is Gabi's only castle. She loses that, and she'll lose all the Monaspas. But does have quite a few Monaspas now. We'll fight the pikemen under the castle. And there's Siege Ram and Siege Engineers, so the pushes should be good next time he goes for the castle. And he does have Imp Armor and Bogsviar for the Arb soon. Yeah, 5k, almost at ACCM territory now. And TaToH's claiming more gold with outposts. He sees all of Gabi's vills. Gabi now dropping in vill numbers. Some good crossbow raids. Arbalest on the way with the Imp upgrade. Ram goes down. Tower and Ram go down, but the Ram push continues for TaToH. And Arb's on the wood line fighting the vills. Hospice hitting the pikes, fight under the TC. And there is the GG. And TaToH will win 3-1. But every single one of those games was absolutely crazy. Gabi still had the KD lead somehow. Ranking's OP. And I think this game came down to Gabi maybe being a bit over-aggressive on the hill at the front of TaToH's base. She was hoping she could maybe control that hill with the siege push. But while doing that, TaToH was able to defend that very well. And he added TCs and boomed behind that, while at the same time doing ballistics. There's that Viking eco, so he had handcart and ballistics. With ballistics, he was somewhat winning fights, while Gabi was on 1 TC the entire time. And, I mean, he did take damage from that, but damage while booming and outbooming the damage. Whew. That was crazy. GG's. Oh, I didn't even update the scoreboard out of game. One day I'll have those linked and I won't need to press multiple buttons. That's 3-1 for TaToH, as we finally get the Georgians losing to the Vikings. And I do wonder if Vikings are a counterpick to Georgians, because they do have the eco maybe to match the fortified churches. I still feel the late game unit composition is much better for the Georgians. But the game was decided by that Castle Age transition. And it's a tough matchup because she was still doing things that worked. She was doing damage with the mangonels, which is not quite enough to dislodge the boom from TaToH. Anyway, we're gonna find another set to cast now. GG's, that was crazy. And what is going on at the moment? There's MBL Ozone. Thank you, Cryptic Conman, for the follow. Dark versus Terz. Dark versus Terz. Nikov versus Sobek. What are... let's see. Give me the stats here. Siscon Goku. That's almost done. We're gonna go Dark versus Terz. Dark versus Terz. We'll cast Terz. And let me update my YouTube title too. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed that. I always enjoy watching Gabi play. And we're gonna get into this next set. I think Dark certainly is the favorite here. Update my out-of-game scoreboard in between the games, or in between the sets. Any Terz enjoyers? Alright, I need some water. Ooh, Vikings again. Vikings for Terz, Maya for Dark. Ooh, I've always thought this matchup's interesting. This is deep Terz enjoyer territory. So men-at-arms forward for the Vikings fighting the Eagles. Eagles do not have their discount. That patch, again, does not apply. We're on the previous patch. So Eagles are not returned to their normal cost. There's still 25 food here. Make sure I see my YouTube chat. This is the best Arabia Civ now? Probably Catans or Chinese. Might change with the Eagle Warrior discount. Don't know how much that'll affect things. Incas sound like they're going to be pretty scary with cheap eagles. Oh wow, we're really getting caught up with this game. TaToH with the TC at the front. And now he is equal on Vills, but down on Army. Those cheap Maya crossbows paying off. TaToH might have to go pretty heavily for the Viking skirms for the moment. But he does have the free wheelbarrow and handcart and the second TC up. They should be able to catch up in that eco difference. Has to be careful about over chopping by this wood line. So 20 minutes and both players are on the castle age. What is this? Ooh, no ballistics so the Vills can run. You can run in DE without losing Vills. That hole is awkward for TaToH. He's gonna try to wall that up. Might lose a couple of Vills though. TaToH's actually a higher elo than Dark. I would think Dark is a pretty heavy favorite in this set, but TaToH's actually with more elo. Oh, no double bit axe for TaToH. I thought you were saying like the game hasn't dragged out for 2 hours, but no new double bit axe. 2019 again? Skirm's trying to fight the Eagles. Eagles coming forward. Maya Eagles are nice. Maybe Viking longswords are the answer here? Not when so many crossbows are out, though. TaToH goes longswords, that would be crazy. But now he's fighting Skirm against Eagle, and I don't think that works in any universe. Bound friends are always the favorite. And ballistics on the way for Dark. That'll make the crossbows extra dangerous. And that might just be enough to turn off the lights. TaToH is going to lose his skirms, and there's the GG. Dark goes up 1-0. Alright, so he got to speed cast the first game at least. 34 to 15 KD. Let me go find their Civ draft, and I'll update the out-of-game overlay. He won a wood game versus Hera. Oh boy. The next game... Okay, you can speculate the map for the next game. Let me find their draft. I don't even know who's the favorite here. What does this dashboard say? I think Dark is. And let me see if I can find the draft. Should be right here, right? Yes. Also, I have to say huge shoutouts to both the Spectator dashboard and the AoE2 CM website for not putting crappy ads throughout their websites. Like, it's so refreshing not needing to have an ad blocker to work them. So what was that? It was Vikings losing to the Maya. And you look at AoE2 Insights or Wikipedia, and it's just ads everywhere. I can't stand it. You like the map choices? I do too. It's been a good map. You like that TaToH picked green? Is TaToH a green picker? I think he is. I think he is. So reminding me of ads, let me just do a quick mandatory Twitch ad between the games. Oh, I can't. The last ad I played was too recent. Never mind. Maybe if I sometimes if I refresh the page, I trick Twitch into letting me play a quick ad. No, it didn't work this time. I hate ads. Well, that's why everyone who subs or does a YouTube membership or supports on Patreon, you help keep the ads off. So I appreciate y'all so much. And here we are. Terz will be in the green, Gurjurs to the southwest, and dark the blue Lithuanians to the northeast. Green is... Leary changes his color every game, though. It does feel like Leary is a green color, though. Hera's usually blue, Viper's yellow, of course. I do kind of associate Doubt with Cyan, but more so I associate Doubt with either blue or red because he doesn't care enough to pick a color. Jordan I'll always associate with gray for playing gray Mongols on Tyrant. Even though he never does that in a 1v1. Backed, of course, is orange. The freaking Andy's getting the orange going these days. Early mill, of course, for the Gurjurs, even in early boar lore. Sheep will go inside of the mill. The camel. Okay, your sheep are not out there, Terz. Over here. Now, that's something to be aware of how the sheep distance is on this map. I like the deer that spawn in pairs. Actually, I really like the pair deer. I think that's a nice touch to have deer in pairs. I don't think I like the singleton deer. I think it's a bit much, but I like the deer that are in pairs. That way you got to scout for multiple groups of deers. Might even do that on my own maps in the future. Deer in pairs. Like orange as well. Has good potassium. Now it is the awkwardness of playing the Gurjurs. Because your boars do not fit cleanly under your TC. The villas will be bumping a bit. Also, Terz has to chop a straggler to be able to do a lumber camp. One villa on the berries. And he'll be putting the rest of the sheep inside of that mill. Logarithmically generating food. Is the starting camel scout an advantage? Maybe? It's very rare you see players train camel scouts in feudal. Sometimes you do see it. I think the real advantage of this is being able to train camel scouts during your feudal to castle age transition, and then when you get to the castle age, you have a bunch of camels instantly. And you can apply a lot of pressure to cav civs by instantly having camels. I don't think it's as much of an early game or early feudal advantage, even though it does serve mostly as a mobile spear against scouts. Because they cost gold, you have to have a very specialized economy to train more of them. And it is rare, but not unseen, for players to add additional camel scouts in the feudal age. Here is Paris. They're in pairs. Yeah, the downside of the starting one is that when you get to the castle age and monks come out, you won't have a way to pick off monks. In the feudal age, it's better against scouts, worse against archers, basically. So depending on the civ matchup, it can be better or worse. That's something I think is true for the Gurjurs as a whole, though. Very civ matchup dependent. And maybe against the Lithuanians. So dark is the Lithuanians. Look at that beautiful boar economy. 2 on wood, so we might go straight up into scouts. With how open and aggressive this map is, we have seen instances of double, triple stable scouts. Potentially camel scouts could be good then. And with the very safe... What is this Black Forest map for Terz? Aside from the berries, wonderful main gold. Thick wood lines that he can wall to keep crossbows away. Oh, this feels like an Arabia woodline. That's another good thing about this map. The wood lines actually have some girth to them. 70 to 80 trees. And you're not getting those tiny 60 tree wood lines. In AOC, the wood lines were around 120 trees. I'd say wood lines could even be slightly larger than these, but it does make the game a bit more dynamic having these woods. Scripter, I think this should be one of Trezini's Arabias. As I said, the 2 big things I have right now are the resources that are still on those straight lines through the TC. You can still kind of tell that, even though they are farther away. It's still the same placement system, where there's basically 8 locations for them on the grid. That and the hills. You can see how the player lands, the circles around the players are flat. And then the hills are very far away. And woodline generation still I don't think is ideal, but it's also about as good as you can get with AoE 2 woodlines. Shower curtain woodlines. Dark Drush? You think the Lithuanians want to go for the Insta-Drush? We did see that Persian Insta-Drush in U-Pudding set that was effective against antagonists, but I think the higher level you go, the less effective that is. The better players will be at their quick walls and at defending it. And, ooh, barracks denied, barracks denied. From Terz, there we go. Camel Scout denying the barracks. And Villas the quick wall himself, he'll be safe there. Let's slowing that down slightly. Helps you out a bit. Double bit axe right away for Terz. He does have the timing advantage over Dark. And Terz will be adding in a stable. Lithuanians, faster moving spears, faster moving skirms. If you get to a very heavy scout fight, I don't want to lose HP on the Villas Terz. I think he chose wisely at the end, not engaging. I think engaging might have been a mistake. You don't want to lose HP on your Camel Scout. That is a valuable resource, and you want to conserve as much of that as you can. Tab over now. Twitch lets me play an ad during the game, not between them. Silly Twitch. Silly Twitch indeed. What is this? Oh, is that archery range? Archery range for Dark. Okay, range opening, so that might be for skirms. Will indeed be scouts from Terz. No gold income yet, so no additional camel scouts. He will opening for the scouts. See if it's better mid to late game? I don't know. Camels shut down the night play pretty well for the Lithuanians, but if they get enough relics, they can still power through the camels. Late game Lithuanians usually want to be going skirm plus Latus with relics. I think the extra relics favor Lithuanians for this map, but this version I think only has 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And by the spawn of them, I'd say they kind of favor Terz. Do not engage to save your Camel Scout HP. That's the plan. That range still denied, and Dark will be looking to wall up. Can Dark wall enough before Terz overwhelms with scouts? This is a matchup I'd honestly be tempted to go double stable scouts from Terz if Dark only walls to the TC and can't get full walls up. Now a couple of spears could be a problem. The Camel Scouts will keep coming forward. Maybe go for that scout. How does Twitch? Twitch does not know that at all. Twitch has no knowledge of that. In OBS, I manually swap the scene. Ooh, almost destroyed the house there. We'll suffer a poke, though. I decide, you know what, you'll poke me, I'll poke you right back and kill the spear. And get away. Blacksmith goes up as the scouts run out. The scouts to run. Ooh, okay, get those spears there, that's questionable. Weak Vil, but not gonna be able to get that. Now the walls will go up. Walls will go up. But this is still where I'd be tempted. All in scouts here. A range follow-up from Terz, though. Worried about the spears. I'll tab check my Discord messages. Where am I getting tagged? Why do I have 3 tags and it's only 1 message? Discord these days. That's the worry when you're streaming. You need to check your Discord notifications in case it's something important. And it turns out not to be important. There's applying pressure. Still with the archer hitting the Vils and the berries. Skirm takes out the archer. Look, everyone tag me, oh boy. Now, Castle Age for Dark. Castle Age first here for Dark. I'm kind of surprised Dark is so low elo. He's definitely better than a 2k3 player. Castle Age for Terz, slightly slower. Adding in archers. This is probably the period where I'd expect to see a couple of camel scouts from him. So that he can make them on the way up. And a great micro from Dark. Skirms hitting the archers, scouts, or spears fighting the scouts. Exactly the opposite of what Terz wanted. Oh, Skirm's running in place a bit. Just coming over to the gold. And Castle Age gold mining on the way. Skirm on the way too. Here's try to run with some scouts and archers, get to the back, see if you can get away. And the archers come back. Skirm Bodkin on the way for Dark. And then, oh, what is this from Terz? Oh, that handsome Arabian wolf getting some bites out of the Vil. I really need Capture to disable minimap scrolling. Maybe there's some way I could do that myself, just like disable scrolling if it's on this part of the screen. But when I scroll accidentally on the minimap, that completely throws me off. And Terz pressuring with crossbows, a nice score lead for him, slightly more resources collected and pressuring the front of the Lithuanians' base. Second TC for Dark, that'll try to defend his main gold. You can get a nice farm there. But it'll be time for mangonels from Terz. Question is, does he amass mangonels or go straight forward with them? Do I get a lot of Andy Bernard references? I don't. And Monk, I'll scare the camels away. Can I write H? I probably can. It may be a bit awkward for the bounding box because it's a diamond, but it shouldn't be too big of an issue. Just essentially eat the mouse wheel if I'm accidentally doing it on the minimap. I know exactly who that is, but I don't. The office is long enough ago. Thankfully that I don't get inundated with those. Terz, you think Terz has this easy? I think the Skirms make it tricky. Skirm and Monk, the two best units in the game. Remember, Skirm and Monk. Skirms will take out all those crossbows, and then oh look, another Monk. He's going for the weak camel. Go for the strong camel. Gets the conversion at least. Gets the conversion. Dark now takes a slight score lead as he does have a defense. Oh, on the TC, the Terz runs a mangonel into a TC. That is an expensive mistake from him. And Dark did manage to get another TC in the back. He'll be auto-farming and adding in another workshop. More mangonels coming forward. Terz with an outpost. That'll not be in time to see the Skirms. Terz adding in a second TC of his own, but he's already down. He's going to try to boom while applying pressure. Could maybe take out a TC. We'll need to keep the Vil count even somewhat close. Managing to micro his Vils while Ballistics isn't in yet. And, ooh, Repairville picked off. Another one weak. Camel coming forward. There are defensive camels, at least. No crossbows, but a monk. A monk will be scary. And the Vil picked off. That'll mean the skirms eventually whittle down the Mangonel HP. And maybe a mistake not to have a monastery along with the push for Terz. No monks of his own. Yes, Lithuanians have the better monks. But sometimes you just need to have some type of monk for converting cav. Without the monk, cav are strong. And your own cav will be used against you. Mangonel misses there. Ooh, okay, finally gets a shot on the skirms. Took a while, but loses the Mangonel in the process. And the monk wants another conversion. The light cav there. Can the light cav get a kill? It can, it can. And now 2 Mangonels, another hit on the skirms. That is good. Goes for the Mangonel. Ooh! Dark almost ran into that, but dodged at just the last moment. Repairville's here. Terz, don't run another Mangonel into the TC. Farm's going up all over the place. Wheelbarrow on the way. And will Terz react? No, he won't. Oh, Terz. Another Mangonel down for free. Okay, that one doesn't get hit. And only 2 TCs to 3 now. A lot of pressure for Dark, but never an overwhelming number of Mangonels. And oh no, another one goes down. That was a great Mangonel shot. Terz tried to dot. Terz has lost Mangonels. And it might seem like a small thing, but running that initial Mangonel and losing it to the TC fire completely stopped the early momentum of Terz's push. Instead of 2 Mangonels pressuring a TC, 1 is much easier to repair. And thank you also, ZGamer, for the follow 5 minutes ago. I totally missed the alert, but thank you very much. Mangonels hit the spear, spear goes down. Knight comes forward, and this is where the lack of monk again hurts. You can maybe get away with missing monks if you have lots of crossbows. But if you don't have lots of crossbows, then one knight does this. And down go the Mangonels, a Vil goes down. The knight picks some crossbows off. Mangonels hit the knight. Crossbows hit the knight. Now's another Mangonel down. Terz has lost so many Mangonels. Now he's down by 20 Vils. And the TC still stands. He's still down by a TC. And I think Dark has this easy at this point. Dark also picked up 1 relic, but at least Terz has 3. 3, but much worse of an economy. Only 1k res difference, but I think it's going to balloon pretty soon. Wheelbarrow on the way for Terz, but Dark already has that. And, ooh, okay, Terz, one-shot the castle foundation, please. Please see that this is going to happen. You have the monk there, you see the Vils, he goes for the Vils. Oh, he displays the Mangonel too early. Doesn't get the shot on the castle foundation. Okay, kills a Mangonel. Finally, get a good Mangonel shot from Terz. He's been lacking in those. But behind all of this, Imp is on the way for Dark. He can do the castle more defensively at home. Maybe the downside for this is that the golds are forward. If I can double click a gold. This gold only less than 3,000 left, but there's another gold over here. The Vils are already moving out towards it. That Dark can take, and what a map for Dark with how open this Arabia can be, that he has 2 golds he can mine in his base. Light Cav getting in on the Stone Vils. He will go down. Gold lines on the way for Terz. Few camels come forward. He's gonna make a good push with camels. Maybe he has one last opening while Dark clicks Imp if he can go for an all-in Castle Age push. Bloodlines on the camels. Still needs more armor though. Lithuanians are getting to that Skirm Knight composition that they like. Maybe he needs to be devoted too. Still no devotion for him. There's the... what is that castle? I mean, it secures the wood lines. Doesn't do much for gold. Doesn't do much for the rest of the eco. Okay, interesting castle position from Dark. Let's go for the monastery, try to eject the relic from the Lithuanian player. As the armored elephant walks forward. And there is Imp. There is Imp. Handcart on the way. Ultra safe, I guess. 4 mangonels all missing. And what they need is a shot on the knights. And, ooh, the mangonels are going to go down here. That is horrible positioning of the camels and mangonels for Terz. Loses 3 of them for nothing. And the good thing for him is that the knights have lost their relic. But the bad thing for him is he's lost his mangonels. Imperial Age on the way for Terz. But already down by 3,000 resources and 20 vills. Dark will keep moving forward. Terz will do a defensive castle. I fear that might be too little too late. Monk goes down to a crossbow, and the castle goes up. And 4 castle for Dark. Castle here is still killing pikemen. There's a monk forward, Halb on the way. Both saves will have bombard cannon. Jurors with cannon, Lithuanians with cannon, and neither with siege engineers. Jurors still maybe hoping that he can grab map control and prevent Dark from taking the golds. Dark gonna raid a bit. On latest against the camel. I guess the camel should win that at least. Kinda close, but the camel does win. On the outside, more outposts for Dark. Trip for Dark attacking the castle. As the castle shoots a monk. Trebs can still be deployed on the hill. This castle taking some more shots from the Trebs. The Treb out, but already down in Treb numbers. 3 Trebs with a hill advantage. This will go down rather quickly. And then once the castle's down, Lechek can swarm in and take the Treb. Even killing some crossbows from Terz. Terz is stone-walled partially, but still exposed fully. If Leechus ever sees that gold, that'll be dead vills. Castle down into GG. He's gonna make one last play for heavy camels. But considering Halbs are out already for Dark, I don't think that'll be enough. Camels Still hoovering around as a couple of trebs come forward. There's a GG from Terz, so Dark goes up 2-0. Not much to say there. Terz's Mangonel micro failed him, and the pressure he wanted to apply simply wasn't there, while Dark just boomed it out. And Dark's elo very misleading, I think. .2-0 lead for Dark, and that was Lithuanians over Gajurs. Alright, and I'm gonna run to the bathroom before game 3. I've been casting for almost 4 hours today, and we have a lot more to go still. And when all the live sets are done, I'll see if there's anything that hasn't been casted, and I'll probably do some Rex too. Well, Dark, he has done very well in TTL before, so he can be competitive at the top. Don't know if he ever actually stays at the top, though, so let's see this. Vietnamese for Dark and Persians for Terz on the next game. And let's see, yep, the Vietnamese immediately laming. Oh, we have a lame. We have a quick lame for Dark. By the time I'll load in, he's already lamed. Gonna bring it around the side and pick up his goats while laming. He's gonna scout his base while laming the boar. That's how quickly the Vietnamese lame, right away. Alright, so that was a quick start to the game. There's the boar going down. Alright, well, only one boar for Terz, and he hasn't taken it yet. He's gonna swap to pushing in some mouflons. And he will be scouting, but hasn't found the boar. Yeah, no, is the boar gonna stay in his fog of war? Is he gonna think he's been double lamed? Well, not the start that Terz wants to the game, sure about that. Did Gabi win? No, she did not. That was a 3-1 win for TaToH. But every single one of those games was very competitive. And I think that's super promising from Gabi to be that competitive against a player of TaToH's caliber. Any one of those 3 losses, a couple of things go differently, and very well could have ended up as a win for her. In some respects, kind of unfortunate that her playstyle matched up against TaToH, who is very good at those extremely messy, tower-heavy, extended feudal games. Maybe not the same caliber of player as Hare and Leary, but stylistically, I think if there's a player capable of at least being familiar with Gabi's playstyle, TaToH is the one. Archers shoot a unit from half a kilometer away. That's pretty far. Arrow would have to travel a long ways. How far would arrows travel if you have a really, if you have a really proper bow? Because obviously, if you're in a military situation with a huge army, you don't need to accurately hit your target. You're just trying to get your arrows through the air to land on them. Unfortunate for Gabi, but she also played very well. I mean, you gotta give her credit. Very exciting to watch, indeed. And Feudal Age on the way for Terz. The Terz going up first, recovering from that lame, hasn't really felt the effects yet, but sometimes you feel it more in Feudal when you have to add the farms earlier and you don't have the wood that you want. Tried to push Mouflons as best he could. But we're also going to have the push for Dark. Dark essentially trading Scout HP for +1 boar for him, -1 boar for Terz. And even with the boars doing more damage to scouts than they did in the past, I think that's still something that he'll take. I've always felt it would be interesting, take the boars, give them a bit less food, but give players 3 boars, spread out a bit more. That way you can maybe encourage laming, and then maybe get rid of the old change to scouts, where you gave the scouts more, or you gave the boars more bonus attack against scouts. Gosh, this yellow outline. Can I do something about this? What if I alt-tab and tab back? Hold on, let me swap my scene real quick. This yellow window capture outline, for some reason this game has decided to encroach upon my screen. You don't see it, I do. What do I think about foxes? I think foxes were more interesting when they could be pushed. I don't know, you use them well, it's nice to have new assets that are somewhat different than other things. Feels kind of not AoE 2-esque not to require a drop site, but at least it is a bit different. I don't think they have enough gold on them. It's only 35 gold, that doesn't matter much. Arena was the only situation where they did matter, where you'd have enough maybe to tighten up your build order if you pushed a couple of foxes. But in their absence, or in the absence of being able to push them anymore, I don't think they ever really matter too much. They can benefit a monk rush or a tower rush on Arena if you run into them while going forward. That's, I think, their most significant purpose in most of all maps that I've seen them. Maya beat the Vikings, yes, in Game 1. Maya beat the Vikings. We have seen... Game 1 of this set was an American Civ. TaToH picked Inca as his #1 overall pick, but didn't play them in the set against Gabi. So we didn't see them. And I guess technically the Inca are South American, so not Mesoamerican. Maya's destroying Viking armies on the Arabian Peninsula? Indeed. So we have some scouts opening from Terz as the Persians. And this will be defensive spears and a quick market from Dark. Dark going for some type of market uptiming build. Terz reverse sweep low FM. That's what Terz is hoping for, I'm sure. Terz reverse sweep. Archer comes forward. Archer attacking the repair Vil. Okay, the Vil can lose some HP. Clutching is in for Terz, and Vil runs back. Safe to do this in DE, of course. You're not going to lose the Vils. Archers cannot hit Vils that are retreating. Range up for Dark. That'll be 2 ranges. 2 ranges is the Vietnamese, extra HP for the archers against the Scout plus Archer combo from Terz. Okay, I might force Terz into some skirms. Persians, if they can't get to the Castle Age, will of course have the +2 attack on their Night Line against ranged soldiers, who will eventually have Savaras if the game goes that long. And yeah, Dark not going straight up. Did do fletching. Has invested into quite a few archers now. And will come out to the berries. Forward berries for Dark. That's a challenge for him. His gold's nice and safe, but the berries forward. And HP for the archers on this fight will be quite nice for him. Scouts coming over. But so too are a few spears. No upgrades on the scouts for Terz, so the Vils can turn and fight. One scout goes down. I always feel that if scouts don't have upgrades, Vils can fight. And the fights are usually good. Yeah, you add any of the 3 upgrades, then Vils probably don't want to fight. But if they're unupgraded, Vils fight and are great. that's the type of micro you want from Dark. That's why he's such a good player. That was a great micro, those dance moves. If you follow Dark on his Instagram, you'll see him put in a bunch of dance moves. He's a dancer. IRL. And a couple of scouts now coming forward for Terz. Spear is dancing from the berries, and Castle Age is on the way now. Castle Age on the way. Castle Age on the way for both. And gold mining on the way for Dark. Is Dark? No, Dark is Russian. He is most definitely not from the US. Spear hit the scouts. Vil's gonna turn and fight. Still no upgrades on the scouts, even with the hill advantage. Not getting a Vil. Has to be elite skirm. With all these skirms, yes. Double ranges from the Persians, and against the Vietnamese, it'll be elite skirm. For a skirm against the Vietnamese isn't always the best, because the Vietnamese will in the long run have much better skirms than the Persians. But it will be the opening, at least. It will be the opening. Also probably a good matchup for Vietnamese to go Cav Archers. But I think maybe the answer could be Fire Lancer, with how good their Fire Lancers are. I mean, maybe the Vietnamese go Fire Lancer if we do get Night Spam from the Persians. Bodkin the first click. Terz not doing Elite Skirm yet. There he goes. Now it's Elite Skirm. And picks off one more Archer. Now, if he had Elite Skirm, he could think about diving the TC. Maybe he'd need armor too. But he could dive the TC when it's only ranges, and Elite Skirm are good enough at picking off Vils. Vils won't chase them down. Does he dive the TC? Probably not with that stable. Were there no stable, then he could dive and it'd be fine. But with the stable, it doesn't want to fight knights. 1 armor on the knights, 2 at least. So it's not going to be free kills for the skirms. And he does force up a workshop. Didn't scout that though. He is up by 4 vills thanks to the Persian TC. Maybe he could do another TC himself, start really booming as the Persians, get an eco lead. Something he hasn't been able to get all season or all series. Skirms hitting crossbows, taking them out. Crossbows taking some damage. Camel here hitting knights as the skirms have to run away. And Cav Archers, alright, Cav Archers for Terz. Getting a nice raid up here. There we go, second TC for Terz. Adding in a monastery now. Hey, maybe this could be the start of a reverse sweep. He has Persians and he has skirms. Any of the hero units? Thankfully I haven't seen any yet, but the civs with the hero units are in the tournament. We might see that at some point. Oh, look at that Arabian Wolf go after the Cav Archer. Cav Archer, shoot it while it's running at you. Don't wait for it. No, you will have the hill at least. Oh, Wolf gets a couple of nibbles. Yeah, so university for Terz. Farms around the TC over here. Is it in 03? I don't know. I think Terz is now in a nice position. He's booming as the Persians. A big worry would be Fire Lancers if that comes for the Vietnamese. And the other big worry is Mangonel's getting a shot on the skirms. If a Mangonel shot lands, then Terz is in trouble. If not, then he's okay. Did I speak too soon? As long as you have Kelton William Wallace. Crossbow shooting over the wood line. TC shoots the scout. Crossbows come over and hit the Cav Archers. Cav Archers go down to the crossbows. Crossbows hit the villager. And now, okay, this is a scary army for Dark. Crossbow Mangonel. Terz still defending Skirm Camel. And mostly 21 skirms for him and nothing else. He's not even pulling ahead in vills, getting the TC in the back. But still, oh my gosh, those skirms are fighting 3 Mangonels. They're fighting 3 Mangonels. It's 37 military to 26 now. 28 crossbows, ballistics on the way. Ballistics will make this tricky. Amel dodges the lack of ballistics for now. Mangonel's scary. Smiley! Hello, Smiley. Hope you're having a lovely day. And then ballistics for Dark, that university right against the edge of the map. Okay, I'm telling you, I see this pond at the bottom of the university. Whenever I see that, I just think Viper's gonna try to fish boom there one day. I'm gonna see some fish traps popping up in that pond. You know, Siri, how am I doing? I'm doing great. I had a lot of fun casting Gabi's set earlier. I've been having a pretty good day outside of that. I feel like I'm almost at a point where I need a third cup of coffee, though. And this is the type of game that makes you wish the delete trick still works, so Terz actually could fight off those mangonels. Yeah. Yeah, well, one day I'll have to try to find a way to convince Nadia to come out of retirement. And give Gabi a challenge again. Let's go down. Mangonel still looking for a hit on the crossbows, but Dark doing a good job of microing away. Terz needs a good hit. Oh, okay, he completely missed. And misses again. Oh, Terz. Need a Mangonel shot. Bill's repairing, Dark splitting. Mangonel goes down. Yeah, I'd hope this wouldn't have been so one-sided, but Dark definitely a much better player than his elo would lead you to believe. Splits away, and now can pressure the TC. Persian TCs have a lot of hit points, but probably not withstanding a full push from Dark once he hits it. Imp. Want to game 5 caterpillars? Ballistics now for Terz. That'll help even up the fights a bit. There are lots of other set stocks. I'm going to figure out what we're casting after we're done with this one. They're all at different times, so what we cast will depend on what's starting or finishing. Ballistics and scale barding on the way, and what Mem and Tristan are casting too. We'll try to avoid multi-covering if there are lots of sets at the same time. And oh, okay, the two armies walking past each other. Monk wants a conversion. Knights want to go for the Mangonel. Chain barding armor and Imperial Age on the way for Dark. Dark's gonna get Imp, and that's basically gonna end the game. He's taking a bit of damage here from Terz. Terz does have a Vil lead. Ecos are still close. Is there a world where Dark somehow Titanics 20 Vils on that gold? He's gonna run. He's gonna run. Terz, look at that gold he's floating, you're right. 2.7k gold. Okay, Dark, where are these Vils going? If only these were crossbows instead of skirms. Dark is with full crossbow. Okay, is Dark Titanicking here? Is he Titanicking? Is Terz able to take a great fight with skirms and clear the crossbows before upgrades come in? Bracer on the way. Terz at least has his armor, but he's losing skirms. The crossbows have a hill. When Bracer comes in, they'll probably be able to kill the skirms. And enough crossbows that Terz is gonna lose everything. Oh no, Terz, disaster. Disaster for Terz. And this does look fairly GG. Terz, you're gonna call GG with 3.7k gold. And a 116 to 88 villager lead. What, 36 to 7 military. It's a 70 to 48 KD. That is a rather mismanaged economy. And it's hard to say, it's not like he wasn't concentrating on food. He has 33 farms, but dang. GG 3-0 Dark. Terz was our hope. But, look at that, more res collected still at the end. Had a good raid, but Dark is too far ahead in military. Terz is German. Hello, the best little sub. We don't have an FM command. What are you expecting as a command there? 3-0 Dark. That was Persians losing to Vietnamese. Early lame got him off to a good start. Alright, let's see what else is going on right now. What's on the schedule today? deaKer versus KingstoNe is starting soon. I don't see any other live sets right now. I fused D-Gen here. Well behaved. Alright, let me see if there's something going on in the event Discord. Is there any set that hasn't been casted? Is there any set that hasn't been casted yet today? I think Dragonstar Overtaken was casted. Sebastian Cosmonaut, did people cover that? Anyway, I might take a quick break myself. And because I've been casting for 4 hours, and then we'll find something to cast. But I'm going to take like a 5-minute break and I'll be right back. So stay tuned, we'll figure out what we're casting next, and at the very least in 40 minutes we're going to have another set of... what did I say that again? deaKer versus KingstoNe. So stay tuned. Alright, so welcome back, everyone. And I think we have a bit of a gap before this one starts. It's still on the schedule for 32 minutes from now. Let me see if this is here. ACCM versus Jack. I don't think we can do a set in 30 minutes featuring ACCM. So I think my plan will be we'll have 2 more sets tonight then. We'll do KingstoNe, deaKer, and then we'll do ACCM versus Jack. But we'll do those as Rex after this one. Alright, so I think maybe we'll just cast a ranked game in between, just find someone randomly playing on the ranked ladder, and then cast that one. Ranked ladder. Why does Capture Rage not save my typing? And remind me to reinitialize the banners once we find something. Let's see who's playing right now. No one really online? Stone Please and deaKer are playing. More versus TaToH are playing. Not really anything going on. Oh wait, if I go to the ladder, I need to change my patch version. Thank you also earlier, Meatbank, for the follow. I totally missed seeing that. Where are we at? In terms of... I mean, do I think Arabia is the most balanced map? Yes. Definitely. Who won? TaToH won that set, 3-1. It was a very close set, but TaToH did end up pulling it out in the end. Let's see, I guess I swap back over to current patch for a game, and we'll try to cast something. I guess Mem will probably still be on for that. I don't know what he's... Let's see what Mem's casting right now. He's going to cast the ACCM set. He might be speed casting that, though. Let's see, if he's casting that, I don't know if I'll cast it myself. Let's see where things go after the next one. Alright, so still just gonna find someone on the ladder to cast. I think we'll just cast Fire then. Looks like he's playing against Vistima. I've never heard of Vistima before, so time to learn about a new player. Go back to playing. On the dashboard. Dashboard. Everyone loves the spec dashboard. There we go. We'll load into this. Alright. So we'll have Fabian. Virtus Fabian. I have no idea who this is. But they're 2k1 playing against Fire, so Fire will be a heavy favorite in this match. 4 gold, but still much closer to the TC than KOTD. I'm casting ranked. Do I need to change versions? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So this will be... Let's see. Are the Wu or Burmese hit by changes? I think the Jian Swordsman train more slowly. A Loom on the way for Fabian. Guess I'll call him Fabian.
Okay.
And Feudal Age also here.
命令。喂，什么？何种命令？什么？
Mining camp gonna go up there. Played on old patch old from before 2 days ago. From a day and a half ago. And Fabian will work to wall up as a couple of militias come forward for Fire. Fire's still in the Dark Age, so Fire going for that 2 militia drush. Don't see that. That's kind of falling out of favor these days, the 2 militia drush, but he's going for it right here.
Okay.
Wonder if he'll FC behind it. Probably not. Probably just going to go up 121 Vils. Drop off. 2 seconds of idle time, not too much for him, and he's up. But at the same time, this will be a good set of walls here. Good set of walling from Fabian. And a wall up against the edge of the map. Have their modern build holders? What do you mean? That they're ready for the next patch? So no forward vills for a tower or anything. These militias will hoover around and we'll have man-at-arms on the way for Fabian.
准备就绪。喂，
喂，
Yes, and any good stretch after casting for 4.5 hours. The count is no. The French drush is different. The French drush is 2 militia, but you do that instead of men-at-arms on the way up to feudal, basically. 2 militia drush is different. That's just a Dark Age variant on the drush. So now we have 4 men-at-arms breaking through that house. These Wu men-at-arms will heal. Another militia for Fire. He's actually taking quite a while to get up. Oh, Danny, hello, Danny. How are you doing? We are here killing time before the next set starts. Everyone give some flowers to Danny in the chat. Give her lots of flowers. And baskets, hello baskets. Lawns. And give a lawns in the chat too for baskets. So, men-at-arms being researched. Fire needs to protect his barracks while he researches it, actually. Is there a world that barracks goes down before the upgrade comes in? Wait a minute here. Wait a minute, that's gonna be close. Okay, he gets it in, 95%, 200 HP, he gets it. And he'll bring the men-at-arms back and get ready to fight. Burmese will have +1 attack, Wu will heal. Healing takes more time to affect stuff than the attack, maybe. And actually, better fight for Fabian, I think. Okay, almost equal fight by the end of all things considered.
备就绪。
1 low HP man-at-arms survives for Fabian, low HP scout for Fire.
Okay.
How many days? I've had a pretty good pretty good day so far.
Maybe吧。
I'm exhausted from casting, but
准备就
pretty good one. I absolutely loved casting that Gabi TaToH set. That was amazing.
就绪。什么？
We need Gabi in more tournaments.
何种命令？什么？
Maybe吧。
A double bit axe on the way for Fabian.
准备就绪。
Alawo? Is that a meme I should know? Is that a meme I'm unaware of? How many militia do you need to make the men-at-arms upgrade worth it? Usually you do 3 militia into men-at-arms. That's the most common.
什么？
It all depends on the situation. Sometimes you have militia, you click the man-at-arms upgrade, but you have to fight before it comes in. And then if you lose them, then you cancel the upgrade to get the resources back. Aloo? I don't get the meme, FM. I don't get the meme. I need some paragraphs in the chat explaining the meme. Oh, it's a BBTV. Okay, yeah, I don't use those. That'll be why I don't understand it. Well, speaking of King of the Desert putting forward golds, this is normal Arabia putting all the golds forward. For Fabian, that is an awful map here. Gonna add in a blacksmith. You're rushing, you're probably not fitting the timing? That's true, but if you're up late, you can add in more militia after the initial 2, and then do men-at-arms, which we saw here. Nope, we're gonna have another King of the Desert set at the top of the hour. We have about 20 minutes until the next set. They posted Rex of ACCM versus Jack, but I figured it's ACCM. We can't do a set justice in 30 minutes with ACCM. That'll probably be half of a game. So we are just going to casting one random ranked game. Then we'll get back into the King of the Desert. It'll be KingstoNe versus deaKer. So skirms and skirms for both players here. Archers hoovering around. And another range coming up for Fabian. And Black Bear. Skirms and Archer taking out the Black Bear. Down it goes. Skirms and Archer still hitting the bear over here. The Rex weigh more than a terabyte? No, they are not that large. Rec files are quite small. Quite small indeed. You only save the actions taken by players and not the entire game state, other than the initial state. So the files are appropriately sized for the 1990s. And fully walled over here is fire. Gets the blacksmith up. And we'll add in a few palisades. About ACCM stays in the game. Hey, also the ladder, ranked ladder bushes have these little things underneath them. I think that's just a plant though. It must be a second object for the berries. I don't think the berries themselves do that. Maybe we could go to the scenario editor and test in between. Make sure forage bushes still behave like forage bushes. Oh yeah, the farm covers it up, so those have to be plants. And it's something players probably don't realize because they probably use the useless plant remover mod. They don't see the little grass patches or stuff like this. I think though, and this is I tested this a while ago, but I'm forgetting. I think that when you remove plants, it actually does one thing that isn't useless. In that if you have these little plants, like these flowers over here, and you build on top of them, it removes them. It removes them as soon as you start hammering away at the foundation. So if you have them in the fog of war, you actually see them disappear in the fog of war if someone comes forward to place a foundation and builds a forward. And I've never heard of a player actually looking at that and noticing it, but I'm pretty sure if you're paying attention to the fog of war, you can be warned of forward buildings because you see the plants get deleted in the fog. One day someone's gonna see that and it's gonna matter. One day. So double stables from Fire as the Burmese. Looks like he wants to go into knights or elephants. Let's hope it's elephants. But no, it's gonna be the sane play of knights. Not the fun play. Not the fun elephants, but the sane play of knights. If this were Viper, it'd probably be elephants. If this were Doubt, you'd know his chat would make him go elephants. Are we sure? I'm pretty sure in that years ago I tested it and that was the conclusion I drew. Although I'm not sure that it hasn't been changed, because they have changed a few things involving Fog of War since then. But same thing like relics that disappear when a monk picks them up. Pay attention to the disappearing plants. One day building scanning? I miss building scanning. Probably a good thing all in all that it was removed, but I do miss it. Chain barding armor on the way for fire.
何种命令？
Another monastery coming up forward for Fabian. See if a player is taking a resource to try setting a TC gather point. Oh, really? Does that work differently in the Fog of War if it's taken or not? That's interesting. Didn't think about trying that, but yeah, they did make it so that trees don't disappear in the Fog of War anymore. That's why I'm thinking maybe the plant thing was changed. But if the TC gather point's a way of checking that out, then
准备就绪。
maybe I gotta test that. Okay, that's something to test then.
什么？
And check if it's taken using the TC gather points. I like that. I like that little trick. I'm totally gonna completely mess up TC gather points because of that, but we'll try that. We'll try that someday. And Quacks, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Nothing should be visible in the Fog of War. It's awkward because you want to see your own boars and sheep in the Fog of War. But you also don't want to have enemy intelligence based on seeing something in the fog change that you haven't scouted. So it is definitely a trade-off. But I think at this point, most of the trade-offs are the right ones. Outpost scanning is back? That would be weird.
什么？
Farm scouting was fun too when that was a thing. The TC going up for fire, that'll be his second, and he should be able to pull ahead of Fabian then. Lots of crossbows, but the early scorpions from fire will help deal with that. Scorpion, Knight, and Monk.
何种命令？准备就绪。
Scorpion, Knight, Monk from the Burmese. And ballistics on the way now for Fabian.
什么？准备就绪。
Let's go forward for the stone as a relic comes back from fire. And TC on the way up for fire. So second and third TCs for fire, and as long as he can hold then,
何种
he'll start to pull ahead. There's ballistics. No ballistics for the scorpions yet. That'll let the crossbows escape. Wheelbarrow. You need to see your own boar moving. You want to remember where the boar is, though. You wouldn't want it just to disappear after you've scouted it. I don't know what the compromise is, because the boars move. And if it doesn't move, then you're probably going to be really disjointed to walk over to the boar and see that it's a couple tiles over from where the fog shows it. So I don't know what the solution is there. Maybe just to have some type of map marker show up in the Fog of War to say, hey, boar was here, until you scout again.
什么？
And don't know what to do there. We'll get redemption. Yes, the Wu have good monks. The only thing they miss is heresy and block printing, but Castle Age monks are great. And ooh, monks out of position, monks out of position. Knights get a couple of kills, 2 conversions, 1 conversion, and a conversion on a light cav. Converted knight can't go because of the defensive monks and kill the scorpions.
准备就绪。
And swordsman under conversion.
什么？准备就绪。
Skirms get scorpion bolted.
何种命令？什么？
Ooh, Mangonel doesn't connect there. Still no ballistics for the scorpions, but the crossbows are lined up. Ooh, they dodge just in time. One scorp goes down. Fire running into a bit of trouble defending the scorpions, but we'll be okay in the end. And he is pulling ahead in eco. 3 TCs to 1. Fabian not doing much with his remaining TC. I mean, it does make sense, but I think it's also inconsistent with how the game has behaved for such a long time. that would be jarring to change it.
何种命令？准备就绪。
And I think it would be awkward to have a stationary boar in the fog of war that wasn't animated. And what I think would make it extra jarring would be the boar in the fog of war would have to have an idle animation where it's like standing still but slightly moving. And I think it would be really disconcerting, unlike a relic or a tree, to have a moving thing in the fog of war that then appears in a different position. Okay, Mangonel's not getting a hit, but then still the Scorpion's doing the work. Finally, the Mangonel hit. There we go. There we go. That's what Fire wanted. He's going to get the castle up. Crossbow's getting some kills. No ballistics still for the Scorpions, so they're even doing work to the Jin Swordsman as the Knights and Light Cav come forward. That castle will go up, and the crossbows will run away. And there is the GG. As good job from Fire to win that. Alright, so only one game. Only one game. We'll go back to the KUTD patch. Back to previous live and get ready for the next set. Previous live. Oh, I need to leave the game before changing that. There we go, previous live. Turn into medieval style drawings. That could help. Boars teleported within the fog. No wonder thou wert victorious. That is exactly why you win or lose games. Teleporting boars. Imagine if your boars teleported without needing the fog. They just teleported. Jarring. Well, since the Gujaras do have the Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds ability of garrisoning the herdables inside of the mills, maybe it's only appropriate that we would see Jar Jar Binks. Let's see here. Don't see a draft yet. Thank you, Mickey BB, for the follow. Ellipsis types FM through the word dot. Obviously appreciative of the pun. Maybe you could just draw a circle on the wander radius, but that feels a bit intrusive. Oh, you know what we can do? You know what we can do? We can check the berries while we're waiting. Check the berries. No, there's no gamba here. We do not promote gambling. No channel points. We don't do anything spammy. No putting viewers at risk of anything. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds instead of Three Kingdoms? You never know. Right, we're gonna need one player. I have a town center. And a couple of vills. And some forage bushes. I'll test this. Aegis, and let's go. Is there going to be a thing? Oh, there is a thing. That is under the forage bushes. Okay, under each forage bush, there is a stump remaining. Is that new? I don't remember that being a thing. Okay, does that happen for the orange bushes too? And DLC orange bushes? Did we cast this Guns game? If it is, it's on one of my YouTube somewhere. If not, I'm not sure who casted that. Fruit bush. See if those behave the same way. Here for a patch or two, okay. Yeah, those behave the same way. Look, those go. Alright, so that answers our question. And you could push deer in the Age of Kings, yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, T90's playing games now. He stopped casting to go play games. Can you lure deer with bait to your TC? Now, I heard Dave gave that suggestion. You lay breadcrumbs for the chickens to lure them to the TC. Yeah, it's different in AoE 1 to lure the gazelles. Then you have to send one vill to hunt them and push them all towards the TC. Elephant lures are different there too than boar lures. And also, hello, No Zombie over in the YouTube chat. How you doing? Yeah, Scout drops a few crumbs for the units to follow. The deaKer KingstoNe's supposed to be in 6 minutes. Good morning, No Zombie. This will be my final set. I can tell I'm exhausted now from all the casting. And deer push most definitely was unintentional. I've cast him in ranked quite a bit whenever he's playing. We will focus on the tournament though. And do the live sets of the tournament. Okay, I don't see a draft yet. KingstoNe played earlier a game against Ozone in some event. It always feels weird to see AoE 4 tournaments on AoE 2 CM. Or coffee. I should probably get some more coffee for the next set. Farm blocking the castle location? I mean, the farms would just be destroyed if they're at 1 HP. Remember, the farms are destroyed right away. That's probably not a good use of wood. As soon as the foundation doesn't even have to be built. Alright, alright. Doesn't even have to be built. Interesting. Maybe if you know someone's watching for forwards, then you debate them by pretending to remove the grass. Cut the grass. Then not do the forward. TC gather point on resources works too? Okay, okay. Something else we could test. You know, we got the time. Let's figure this out. Let's investigate. Let's investigate. So I'll make a scenario. I'll make, let's see, player, 2 players, but player 2 will be in a mobile units AI. That's a good one. Celts. Celts are a good one. Player 1, what's a good civ for player 1? Celts, you'd be Celts 2. Don't be Mongols with a larger line of sight. Scout. Alright, terrain, forest. Let's get some good old oak forest. And then player 1, bush. No, we don't need a bush. Hello? That was weird. Alright, villager. Sure, player 2 can have some vills. And player 1 will have a scout. And then player 2 could have a lumber camp. There. Test the fog of war thing. No attack. Okay. Oh, I need a TC, don't I? Editor TCs are broken, so let's not do that too much. Okay, that should be good. Alright, so we still have trees there. Back there, we can't set the gather point. Here we cannot! Okay, nice! Chat, you're correct about that. Ooh, okay, that's a nice trick to see if resources are taken, setting the gather point. I don't think there's any building other than the TC where this works. Testing stuff, hello Atomic. Yeah, you can set the gather point on existing trees, but you can't set it if the trees are taken. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's see what happens if the tree just is felled. Oh yeah, and for felled trees too, it looks like. Those count as existing still. So those trees there, they exist even though they're felled. It only works when they're taken completely. Alright, so we'll see here. Like that's a gather point on a tree right there. 2 tiles from the edge, but that is chopped. That's felled, yeah. Alright, so completely taken trees, we cannot gather point then, but those ones we can. Alright. We're bringing back house scanning. Let's go. That's why we have the chat we have. We have proper Age of Empires knowledge here. Oh, that's true. TCs under construction can set gather points now. You're right. Wait, hold on. Before we do this, we're gonna load this. I should have saved this scenario. Let's save this as TC gather point testing. I'll do, hold on, just do new effect, change object stance, player 1, no attack stance. Move a scout over there. Building, player 1, town center here. Wanted a watchtower, place a tower there. And then player 1, just give ourselves some resources. Alright, test. We need unbuilt TC. Get out of the way. Now let's just aegis this. Okay, chop trees, okay. Alright, so tower. Oh, I can't set the tower gather point, and the same thing happens with a tower. Same thing happens with the tower. Alright, TC. Yep, that works. Deleted. Same thing with the TC foundation. What if I don't even build the foundation? If I don't even build the foundation, then same thing. Yep. Oh, I forgot to swap scenes. All right. Thank you. All right. So same thing. Okay, this is the same thing. Watchtower. Some trees are gone. Right. We see the trees here are gone. This one is felled. That one has a wood line. This one here. Can't set the gather point with the tower. The tower works, as you said. So if you have a tower, you can check if it's chopping trees or not. This could be really useful in, say, if you're tower rushing, like in that Gabi TaToH set, right? She had tower rushed one wood line, but probably scattered the other wood line in the Dark Age. She could then use the tower to check where TaToH was moving and chopping wood. Not guaranteed, of course, because maybe the trees are left and he's still chopping them when they're felled. But that's a good way of checking. And then also we said the vills. You can set gather points with TCs now. And the unbuilt TC can do it too. What about an unbuilt tower? If I need to be feudal to build a tower. Okay. And set the gather point there. Unbuilt tower foundation too. Okay. Now on stone, you can also check they're on neutral res. Well, that's true, but the stone would have to be taken then, right? The stone would have to be taken, and that's a lot longer than trees. Let's do one more thing. Let's be the Khmer and check houses. Khmer houses. Because this is something you actually will have all the time, a Khmer house. So, vills. Okay. Yes. Works with Khmer houses, too. Interesting. Oh, don't build it. That's silly bill. Unbuilt houses. And if I build the house, then I garrison and ungarrison. Oh, nope, he was tasked, though. Okay. Oh, yeah, you can. You can go straight to the task there. Yeah, you are right. You used to not be able to go from a tower and task it onto something, but you can do that now. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the felled tree can be set. So targeting the felled tree does not give you information that it has been removed or felled. You have to set the gather point on a completely removed tree to have the effect that it's not set. Okay, interesting, interesting. So there's our experiment as we're waiting for the draft to start. Thank you for pointing that out, chat. That's lovely. You probably don't want to mess up the TC gather point every time. You always have a TC, that's true. Yeah, they would have to eat a full stone gold tile, so it's not as useful as eating the stone or gold. But anything else, yeah, definitely. Ooh, can you do that with... Ooh, okay, okay. Let me see, there's probably a draft going on. Let me check if there's a draft. Kingstone, deaKer, yes, there is a draft. The draft is finished. Oh gosh, the game might have... hopefully, I'm not missing the game while we're checking this. But I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea, chat. I'm gonna get the draft up while I have this idea. But one last idea for us before we get into the set. Here we are. Remember to change the scene this time. Let's see. Player 1, Castles, what's a good monk civ? Bengalis, I meant to click Aztecs, but Bengalis, sure. Player 2, Castle Age. Aztecs. Aztecs, same thing. New effect, change object. Speed, no. Stance. Misclick stance. No attack stance, copy that for player 2. Player 2 will be mobile units. Relic test. Units. Building. A monastery there. And give them a monk. And then player 1, a few monks there. And then a monastery here. It's just for completeness. Give us a ville and town center and a few houses so we can train a monk. And then we'll give some gold for a monk. And then we'll need a scout and a relic. All right, so test this. Oh, nope, don't convert me. Okay, delete. And pick up the relic and grab that, put it in the monastery. That's good. Oh wait, it still does disappear in the fog of war. I thought they changed that so it didn't. Never mind. I was gonna say you could check if the relics picked up, but they still disappear in the fog of war. For some reason, I was mistaken and thought that they changed that, so they didn't disappear. They do. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Had an idea, but they still disappear. Anyway, thank you, Phased86 for the follow. And that will also remind me to re-enable my logos in Capture Age. And get ready for this set to begin. Are we restarted yet? Did I miss the game? They're in the lobby. In the lobby, good. Did not miss the lobby yet. There are probably other ways we could pull off that trick and make it useful, but that is a good trick to know. Keep it in the back of my mind now. What do you mean by gather point on the mini map? Also, I should run to the bathroom right before we start this set, because we have 1 minute before we get started. All right. There we are. Thank you, Ratsu JB0 for the follow. And here we are, final set of the day for today. We will have deaKer playing as the yellow Portuguese and KingstoNe as the cyan Gajars. And finally, oh yes, we have both players picking colors for us. Lovely colors. I think KingstoNe is a pretty heavy favorite. We see that in terms of elo, and I'd say the same in terms of tournament experience. He's the Gajars, so we'll see him putting them those goats right into the mill at the start. The North Portuguese for deaKer. I would probably prefer Portuguese usually on Arabia these days. So I'll be interested to see how KingstoNe plays with the Gajars. Barry's very far away. That could make the sheep more vulnerable out there. And if you look at the front of KingstoNe's base, there's no way he's ever going to wall that. Get a Gajar win. Is it the only way? What do you mean the only way you can put a... yeah, minimap gather point I don't think hooks onto resources. That's a good question. You can click between the trees though. And if you click between the trees, the gather point goes in the middle of the forest. I don't know why you'd ever want to do that, and it's one of those annoying things that you end up misclicking and don't actually get the gather point on a tree. But that is a thing. Oh, that's true. Can you use Alt while placing a gather point, though? I know you can for moving units. I didn't realize for placing a gather point. Maybe you could. I've never actually wanted to do that. I don't know if there's any utility to that, but maybe you can. Oh, and JF Rubel, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Map cover 4 forest. I think there is a 4 forest variety. And maybe this is the 4 forest variety, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Honestly, I wouldn't make a forest smaller than like 75 to 80 trees. Which is kind of what these are. And the reason is, in AOC, the forests were 120 trees, approximately each forest. And were much larger than the ones we get here. There were a couple of dots of smaller trees. But usually you had much larger forests. And I feel that sometimes the forests in DE's current Arabia, not the KOTD one, but the DE one, are a bit too small. Atacama slander? Atacama is its own thing. Atacama is its own thing. Yeah, the gather points are silly, and I think we just saw that. But that is a good experiment. Maybe I'll have to make a video about that. And if I make a video about that, maybe it'll fix it. That's a very T-West styled video there. I like that. Because in the original game, you still saw the trees being taken and whatnot. And then that can be a video, and then useless plants aren't useless. That's another video. Yeah, in AOC, you actually, as long as you scattered the trees, you would see them be felled and then removed. Same with any resource. And you could also palisade scan to check if vills were nearby, so you had lots of ways of scouting that stuff. Oh yeah, Death Counter. You can shift queue gather points now. I don't know if that works for relics, but you can shift queue gather points. I know for some players that's annoying because you try to shift click to create units and you're holding shift while setting gather points and accidentally mess up the controls. Hasn't happened to me, but I've seen a number of players mention that bothers them. So forward scouting from KingstoNe, he's going to be up slower. 18 pop versus 19 pop. And there is loom for both players by the looks of it. You shift queue relics always, alright. Yeah, without the unit, it's like the when you have the building and you're placing the gather point, you can shift click. Let's see, can I actually see that if I do it in the game right now? Let me see this. If I click this... No, I can't pseudo set a gather point while spectating. It is a thing. You hold shift while setting your gather points and you shift queue gather points. Select all does not focus to the building, but cycle does. Oh yeah, I use that all the time. I used that in Tetris to select buildings without moving the camera. That's how I made hotkeys to move stuff around. That's actually a feature, the way I use it, that it doesn't move the camera, the same way that selecting control group doesn't. There should be a setting to turn it off. I always have go-to selected unit bound to spacebar, so it's if I wanted to move to something, I just hit space, and it makes it very simple. I never double tap the control group icons to move to, or control group numbers to go to a scout or anything. I always, once on the number, then on the spacebar. That's faster to me. That was a tip from a Viper post many years ago that I picked up and always felt good. Is that Viper? It might even be Cab or Chris or someone else. Might not have been Viper. I think it was Viper. I think Cab was the one who posted, and I saw that holding Alt and pressing the control group jumps the camera to them while selecting. And even in the original AOC. I think you can rebind that in DE. But I never used that though. I found the press spacebar to be faster. The relic disappears. Your monk just walks home. Yeah, let's always have to be careful with the gather points. So defensive house on the wood line, as deaKer will be adding in a spear. And the camel and the scout. Ooh, that was almost a camel there. Vil gets back to the wood line though. Scouts forward there for deaKer, not finding damage. Spears on the wood line, berries walled. This is a very open map for KingstoNe. Very open backside for deaKer. Both of them are going to struggle to be walled fully. Stable and range coming forward for deaKer. This is a hill with potential holes between the stable and the barracks. Some scouts moving around on the outside for KingstoNe. They'll start to go down. Go to last notification. I never use that hotkey. I've heard that some people use it, but I never have. Notifications come in way too quickly for it to be useful, in my experience. And TC defense, Vil low on HP. This is where if you're KingstoNe, you take this Vil, you put him on this farm, and the low HP Vil, put her back on this farm. Swap them. So that the low HP Vils are closer to the TC. Still out here, same thing. Very, very small details like that But they can add up. Yeah, he has the weak vills building far farms right now. Yeah, you want to do a swap with them. Want to do a swap. Go to notification to grab sheep. Ooh, that's a nice use, to grab sheep. Usually if you're finding sheep early on, though, the scout's nearby enough that a swap to the control group does it. But yeah, that is an interesting use of them. Grabbing sheep. And that's in the Dark Age, so it's fairly safe before other notifications come in. And if you press it and it's accidentally usurped by an attack notification, then you probably want to know where you're getting attacked by your opponent's scout in the Dark Age. But I like that use. That's an interesting one. The lion goes down, was going for the spear. Archers and scouts for deaKer. KingstoNe trying to be fully walled. He will defend with skirms inside of the walls. Doing skirm scout against scout archer spear. Yeah, I could stretch my neck after casting this long. Fletching for both players at just about the same time. Now looking at the golds for KingstoNe, he will have one inside of his walls. Awkward mining camp, I put it back there. But golds inside of his walls, depending on how he walls, could grab all of them. But he's going to go for a very compact wall to the edge of the map here. The other option would be wall in front of this gold to this wood line, then wood line to the edge of the map. Those would be huge walls to give him a lot of map control. Ooh, but he actually missed scouting his final gold. Should have a good idea that it's back there, though. Not exactly knowing where it is, though. Should know that he has another gold, but from the area he hasn't scouted, that's about as far as it possibly could be. Same with his second stone, who's like a tile or two away from scouting both of them. I mean, maybe there's just a different scouting pattern you need to get used to on this KOTD Arabia. Do another video on KOTD Arabia because it has been some really good map gens. And that house will be behind the relic. Ooh, you might want the house in front of the relic, but close enough. Scouts chased away by the archers. Encampments guarding relics. There are extra relics though. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 relics on this map. It can be randomly from 5 to 7. And if you're Aztecs, Burgundians, or Lithuanians, 7 relics is likely what you want to hope for. Argajar's meta? Not really a highly picked civ on Arabia. But camels are useful depending on the matchup, and probably with the potential potency of camels, a matchup where deaKer would prefer crossbows to knights and use the gold discount for crossbows. Dravamsh riders, I don't think you're too worried about. A rather awkward unit with their magic shields, but not a particularly strong unit unless you get it in the right situation. Scouts fighting, take out an archer. I believe 6 is possible, but you are correct that I haven't seen that. Maybe it is only 5 or 7. Bill goes down here, but at the expense of all of the scouts. Has a good number of archers amassed back here. And what is the second military building? Skirm Camel Scouts. We were talking about this in the other Gajar game. That being able to train and amass Camel Scouts in the feudal to castle transition does give you the great boost that you have camels available for your army. KingstoNe up to castle, deaKer up to castle. Oddkin crossbow on the way. As the camels come forward, they will pick off another archer. skirms trying to dive the crossbows. A couple of camels there. I think the crossbows go down. That was awkward. The minimum range made the skirms sidestep away. But that was a great fight, I think, for KingstoNe in the transition. It's going to force up a workshop immediately for deaKer, so it's a workshop rather than a TC. And 2 TCs for KingstoNe. He has Elite Skirm on the way, Bowsaw on the way. And in the end, all of these crossbows will go down, even if they try to stack on each other like that. Camel will finish them off with the speed boost on the chase. Or not a speed boost, but just with the speed. Second range now for deaKer, but feels like he's on the back foot in that military count right now. And heavy on the stone now, the Portuguese can do organ guns. We all know how scary the organ guns are. Camels hoovering around as padded archer armor comes in for deaKer. See if they can push through this palisade at all. The skirms keep on hoovering. Blacksmith doing some techs there. Take your organ guts. And if you go redemption monks, you could do an organ transplant. And the Gurjars do indeed have redemption monks with sanctity. Actually, they have a really good monk tech tree. They only miss block printing, which is important, but great castle age monks it looks like. And the upsets, Gabi TaToH was a really good set. I'd highly recommend watching that one. That was crazy. Northern Hoser. KingstoNe trying to break in, but not being able to run through as the house goes up. But he is happy to be booming away, and he will get his third TC up. As deaKer keeps going for stone, maybe deaKer could try to go with that mangonel for a YOLO forward castle positioning with all that army he has. Especially if KingstoNe has skirms that are out of position. Stone wall this side, castle the other side. That, ooh. Could be nice. 2 golds here could be hit with a castle that somehow goes up here. Or that somehow goes up here. Be it maybe a slight hill. That would be a crazy location. I don't think there's any way he gets vills there though. But crossbows forward, here come the mangonels and here come the villagers. So he realizes he's down in eco and his recourse is castle, forward castle. Howdy, water balloons. How are you doing on YouTube? How are you doing? Crossbows pick off a monk as the mangonels keep rolling their way on forward. There's ballistics for KingstoNe, ballistics and leather archer armor. And he's not really aware of where this is right now, kind of shadowing it. But no town watch for him. Mangonel's going for the camels and the skirms, forcing a fight. Immediate house. You're gonna save the castle till he has a good spot to place it. Ooh, Mangonel gets cleared. Now dodges back and forth. And Vills want a gate. The skirms going for the crossbows. Nice mangonel shot though on the skirms. Shravamshriders take out the mangonel and are going for the crossbow. Enough skirms there to make this ugly though. deaKer is going to call the GG. He's going to call the G. He's not going to get the castle, so he'll call the GG there. Alright. Calling the GG as there was something over here flashing. Shravamshrider on the house. But with that being cleaned up, he's afraid that the 4 crossbows he has are not going to deal with the mangonels, and especially not with all the skirms and Shravamshriders. GG Panda Drama. Hello again. Hello again. So 1-0 for KingstoNe. And we 44-21. Better KD. And nice ending there with the eco lead. Was ahead once he had the TCs in earlier. Maybe if he just goes for the castle, it's different. Let's see. 1-0 KingstoNe. That's the very first pick Portuguese losing against the Gajers. Alright. Game number 2. And they remember to stay hydrated as a streamer. Great. So we will have deaKer here playing as the Yellow Byzantines to the southwest, against KingstoNe as the Cyan Japanese to the northeast. This is a Civ matchup where usually I like the Byzantines against the Japanese. The skirmishers will be great in feudal. They can defend against men-at-arms. And then have the cheaper imp. Get to cataphract skirm late game, and I think that's a tough fight for the Japanese. Both are great monk civs, but the Japanese do lack heresy. And also the Byzantine monks heal faster. No herbal medicine, but they heal fast enough to make up for that. And loving the size of these wood lines, 70 plus trees. And Byzantines are good all around. And interesting to see them here on Arabia. Usually you think of Byzantines more as a hybrid map civ with the fire galleys, or a closed map civ. And lumber camp up here for deaKer to his western wood line. And 4 vills come over for KingstoNe for this wood line to the east. That wants to go out and lure in a boar here for KingstoNe. See if he can do that successfully. There's the west of KingstoNe's TC. Not much out here to wall with, but a couple of wood lines here could be nice. You're far away gold, but they are split up on opposite sides for deaKer. Fire galleys. Well, fire galleys will be bad in the update. They were bad in Thalassocracy. But they're really good now on various maps. Like Cross, if you don't have room to micro the galleys away. Fire galleys there are OP in the current patch, and the Byzantine ones particularly so. In the new patch, with the new water, that's different. So Mufalon pushed in successfully, as deaKer will likely wall down here. Oof. This is where I feel like I need more coffee. When is it new water? We have no idea. Boy, I wonder. Personally, I hope they go back to the drawing board and do a big redesign, because I did not like any of the Hulk gameplay I saw. So triple repeated rug for KingstoNe. Naval update. Yeah, they've basically made a counter ship to fires, but the counter ship is a melee ship. So whenever you have a small pond map, instead of making fires, you make the hulks. And demos were nerfed many different ways. So they're not even useful on those maps or situations either. So Loom on the way for KingstoNe. More Vils on the way for deaKer, going up later but expected as the Byzantines. Actually, deaKer had to do an early Loom. Got in the back. KingstoNe surely will notice that scout hovering around his base. Don't know how much he'll want to react to it. Maybe pull some Vils to fight if he gets close to a wood line. And militia out of the barracks. See what damage they can do, or if men-at-arms will come in. No gold yet for men-at-arms. But the Japanese do like that upgrade. So 3 militia on their way forward. And I can tell 5.5 hours of casting is getting to me. I think I did need that third coffee earlier. So almost identical feudal times for both, and we'll see if there are differences in the builds. This is a very fully walled base against men-at-arms, who shouldn't be able to get in. And here they come forward. There's a range, and it will be skirms. There's no gold, not even a stone to do a market. And double bit axe on the way from both of them. Still similar stories so far. Galleys fire. That's the thing. Even in large water, the Hulk is so fast. And we saw that on migration, where the Hulk is so fast at running around the outside of migration. Even in situations where you used to use galleys, you're still using the Hulk. Spear running around, going for the poke, but KingstoNe can lure the spear into the lion if he so chooses. Yep, he's going to do exactly that. deaKer wises up to that, doesn't run into the lion, but will run into the militia. As he tries to get back to his own TC. My arm is still hovering around, not able to do much damage. Some along to the edge there would still be good for KingstoNe. As another lumber camp goes up. Scout runs around and the men-at-arms come forward. Come forward maybe to hit the berries. Always the risk of diving the TC, but he should be quick walled out. Play like deaKer, I'm pretty sure we'll get the quick walls up. Even with the farms. So what is this now? KingstoNe is just scout fighting, but he's not actually really fighting anything. I'm just gonna hoover around a bit. Okay, blacksmith up for KingstoNe. The market. Okay, there go the palisades. And what do we get from feudal? Men-at-arms. Ooh, men-at-arms upgrade, okay. When you're this walled out, going men-at-arms is a big risk. Okay, scouts. Exchanging some attacks there. Looks like deaKer's getting the advantage. Also very ambitious. Sometimes you gotta be ambitious. He started with some more conservative walls, then moved out for ambitious walls. You kind of see the circle of terrain on the minimap where you could do a wall.
Presto.
And Age of Skirms, Age of Skirms. Isn't this a great Age of Skirms? The range up, or other palisades up by the range. Skirms hit a Vil, Skirms keep hoovering. See if they can hit another Vil. Men-at-Arms don't want to engage yet. Skirm's gonna force them up the hill as we'll have scale mail armor for the Men-at-Arms. Okay, armor, that'll cut the skirm damage down from 1 to the minimum of 1. The armor here doesn't actually matter against the skirms. And that wall unfinished will let army in. The upgrades on the way for KingstoNe. And the skirms keep pouring in through that wall, and there's another opening to the north of it anyway. So, Fletching and Castle Age. Castle Age right away from deaKer. Don't think KingstoNe will be too far behind him. This is gonna be a big difference as KingstoNe's still not clicking. Okay, we have here TC on its way up, 55%. And skirmishers go for the other skirms, both players up. KingstoNe a few more Vils. Everything here, skirms defending this off. Fending this off. Men-at-Arms have to run away. First color Castle Age there. No Byzantines. Oh, what did I click here? Did I accidentally click this somehow? There we are. KingstoNe probably thinks deaKer only just clicked up with how desperate he seemed to get some gold. Maybe. Wait, rams and longswords? I'd love to see that. Maybe siege towers too. Oh, very low HP scout. Not auto scouting though. What is the total scouting for both players? A lot of unexplored for deaKer. And a lot of unexplored for KingstoNe. And Castle Age just about in for KingstoNe. I think he's going to want longswords. There's KingstoNe up. Immediately does click longswordsman. Longsword Squire's armor. The Japanese. Is this gonna work? Are they faster? Alright, so Squires needs to be there. So 106 to 0.96. So now the longswords are faster. Do they start? I think they start at 0.95. Is it 0.96 they start at? Anyway, they're much slower than knights. You're faster in a siege tower, though. 10 longswords in a siege tower. Let's go. Okay, let's see this. Siege tower trying to chase units. Let's see if he can catch them. Let's see if he can catch. Oh wait, wait. Oh wait, no. Yeah, there we are. Never mind. It's trying to be at the same speed as these. Okay. I'm so excited about the siege tower running fast. I'm waiting for the longswords to get inside of it. Okay, the monk goes down. It caught the monk. Yeah, that's the... Okay, wait. What? We have a siege... we have a forward siege with the siege tower. One siege tower is not enough. The scout will see the siege tower at least. Skirm should take out the scout. Down it goes. Cav archers... Do cav archers do well against the siege tower? Wait, the siege tower can ungarrison... Ooh, quick wall with the market. Quick wall with the market. Defensive workshop here from deaKer. The monks drop the relics for conversion on the skirms, but they're not going to get the relic then. As the siege tower comes forward, more longswords on the way. Slowly but surely, the skirm's doing damage to the siege tower. Okay, so second TC up. Second TC up also for deaKer. So the siege tower can block some TC fire as longswords go to town, killing some vills. Lots of defensive skirms. Longswords can garrison to make this faster if they need to. There you go. Okay, KingstoNe trying to be fancy. Cav archers, meanwhile, come in and pick off a vill or two. On this side, it's a 1-2 eco KD. That's not a dead vill like garrisoned. It used to be a thing. Dead vills could garrison. And heal back to life. Monks in heavy armor under the robes. Okay, well, the defensive workshop for deaKer is down. And now the siege tower may be in need of repairs, or a friend. Will come forward as the ram goes for the monastery. Skirms fill into the TC. And what type of castle is this? Is this a doubt castle? No, 90% will go up, but the vills are now pushed and threatened. Vill over here attacking a lion. That lion will go down. The cav archer still hoovering around. And wood line walled. Quick walls here. Walls here. Well, that's an exposed vill, right? Yes. Is there a hole between the houses? There's no hole on the outside. That gets walled in time. I feel like there must be a hole somewhere. Oh, the wall, if it was in time, goes down right away. These longswords doing so much damage now to the vills. Oh, they've gotten there. They've gotten to the vills. All of a sudden, it's an 11-2 KD. That castle with cataphracts. No, cataphracts to clear longswords. Oh, just Byzantine things. Cataphracts, let's go. Cataphracts from the castle. Now you basically have to go monks, I think. And no relic. Look how close the relic was to the monastery, but there's no relic anymore. How many longswords to attack a castle? Probably with cataphracts a lot. Definitely a lot. Those we would have to mine more gold, another archery range added for KingstoNe. Different ranges in cav archers, so Japanese cav archers. Those will help against the cataphracts. A couple of longswords giving their lives to run interference and get the remaining longswords away. These things are indeed a cav unit, 1.35 speed. And cataphracts is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cataphracts, the majestic creatures threatening this army. Okay, relic on the way back. Yes, they block anti-cav damage. They do not block unique unit damage, though. So samurai have unique unit damage. They do not have, they said, at least not to the same extent as anything else, anti-cav damage. Just a standard melee unit. And forward castle. Ooh, that's Kingstone. Why there when it could be forward? Oh, well, that's fine. Doesn't want to get into a trouble war with the Byzantine castle, it would seem. There's Wheelbarrow and Bodkin on the way. As the castle will go up by the looks of it. Cataphracts want to fight at 90%. Alright. Kingstone isn't John Slow, he's not. Oh, we need another forward castle. This is a chicken castle. We need Gabi back to show how to do aggressive castles. Chicken, he's afraid to go more forward with it. Now elite skirm. Now and forever and always elite skirm. University for deaKer. Now look for ballistics. Res collected. Slight lead for Kingstone. Slight Vil lead too. I don't know when Biz wouldn't want elite skirm. Probably some weird, like heavy cav or maybe heavy arbalest play. But ballistics on the way. Cav archers will take out some cataphracts. I'll take out some cataphracts. Stable and 3 ranges still. Going pretty heavy for the cav archers. Japanese cav archers are good. No sleeping on them. And ballistics with padded archer armor for Kingstone. So ballistics for deaKer. Still no ballistics for Kingstone, despite the focus on cav archers. Ballistics for Byzantines, skirm cataphract. That's usually what you want to get to, skirm cataphract. And deaKer has gotten there without too much of a disadvantage. Longsword's in the siege tower. But now you're trying to go longsword cav archer against the Byzantines with cataphracts and elite skirms. Okay, one big fight here. One big fight here. Monks everywhere. Monks want conversions on the cataphracts. The Vils from deaKer, they're being pulled. He wants a... Okay, this is the opposite of the chicken castle. This is a forward castle. Okay, wait a minute, deaKer, how do you ever do that? Is he gonna win this fight? Wait a minute, who's winning this fight? A mangonel comes over for Kingstone. The Vils have to run, or the skirms have to run from the mangonel. Longswords here, everything dying. The cataphracts all dying, but the mangonel will be taken out by cataphracts. Not enough cav archers there to defend it? Who just won that fight? Kingstone has a better KD. Okay, and that's going to be a back castle for deaKer. So 2 games in a row, we have castles. And that was a lot of dead Vils. So 14-3 KD in favor of Kingstone. And the cav archers are dealing with the cataphracts. Oof, that was a turn of events right there at the siege tower. So we've learned siege tower is extra useful, and I have no doubt at all that we're going to continue to see many siege towers throughout the rest of KOTD. Let's see, Imp clicked first. For deaKer ever so slightly faster. Probably behind a Vil somewhere. There it is, in the back TC for Kingstone, all the way in the back. Castles up for both players. We'll see if they go for them or ignore the castles and go for the other enemy base. In Japanese CA, no bonus damage against skirms, only against normal archer units. Non-skirm archer units. Ooh, samurai! Samurai in siege towers, along with longswords. That's the play, I guess. Let me hit it home with Arabia. This has been a good Arabia version. It says ranked ladder. Oh, it says ranked ladder. Thank you. I forgot to change that in between the games. Relic comes in. KOTD. Round of 64. Turned the logos on. Forgot to change that. Thank you. And Capture Age did change the sign. KOTD. Not 7.6. At some point, I'm definitely going to say KOTD 2 when writing about it. So make sure to correct me on that if I ever say KOTD 2. I remember that one. Never had siege towers like this before. A silly siege tower. Cavalry's coming over, long swords, castle. Okay, it'll be 40 seconds behind. There's Bracer. And Hull has the siege tower with the samurai raiding a bit. Ooh, one goes down. One goes down. A much better KD for Kingstone. Characters keep hovering around. This is pretty crazy too of a game. Byzantine castles have a lot of HP, so you don't want to be in a treb war with them, and unlike the Japanese, who do not have bombard cannon, the Byzantines will get it. Japanese do get siege engineers though. And skirms have to be fought with the mangonel. Here's two-handed swordsman for Kingstone. Yes, two-handed swordsman. He's not giving up on the longswords. He's going all in for them, as the Japanese. Even despite the cataphracts. That's not someone who sticks to his guns. I like that. So skirms will make the cavalry hard to use. Skirms, as we all know, are the best unit in AoE 2. And great at guarding your trebs in a treb war. Plate mill armor, the siege tower is full. Some houses up in front of the trebs because why not? That might help deter a siege tower. Does good KD mean anything? It means you've killed more than you've lost. Castle still under repair as cav archers will run forward. They could maybe pick off a bombard cannon. Hand cannoneer swap as champion comes in. Hand cannoneers for the Byzantines are a good option against infantry too. The castle going down, needs repairs. That's 5 trebs. You're not going to repair much longer against 5 trebs. This is the last set I'm casting today. I'm already feeling the exhaustion. I'm casting almost 6 hours. Trebs go for the other trebs. Ooh, one treb goes down. And champions go for the trebs here in the middle. Here's my mouse cursor. Going for 1 treb. They should get a 2nd treb. Should get a 3rd and then a 4th treb. Champions there at the same time. There are trebs to the east for Kingstone. Kingstone might need to repair against that bombard cannon. All the trebs are down at the cost of a lot of military, but that, I think, all in all, was a good fight for Kingstone. And the Vills over here repair the trebs. Is that in time? Just in time to repair. Cav archers will go have to deal with that cannon as the trebs run back for the moment. And ooh, snags a repairville. Snags a repairville. And ooh, cannon does go down at the cost of a couple of cav archers. It does go down. Now champions looking to raid again. We've seen champions. Japanese champions, but champions nevertheless. How often do we see champions? This map is crazy. I have Catapulto on the way. And cannon raiders coming forward. Your earbuds died. I know that's happened to me before. Mine lasts about 5 hours. One champion here revealing the skirms. See if Kingstone reacts to them. Those 3 trebuchets here that are fairly low on HP and exposed, needs to move them. Jump at 1.5 speed later. So Cataparuto, something I didn't realize before, actually makes them attack faster. Pack and unpack I always knew, but makes them attack faster? I never realized that was a thing. Ooh, Treb's going against the hand cannoneers. Are there enough hand cannoneers here to fight the champions? Especially with cav archers in the back. Shots landing, shots landing. Couple of skirms and hand cannoneers going down. Skirm. Cav archers take out the skirm. And double siege tower for champions now. Let's go double siege tower. So cataphracts for deaKer, but maybe not quite enough. Castles and cataphracts. Build count similar, army count similar, so I don't think there's going to be a push yet. Well, I idled the TC for about 9 minutes longer. 26 to 17. Troops coming forward, and they might find a little bit of a hill from atop which they can besiege this castle. I'm just thinking cataphracts. Well, I guess the longswords maybe. Trev's going for... No, not the castle, but something in front of it. Forging on the way. Cataphracts here. Is this a decent fight? 10 champions in there. But against the cataphracts are tricky to deal with. Cav archers do decent damage since the cataphracts have low pierce armor. Only one base pierce armor. Cataphract seems desperate. Cataphracts seem good against the longswords, but there isn't a ranged unit that the Byzantines have that can really combo with it. So the siege tower, keeps pushing. This thing is comical. Why is this as part of pushes? This is not how they were used IRL. Although, White Knight Samurai time. There were some samurai earlier, but the castle got rushed. Everything here going down, but there are more cav archers flooding in from Kingstone, who continues to take higher and higher score. I think that's because of his economy and eco-management. So the castle goes down, cav archers take the hill. I'll be ring archer armor and guard tower. And keep. Alright, Yasama Towers. Let's go, Yasama Towers. They're in the front of this base, Yasama Towers. Doubt siege engineer or siege launchers cut force. They probably were not. I do doubt the idea of the Mamluk being a guy throwing a scimitar from atop a camel. Not everything is believable. So Treb's over here. Oh, there's a castle being trebbed down. It's skirms and cataphracts, but the siege towers are too much. Byzantines don't have masonry, but they just have Byzantine HP. This castle will go down, though. As the castles crumble, that's cataphract production. That one goes down. Treb's going for the gold mining villas. Or no, going for whatever the foundation was. Now going for the gold mining villas, maybe the mining camp instead. Yeah, that goes down. Cataphract gonna rush forward. The Trebs at least are under the castle. And here are the keeps. Quick, lay the house foundation. Quick, build some keeps. It's Yasama. I almost said Svan Towers, but Yasama Towers for additional arrows. Oh, what? Keeps, Yasama Towers. Yasama doesn't apply to the siege towers, but... That's I know it's a lot of skirms for deaKer, but it's ACCM territory in the score, and I don't think he can hold on much. No, he's got a clandestine eco. Trying to mine some forward gold and share. Sharing is caring. So murder holes, because why not for KingstoNe? He's doing fortified wall, just clicking buttons at this point. There's the GG. And KingstoNe goes up 2-0. Oof. Man, that game over there, I've hit my point of I am tired at 6 hours. 6 hours is a pretty good stream, though, and I need more coffee, but KingstoNe goes up 2-0. GG. And what was that? Byzantines against Japanese. Well done. Oof, we know we've more games going. We're not done yet. We're gonna power through this last set. Somehow we're gonna power through it. And it's time for me to eat. I'll grab my lunch after this. Head falling forward, point of tired. Just about, just about. This is we're at the hoping I don't fall asleep on stream point of tired. Hoping I can still maintain a coherent sentence structure. I needed one more coffee. Maybe that's my ratio, like one coffee every 2 hours. And they have another lobby up, going for game number 3. I have the best accent for the word coffee? That's my Jersey accent. Sometimes my Jersey accent prohibits me from pronouncing words correctly, like the word water. And it will be the next match, Mongols for KingstoNe and Italians for deaKer. Italians a civ that I think are pretty good against Mongols if you get to Genoese crossbowmen, but you need to get there. Bombard cannon Genbo, and I don't think Mongols can do much in a 1v1. But you do indeed need to get there. Someone from Boston? People from Boston know how to throw tea into the harbor. Alright. So, game number 3. This is now the challenge. Can T West finish out this set? KingstoNe's gonna try to win it right here. deaKer is going to try to delay me from getting to my lunch for another game. But he's gonna try to pull off the reverse sweep. You gotta start somewhere, and he's gonna start off by being lamed, going to push the gazelles rather than going for the sheep. And the extra line of sight of the Mongol scout cav for KingstoNe pays off. He goes straight across the map and finds deaKer, who is indeed pushing the gazelle. Trying to lame the caster. KingstoNe trying to hopefully speedrun this with the lame. We'll see. And look at this scouting. He's found his sheep. Found another pair of his sheep. He's found a boar. And the other boar is in the back. Missed that, but it might wander into his line of sight there. deaKer some good scouting, but he'll be down. Pair of sheep at the start. I was very well awake for the first 2 sets today. This one I'm struggling. So we'll check the relic count too. This is what I like doing on the minimap. I noticed I can do that. Make the huge minimap. And look at that winding path of relics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, not 7 on this generation. And oh wait, is that a lamed boar too? Oh my gosh, it's not just lamed sheep, it's a lamed boar. It's a lamed boar. KingstoNe, as the Mongols, laming a boar and 2 sheep. Okay, that is a good start for KingstoNe. That is a good start for KingstoNe. What do you think about that, chat? What do you think about that? Laming a boar as the Mongols. That's what you want to do. Unfortunate for deaKer. Might be eating lunch at a good time. I mean, it's already 4 p.m. That's already late for lunch. I might be eating my lunch at the end of the day. Was it an actual party? Oh. It is an actual celebration of the power of coffee over tea. Hazai, you have a better time zone for this time of day. I think East Coast US is a really great time zone overall for casting games. As much as I'm tired now, I am usually a night owl though, so waking up early is not kind to me usually. Another mill forward for deaKer. And now has to build the berries, no choice. 2 on wood. Love the lumber camp location. It has a nice little nook. And I like how he walled that in so archers can't come over here later on, but later on is maybe a long time away for deaKer as the Italians. He had to suffice with 1 boar and a gazelle push. But once he gets feudal, he is very quickly going to have to add in farms. I don't know if he even can afford horse collar at this point. He'll need so many farms right away as the sheep will run out. He might even be out of food under the TC on his way up to feudal. He's still taking that. See, there's a sheep in the middle there. Another Vil. Not quite able to click up, even as the Italians. And the Mongols, they are up. The Mongols have a very fast up timing. And I imagine this is probably just going to be a scouts opening from KingstoNe. 18 pop up. Does he have loom? Yes, he has loom. 18 pop up with loom. No barracks yet. Hard to do that on such a fast up timing, but he will go for a second lumber camp. I'm always impressed when players can pull off builds with 2 lumber camps and still be up at a great time. I always seem to feel like I struggle for wood when I do that. There's a house. No barracks yet. Well, I should have time to get the barracks up. Time aplenty. There's the barracks for him. I'm focusing so much on the hunt, he hasn't really been taking the berries yet. With their step lancers, it is really hard to even reach imp against a Mongol player. I'm feeling better this game than I was in the previous game, in terms of stamina. Barracks on the way up here. KingstoNe will scout that. And he now is up. And this will be a stable. Oh no, it'll be a range. Okay. Archery range. I was not expecting a range. I was expecting a stable. He's not on gold, so it won't be archers. It'll just be skirms then, I guess, for the Mongols. Okay, I was expecting scouts. We will get skirms. Bill's back here walling up. Maybe he just recognized the fact that he probably wouldn't do damage with scouts against that lumber camp location. It will be skirms indeed for deaKer. He does still have his scout. Oh, he's going to be pushing in another group of gazelles. Feudal Age push when the scout's faster and has more line of sight is a bit of a waste on the scout. But still good if you get the gazelle. And he's going to need it. As I said, he's going to run out of food under the TC right away. Only one sheep left. He's going to move out to gold and maybe think about archers. Finally a skirm game. Yeah, finally spears and skirms for KingstoNe as he walls his veils in on those berries. There's deaKer. That stands for deaKer. Spelling his name without vowels. It's missing an E and an A between the D and the K, and then a final E between the K and the R. All of those letters lowercase. The K capital and how he spells his name. Horse collar on the way, so KingstoNe will do horse collar and use the spears he will to protect his scout and be in a position to harass the berryvilles with skirmishers. Archers for deaKer, so the skirms there are already in a good spot to deal with the archers, as the vills off the berries will hurt even more to the player who does not have much food left. And taking more sheep, not under the TC. Bit sloppy from KingstoNe, but nothing too bad. As he keeps walling up, can go to the edge of the map if he wants to. Could do that on both wood lines, and then wall from the wood lines to the TC. Would have safe gold there. Has to be careful of the berries, though, but he does have 4 vills out there, at least. We'll take them over time. Our farms around the TC. And deaKer will just barely manage to get walled up, and that'll keep the gold safe for him, at least. Looking at the res collected, about 500 to 600 more so far for KingstoNe. Just have 5 seconds extra idle time, but nothing too much compared to the extra food he has. Let's look at that. 7 farms compared to 7, but 7 with horse collar. No horse collar for deaKer, and he will feel that later on. Not yet, but later. Usually as you're transitioning feudal to castle, you feel that. It affects your TCs or your workshop or your university and ballistics. And skirm's still here to harass as we have 5 archers, but all in the range, unable to help against the skirms. No upgrades on them either. We'll have wheelbarrow on the way for KingstoNe. Early wheelbarrow for him. He'll try to do that before clicking up. At least we'll have the speedier vills. More and more archers. Look at that farm. Positioned to avoid depleting that straggler tree early. I always love how different players place their farms. Those little bits of creative expression you get in AoE 2. Blacksmith on the way. And house going up. Blacksmith for KingstoNe. And he's almost ready to click up. The Italians might even be up faster thanks to their discount. But such a passive game is exactly what I think deaKer would want after surviving the early lame. FC Church Rush, that's meta though. That's not creative. And good morning. Oh, I would love to have morning again. But it is late afternoon now for me. But greetings all the same. And Castle Age first for the Italians, ever so slightly faster, 10 seconds faster. But what are we going to have here then? Probably Elite Skirm, maybe a stable for Steppies? What do you have here on the gold is KingstoNe. That's not what you're going to see if you're going only Skirms. Mongols with horse collar and with wheelbarrow. Stable there for the Italians? Okay, interesting to see a stable. Maybe wanting knights to fight steppe lancers. I feel like the way to fight steppies is camping your TC with crossbows. With full walls, the archers that are sneaking around for deaKer are not going to do much damage. KingstoNe pulling back as he knows he wants to look for them. They are over here. You might find them with a spear. And with the skirms, you might want to go for a clear. And soon they'll step out of the shadows and appear. There they are. And the spear goes down. Creative expression before it became meta. That's true. Siege towers used to be creative expression. Now they're meta. You saw that in the previous set. The siege I mean, not even cataphracts apparently can stop long sword siege. You can stop longsword siege tower. Here we go. Long tower. That's like an extra upgrade to keep. And forward workshop for deaKer. Monastery for KingstoNe. What's he gonna do now? Elite skirm. Will he see this? He does see it with his scout. And there'll be crossbow bodkin first for deaKer. Actually has a couple seconds advantage here. If he can get to the hill, might be able to pick off skirms. KingstoNe has to be careful on which way he zigzags. Took a few volleys there. Long tower next patch confirmed. That's maybe what happens when you put long bows along with your long swords. Into a siege tower, and then drive it past a long boat. Oh, there's a hole there. Defensive workshop, and second TC now for KingstoNe. KingstoNe, 300 res collected advantage, but still also has horse collar and wheelbarrow. Eco upgrades lacking, but at least bow saws in for deaKer. But now you can see, you can see the lack of horse collar on those farms starting to expire. This wood eco will be much smoother for KingstoNe if he needs to do a mangonel along with the TC. Has the wood to afford it thanks to horse collar. Oh, did he cancel Elite Skirm? Looks like he canceled Elite Skirm. We'll go, oh, okay, deaKer gets away. Mangonel had a nice shot. Town Watch on the way. Very good for the houses to have Town Watch. It lets you see the enemy mangonels much more easily. And there it is. Now you have mini outposts with your houses. Mini outposts. And skirms in the TC. Our farm's going up. Mangonels trade a couple of shots, go back and forth over here. And Vil gets hit. Mangonel's trading. Great Mangonel micro from KingstoNe. Clears 2, doesn't lose a single one. Forward outpost, but that could even go down. Like your William Wallace, you know what to do. Knock it down. Doesn't lose a Mangonel there. Fully repairs. Long towers can jump over 2 tiles like knights. Like an L-shaped jump from the long tower. And that Mangonel microed and surviving. Ooh, who still doesn't get a kill. That's 3 Mangonels down and not a single Mangonel lost for KingstoNe. He repairs now double stables along with the extra eco from that TC. Everything going right this game for KingstoNe. It hasn't taken any risks. Beautiful defense. And can casually add in stables, maybe a couple more farms. Do armor, and then make steppies. It's the Repairville. There's bloodlines, husbandry, armor, everything you want for the steppies. It has to be step lancers, right? For the Mongols, has to be step lancers. Those mangonels behind the TC. Oh, another Repairville, but super low on HP. Oh, a third mangonel. Oh, look at that Vil. Dance moves. Dodging everything. Oh, another mangonel goes down. That's 5 mangonels destroyed and not a single mangonel lost for Kingstone. 6 mangonels destroyed. Oh, Kingstone dominating the mangonel micro. Will we finally lose one? No, not close enough to get a shot off. Oh, and it's a knight, not even a step lancer. It is a knight. Oh, 7 mangonels. And a good hit on the crossbows, the mangonel micro. And the someone translate for me that there's a GG. And that was one of the best microed mangonel games I've ever seen. He lost one just at the end. Is this MBL? Good luck. Alright, good luck next. There we go, 25 to 7 KD. Whew. What was that? Amazing, amazing. Seven mangonels plus crossbows for losing 1 mangonel at the end. Now, I once saw a situation where TaToH had 7 mangonels, MBL had 2, and MBL 1, but I think that even surpasses that. Oh, that was great. Anyway, I'm exhausted. I need to go eat. Thank you all for watching. Hope I didn't fall asleep too much during that last set. Let's see who is online right now, whom we can raid. Let's see, Smiley was in the chat earlier. We can raid Smiley. So we'll end it on YouTube. We'll be back probably tomorrow, and we'll do some more casting, more King of the Desert. I've loved these. It feels like every game has been different, and I've been loving these so far.